Hey guys, welcome back to BSL. It's season 20 right now, but we're doing the groups a little bit out of alphabetical order. So I think it's Group C today, guys. How are you doing, Dra?
I'm doing well, June. How are you?
I'm fantastic, buddy. Honestly, I can't wait to get stuck into today because we've got like nothing but best of threes all the way down the board. ASL, you don't have that. You got the best of one, then you got your best of threes and the winners, losers, and finals. So I'm really looking forward to these series of games.
Me too, man. We have a nice lineup today of some really good players. Are we going to show a lineup here?
Ooh. Got some big names today, guys. It's going to be DragOn versus Oxerg in that game number 1, starting map Metropolis, and then Artosis, always a fan favorite, against Doodle, who's a very strong Protoss player. These games are going to be wild, Jiraiya. I like my predictions already are going to be Oxerg not able to deal with DragOn, so I think he's going to drop down into losers, maybe 2-0 to DragOn. RD against Doodle. Doodle's a very strong Protoss versus Terran player. That's going to be either a 2-0 or a 2-1 to Doodle. So I think it's going to be Oxerg and RD in that losers match. But I actually think that RD knows exactly how to handle Oxerg in that losers match. He knows how cheesy Oxerg is. He's going to play so tight.
Yeah, I just lost some audio. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, don't count out my boy OctZerg, June.
He's a
He
good cheesy Zerg.
He's a cheesy player, definitely. I think he has that a little bit going for him, but he's also a 2 vs 2 player. I know that he's a very strong player overall, but yeah, I mean, Dragon, he's a blue chip Protoss. I've said that many times before. Hard to see OctZerg overcome him in this one, but when you look at these stats, in case you were curious, we were kind of talking about this, the total records there. The first number is actually the total number of games that they've played. So
Right.
OctZerg sporting a 42% win rate, 19 wins, 26 losses, 45 total games. So that was something that we were talking about just prior to this. Just want to point that one out.
Yeah, it's a slightly smaller sample size to the larger pool of DragOn. 164 games played, a much more consistent 61% winning. Somehow Oxerg is aging in reverse, by the way. He's been doing a lot of bowling lately, and yeah, somehow has managed to diminish his age by about 11 years or so. He's actually 39 from Macedonia. He's a pretty old guy, but he's definitely keeping himself in shape with that active sports. I think both players are already ready to go, so I think we might be jumping into game number 1 on Metropolis right now.
Awesome. Just one quick thing. I can't tell if OctZerg is a giant or if that bowling ball is smaller than normal standard size.
He's just huge, okay? He's Andre the Giant. That's all you need to know.
Massive.
All right, guys, we are already getting into it. It's going to be Metropolis. This map is absolutely insane. So much drop potential. Already the players are in the booth, ready to go. We're about to jump into the game just now. This is going to be an insane series. We got Oxerg spawning in the top right as the red Zerg. And his opponent down in the bottom left. It's going to be DragOn. It's the blue Protoss.
The Dragon from Canada, and OctZerg, I believe, is from Macedonia. Is that right?
Yeah. That's exactly right. Oh, he's got dual citizenship from Croatia as well. Yeah, okay.
Oh, interesting. We got a hybrid.
Yeah. He gets around.
Yeah, I know OctZerg from iCub days, and iCub was definitely during those times I probably learned the most about like international geography and how flags look. And I'll never forget OctZerg and his country, Macedonia, has like a very colorful flag, like very vibrant yellow and orange from what I recall. So after this, I'm gonna have to Google what Macedonia flag looks like just to remember those old days. But
Macedonia, that's yeah, some nice yellow and reds going on there. This is going to be an interesting match. It's a very fast overpull from Oxerg, nothing crazy, just a very standard style. I'm curious, is he going to hide this Overlord, or is he just going to show that right away? Usually you want to hide this second Overlord, just so that when the Probe Scout comes in, they're kind of forced to go and check the main base for a 9 pool, and they can't just sit there to block your hatchery that's going to be coming up. So this might actually bite Oxerg in the butt here a little bit, Jiraiya, because this Probe is going to see this Overlord and know that there's going to be a hatchery soon behind this.
Yeah, already starting to play a little bit of a mind game here, I guess. Now, you had said prior to casting here, OctZerg is a little bit cheesier. In this matchup, is he also cheesy?
He's just a very aggressive Zerg, all in general, like, across the board. Basically, like Oxerg itself is kind of a meme because it's like usually what you describe an aggressive Zerg. You know, when you want to talk about an aggressive Zerg, you use Oxerg as an example. He is the most aggressive Zerg we have in the foreigner scene, you could say.
Got it. So it looks like DragOn going for the forward Nexus cannon build, which I guess is a safer build against what could be very early aggression from Octi.
Well, yeah, I'm curious if we're gonna. He's made 6 Zerglings already, which very much seems to indicate like I want to get rid of this scouting probe and then do something sneaky very soon after. So we'll have to wait and see how quickly he can get rid of this scout. We see, yeah, he really wants to be safe against Oxerg. He knows that there's a chance that these 6lings could just get us around on that cannon or something if he doesn't. So he wants to be extra safe. Yeah, now we could be seeing some craziness. Like we could be seeing just a normal third hatchery and a macro build of Oxerg. I highly doubt it. This is very likely to be some kind of 973 or something along those lines, but hasn't yet sent out a drone to make that third hatchery. Interestingly enough, so this could be a 2-base play.
There's the layer.
Yeah, this could be 2 hatch muter or something.
Yeah, Ox seems to be really obsessed with like the 12 o'clock position, at least with anticipating where the probe could be. He keeps like going up there. I guess that's like a spot where he wants to make sure that no probe gets in. Is that kind of what that line is?
Kind of. I think he was just trying to catch an additional scout from DragOn, knowing that like that's where he would be placing that third hatchery usually. So he's like trying to catch that scouting probe if he can, but he has to mainly keep these lings like kind of between the natural and that third because he doesn't want to risk the probe sneaking into the main base. That's why you see him like check the third, then quickly run back to the rally point of his natural.
Yeah, doing a really good job. If he is able to fend the scout off without having to make ling speed. Ooh, this probe. Oh, man. Got some extra boosters on that one.
They're so nimble, man. They just slide across the terrain like it's nothing. Gonna be getting a full scout off against Oxerg, who is going to be throwing down that very fast spire. It's a big shame. Like, I mean, DragOn should be able to sniff this out, that there's no third hatchery. It's probably going to be a 2-hatch spire play, but you don't know for sure. Like, getting that confirmation scout is always super good for Protoss and allows you to optimize your defenses accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I would think as DragOn, when you lose that probe initially, you're like, crap, against OctZerg, like the mind games start flowing in. But then when you manage to get, some ultra upgraded boosted probe into the main and you confirm that it's Spire, it's like, okay, now I know exactly what's going on. And if I'm OctZerg, I'm like, dang it. All I needed to do was kill that probe, but yeah, this I gotta be feeling good if I'm DragOn here.
Right, yeah, you're feeling pretty good as DragOn. I mean, he will have to compensate and make some pylons closer to this Nexus in the natural expansion, and potentially has to make a safety cannon at both bases just to have a path of retreat for the Corsair, so you can't just run in there with Scourge and snipe the Sairs. You need some kind of like static D to deal with those Scourge, like scouting around and being pesky in the main base. So there will be some compensation gleaned from this for Oxerg. He will be forcing a big response out of DragOn still. It's just now DragOn can kind of like thread the needle and optimize a little bit better. Right.
Does get the first Corsair out. Looks like he's gonna circumvent that OV and just go straight for the scout. A little bit of lag here though.
Yeah. Some more Zerglings. That's interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice. Now, OctZerg did have 600, 700 gas. He just spent a ton of his load on something. Gotta think it's Mutas.
It'd be 1 pair of Scourge and 4 Mutas initially, probably. And oh, 2 pairs of Scourge. This is very, very aggressive. He might catch it. Oh, that's a big deal for Oxerg. Yeah, it's a really good idea to make the Scourge on the outside as well as the inside, so you can potentially wrap around and cut off the exit vector of that Corsair. Really nicely done from Oxerg. Trying to snatch a little bit. Oh, okay, that's where his extra resources went, Jirai. He got a little overlord drop upgrade. Now he's going to be slow dropping some links into the main base. There are 2 cannons though on the way. One is finished, one is a long way from finishing up, so maybe he can get in here and do something. With a good probe drill though, he should be safe.
That's not enough lings, June.
Ooh, it's not enough lings. It's a nice idea, but it's not going to do much. He is trying to target down this 1 cannon. Can't quite finish that off, though. It's a nice idea from Oxerg. It's just not going to pay off. DragOn kind of sniffed this out, and with the additional cannons in the main base, will be more than safe against this. Has forced a pretty big response from DragOn. There are that's a total of 5 additional cannons, so each one of those is a gateway that could have been and isn't. Now we'll have maybe a chance of shaving off some more economy by coming near these mutants and killing some probes.
Yeah, I mean, those were anti-muta cannons. You know, it's no way he was preparing for a ling drop there, but OctZerg going in for another dive here with just mutas. Looks like not even... Okay, that's 6 mutas. It was 7, did lose 1. But OctZerg here, he's going to have to make a decision. I mean, he's still mining 2 guys. He's making a 3rd guy, so at this point, he's got to be all in air. Maybe he's got the +1 carapace going as well, but it's tough when you also spend 200 gas on dropship upgrade too, which is insane to me.
Yeah, that's like 2 whole Mutalisks you spent on that drop upgrade alone, and you didn't even kill the cannon. There's even a Dark Templar that I don't think... Oh, did you notice? I think, did he notice that Dark Templar shimmer or something? Because he suddenly turned around his Mutalisks. I think he saw it. This is kind of crazy. What a scout from Oxerg to notice that. That's a big deal. This Dark Templar could have done so much damage, but now he's going to be able to intercept it. There is nothing to block the 3rd damage from occurring, though, so might have to pop an Overlord out there very soon, or we could be seeing some fireworks.
Yeah, there's no Overlord in sight. If that egg is an Overlord, looks like DragOn might... No, he's going to go for the drone here.
He's going to get minimum of 4 drone kills here if he doesn't pull away this mineral. Okay, we'll get 1 drone away maybe from this Dark Templar, but killing 3 drones is a pretty big deal when you've got this few drones right now, Jiraiya. There's hardly any drones on the map. He's so low economy, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that he does have going for him, +1 carapace did just kick in, so he did indeed punch that at a reasonable timing. But all the while, DragOn's been making Corsairs this entire time. He's even got an Archon, so as far as anti-muta, he's starting to beef up here.
Yeah. I mean, with the Sonic Shockwave of that Archon does so much damage to the mutas, so it's a great point defense to work with. He could go for an attack here very quickly. He's got a few Zealots already been banking up, so now is a perfect time to send out this little hit squad and put some pressure onto Oxerg. He's going to have to rely on sunken formations to have any chance at holding this, and then also target firing the Archon with the sunken. He's going to try and get an intercept on those Corsairs with his Scourge. Doesn't quite find connections with the Archon to deny those Scourge, but it doesn't really matter. He's not done enough damage to those. He does kill the Archon though. Like, honestly, like this attack could not fall flat on his face if he can keep zoning out the Corsairs with the Scourge while the Mutas do a little cleanup on R5, but there's so many Zealots here, he's going to have to abandon ship at least temporarily.
Yeah, Oct is on so little hatcheries. His larvae are all spinning now, but he just is not in the strongest position. He only has mutas, no lings, no anything else, and so with these handful of Zealots being spread out, it's forcing Oct to have to allocate his units, and now he's really just mining on 2 bases. This is a lot of harassment from DragOn. DragOn playing this beautifully, biding time. You got to think he's going to beefing up that Corsair count. He did, I think, retain at least 5 of them after that little skirmish. So,
well,
yeah.
If somehow Oxerg had lost less drones there, that actually wouldn't have been too bad for him. He did clear up all those Zealots, quite a few of the Corsairs, and killed that Archon. If he could have somehow kept his drones alive during all this, he would be in actually a pretty good position. He just took too much damage. He couldn't keep up. Yeah, he couldn't keep up with the task switching of those 2 Zealots doing a run by into the main. Now even getting a little bit of damage in this natural expansion and forcing some lost mining time. We'll be able to fix his mineral smoothing at long last, but the damage is already done. Oxerg is on the back foot right now. well, there's another force that's being set up for in round 2, and there's so much more punch in this. There's 2 Archons this time, and almost twice the Zealots.
Wow. Yeah, Dragons is playing this beautifully. Just a machine with his macro. Now, that's a lot of mutas, but that's a lot of firepower from Protoss, too.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. He's going to need some flex tape. He has got a lot of Mutalist trying to get good surrounds. He's trying to avoid the splash damage of the neutron flares and the sonic shockwaves and try and focus down these splash units as best as he can. I just don't think it's going to be enough, though. I think DragOn has done it. He's killed that 3rd base. OctZerg's going to tap out, and DragOn is going to be securing a quick 1-0 lead in this series.
Well, June, you called it. Blue chip Protoss for a reason. My God, that was impressive. That was impressive. The scout was just amazing. The decision to send that secondary probe. I don't know if that's standard or not, but
You should.
when you lose your first probe, it just feels like crap. And then you send another one out, and then you hit the money with the scout.
Right.
Making the 3 cannons and still being able to pop out all those leg units. I mean, that was beautifully done there by DragOn. Impressive.
Yeah, it's really good optimizations from DragOn to squeeze out that many ground units while having to be forced to make that many cannons in response to the scouting information. Really impressive stuff from him. I don't think Oxerg is going to be able to go the distance in this series. I have a feeling this is going to be a very quick 2-0 from DragOn.
You think in another reality, had OctZerg, I don't know if his larva can support it, but is there some optimal, some other reality where if he just made more lings and maybe got like, I don't know, 15 lings and maybe the 5-6 mutas that he had, is there a reality where he can break the main? Because I love the idea.
The idea was cute, but what he would have been better off doing is if he faked the 2-hatch muta and gone 4-hatch Hydra. So like he should have gone like 4 muta, 1 Scourge, put some pressure on, make it look like he's playing aggressive, but really there's 2 additional hatcheries behind that and a Hydra den. He's going to come in and cannon bust you and before Storm's ready. That's what he should have done.
Right. And that goes against his grain or his brand of play where he loves to be aggressive. He loves to do these kind of, styles, which I love too. But, oh, man, I wish he had more than 6 lings.
Well, I mean, anything can happen. I think we just got a ban on Death Valley, but we will be seeing that map tonight because that is going to be in the winners match, I believe. So we will be seeing some Death Valley tonight, regardless of the bans.
Nice. Yeah, that's a tough map. I know most people ban that map for many reasons.
Rightfully so. It's a crazy map. It's so hard to play a game on that. Like, you have to be aggressive to some degree on that map to even control the game state, and to know what to do exactly is almost impossible with the possible range of play that either side could go for.
Right. So it looks like they're going to be playing Polestar.
Yeah. It's a very strong macro map. I like this map.
4-player map. I like this map as well.
It's going to be a lot harder to do something cheesy on Polestar. It's really not ideal for OctZerg here. This is definitely favoring DragOn. I'm a little bit worried for our Macedonian bowler.
Well, he's going to have to bring a bigger ball to this one.
2 of them. We're just waiting on confirmation from Oxerg just to make sure both players are definitely ready in the seat. Look at that map, though. It's just so huge. So many expansions and a natural third that's easy to take and a gas expansion as well. Crazy.
Yep.
Both players are ready, though. We're going to be jumping right into game number 2 on Polestar. All right, spawning in the bottom right is the blue Protoss. Currently 1-0 up. It's DragOn. And his opponent, he's going to have to dig deep, grow some bigger balls. It's Oxerg in the top left. What's your predictions for this one, Jirai? Is it going to be a quick 2-0 from DragOn like I suspect, or are you going to do a little bit devil's advocate and try and be like, you know what, there's a way of making this work?
It's a clash of 2, different styles, right? Like you have your aggressive guy in Bojan in OctZerg, and then you have sort of your blue chip, just smart, tactical. It's always going to make the best top 3 decision kind of player, and that's DragOn. And so, is OctZerg going to be able to win with his style, or is he capable of playing in the same style that DragOn is more accustomed to, or the type of game that he wants to play? I want to see OctZerg get away from his aggression and play a more macro style. This is a cross-map situation on a 4-player map. I want to see OctZerg maybe play some mind games and maybe do what you said in game 1, where instead of going all in, let's make some drones, let's make some hatcheries, let's play macro. And I think OctZerg is capable. He's a very strong player. He's an old schooler, just like DragOn here. And I don't want to count him out, but I think in this situation, on this map, in these spawns, I want to see him go macro here. And I think he has a shot if he does so.
Well, he's already lined up to do that. He's got a very quick hatchery. Didn't have to make that pull first this time around. So yeah, this is a good start to that. We see, though, a very quick cannon rush coming out of DragOn. He has to get 2 drones behind this mineral line to stop this. He can also block with a pylon between these while waiting for that forge to finish. Could be a little bit problematic. It's so hard.
You gotta do the gas.
Yeah, he's got to do something because it's so hard to get the drones. If he gets 1, he just needs 1 more. He's actually targeting the pylon by accident. That's a bit of a mistake there from OctZerg. He has to abandon, quickly make the gas to get the HP back on that drone and recycle. DragOn going to be slipping the probe out and remaking an additional cannon. 2 drones making their way downtown behind that. Going to be able to take the first probe out at least. Can they get the second? Either way, this cannon rush is somewhat successful already.
Yeah, 4 drones already being forced to do something, not mining minerals. I think he's looking to defend with Sunkens here, and DragOn has another probe here to disrupt that. How many Sunkens are needed? 2?
Yeah, you might need to make 2 to outrange this. Yeah, well, you can't just make, if he makes it in the fate. Oh no, this is rough. This is rough. He can't get the second creep colony down in time. I don't think this is going to be good enough. I think OctZerg's bungled this just a little bit. He's going to try and outrange it with this second creep colony, but I don't think this is going to be good enough from him.
Does manage to kill the probe, but yeah, I mean, 2 cannons are up right in your face.
Just a little slow, like he took some time getting these 2 creeps set up, and he's trying to buy a little bit of time with these lings soaking up some damage. That hatchery is already so low. He got the target fire. Needs to keep manually targeting this second sunken before the pylon dies. He's not quite getting every single shot that he needs on those cannons, though, as you can see, and the hatchery will fall, Jiraiya.
Wow. Somehow. Okay, the cannons aren't in reach. What's crazy is the bottom sunken was ranging the cannon until the hatchery died.
You can manually target it with the
Okay, so he wasn't manually got it.
Right. He has to
I have seen some anomalous situations where even if you manually try it, the sunken can't reach. But if a building is still alive and has the vision, the sunken can reach. I've seen anomalies like that. I don't remember where, but I thought maybe we just saw that there, but maybe it did reach. I don't know. But either way, this is a tough spot for OctZerg. He doesn't have a second hatchery. He's got all these drones. Bojan, come on, man. Come on, man.
Maybe there's a way of making this work, but he's already lost a lot of economy by losing that hatchery. He's going to have to dig deep to make this work, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, but we'll at least see a game, right? He's got 2 hatcheries on the way. He'll go back up to a 3-base economy relatively soon. He's not technically dead, but he's extremely disadvantaged going forward.
Yeah, and man, I mean, I get Stork flashbacks. I mean, Stork has, when I caught him in ladder twice, he's cannon rushed me both times, and I like to open like 12 hatch or whatever, but against these higher level Protosses that go forge first, it's like offensive and defensive. It's like they can make a cannon if you go 5 pull or 9 pull, or they could just make a pylon or 2 and cannons in your net because you go 12 hatch trying to play a macro game. It's so deadly playing against these Protosses, where if you're not versatile to like the upper degree of like all these things, then you're just not going to be able to survive. So I hope OctZerg can finesse his way out of this, but I've been in this spot before and I played it out, and again, just bad memories about Stork.
Well, when you go hatch first, you got to keep a drone in your natural behind the mineral line to kind of preemptively block this from happening in the first place, and he just didn't like dot his I's and cross his T's enough in that early build order, and unfortunately DragOn made him pay the price. even without like that much of an aggressive build. So a little bit problematic. He's going to be getting a 4th hatchery very quickly though, but that's spotted by Dragon. So everything is visible. He's going to be lining himself up nicely this game, is Dragon, and optimize his build accordingly. He's got 2 Zealots making their way out towards this 3rd base location. He knows with the 2 Sunkens and the natural, there's nothing can get done there. But if he can just drag these slings away by making them chase the scouting probe, these 2 Zealots could do a lot of damage at this 3rd.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Zero, really good job pointing that out. I mean, once Dragon sees that 4th hatchery from just the probe's vision, he knows that there's nothing that OctZerg can really do against DTs, as far as like, you know, because there's no layer, right? I'm pretty sure as Dragon, you see the 4th hatch, it's like, oh, you don't want to make a layer? It's like, okay.
He's just now starting layer almost 7 minutes into the game. It's painful, Jiraiya. This is absolute pain we've got here. Maybe he can get good round on these Zealots, though. It is still possible to make this work, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like Dragon is doing just the bare minimal prerequisite micro necessary to get some good trades going, force more lanes to be made, and that means you're not making drones. And that's going to be a pain in his ass for sure. Like, I don't know how he's going to deal with the harassment from the Corsair, killing Overlord slowly but surely, while also some Zealots pressuring your drones in the 3rd. He's got to make Hydras to deal with the Corsair and some Zerglings and additional Hydras to deal with these Zealots. He just can't juggle all of this.
Right. I like the idea of punching those hatcheries, but to your point, it's like to do that plus trying to tech up to the layer, it just leaves you so thin. Even against, you know, 3 Zealots and just 1 Corsair.
Right. He's not even mining at his 3rd base as a result of all this. And that Corsair is still going to be sharking around, looking for additional Overlords when these Hydras come out to resecure that 3rd.
Does he have a timing, though? Does he have a timing? We have Hydra speed. Well, maybe OB speed is on the way.
He does have a pre-storm timing because the Templar Archives has only just recently begun. Now, if he can... But the problem is that he's losing this Overlord to a Corsair. He needs to keep this Overlord alive, otherwise we can just make a Dark Templar to keep these Hydras at bay. So there's only really pressure on Dragon if there's an Overlord here to escort these Hydras. So I imagine as soon as the Archives is finished, if there was enough Hydras, we would be seeing a DT response.
Yeah, and here comes Dragon with his speed Zealots. Not a ton of them, but enough to be able to thwart off this also small Hydra force. Now, that's 7 Hydras. Maybe Speed OB's on the way, but that's a lot of Corsair too. Actually, Spider's on the way as well. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to necessarily pull the trigger on this timing. Maybe he doesn't realize just how slow the Archives is. But as a result, I don't think he's going to maybe be able to kill Dragon here. We even see some additional Overlords start to go down. He's got to run back into the main to deal with this. He has got a Spire on the way, but not quite finished up, so we can't just make some Scourge to ward these away, which is the most nightmarish thing. And that means that all these Hydras are like basically pinned down inside the base. There's some Zerglings that are about to clash with the Zealots, so he sees just how close these Zealots are to his 3rd base. He knows he's gonna have to keep the majority of his units there as well now, so he can't even think about an attack for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, scrounging up all of his ground forces in this location and still being pushed back. Supply counts right now, real tough spot here for Oxerg. He's going to have to defend, I would imagine, like 3 or 4 of these. And even still, by then, Dragon's probably on 3 bases too.
Right, and
it's a tough spot.
He's lost his timing now as well. Like, we've got 4 Templars with Storm just finished now, so there is no timing to do anything. The Oxerg has to take this game long to win now, and that's going to be extremely difficult to do. There's not going to be enough units to deny a 3rd out from Dragon. He's going to attempt to soft contain here, maybe see if he can pick off some of the wall, but that means a lot of the Overlords are going to be going down back at home as a result of being aggressive like this. He thinks that maybe there's a way of getting some compensation by killing the gateway and limiting the production of the Protoss player, but it's not going to be enough. He just lost 5 Hydras to a Storm as well. He's barely got any Hydras out on the map. Oxerg falling apart a little bit here, not able to keep up with Dragon in this series, and I think this is going to be a 2-0 victory for Dragon by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim here. But Bojan, being the warrior that he is, he's not going to stop until he's got nothing left.
All the bowls have been bowled.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know if the guys on those side railings are going to save him. This is just a rough spot here for Octi. He's transitioning into mutas. He will win the air fight.
Though. Yeah, he's catching all the Corsairs, and we'll be able to chase the last one down if it did try and run away. That at least buys him time, because he can't just come out with these Zealots for free. Like, those Mutalisks will eventually clear those up. So now there's a tiny window of having a little bit of map control here. Maybe if he gets a higher count of Mutalisks, he can also eventually start sniping these High Templars before they can even engage. That would be one of his win conditions. But I feel like he needs to get some probe damage. He's coming into natural expansion now to see if he can get a few of these probe kills. There is currently no anti-air besides these storms, so maybe OctZerg can round up. Oh, careful, stay out of the way of those storms. If he can somehow rack up a lot of probe kills here and avoid the storms, it's actually pretty good.
Yes, this is exactly what Oxerg needed. I mean, DragOn's going to be able to get these goons in position, but at least he's killing probes, doing something. You got to imagine he's got to do more than just that, but I like the idea. How many Zealots is this? Okay, that's not the entire Zealot force.
Yeah, he's got to run. This is actually really good for Oxerg. If he can somehow chase these down and get a lot of damage onto these, that might actually put him back into the game just barely. He's not going to have an easy time of it, but he's definitely starting to find a trail in the woods to get out of it. He might be able to still make it. As long as he can like keep making plays like this, he's actually being pretty okay. He just needs to get to this third base and maybe shut that down a little bit. I don't know if the cannons. Oh, the cannon. Only one cannon's finished there. He could pounce on that. Get this taken out. This will actually be a nice little condition here. Now this will force a response out of DragOn, and potentially we could snipe some probes. We could snipe some High Templars. This could be a good win condition for OctZerg here. Well, that's so much damage though. So much Mutalisk went down just now. I mean, his win condition just kind of evaporated to that Psionic Storm. It's a pretty good spell, I guess.
Yeah, just took way too much damage there. Really good idea, but you got to think he needed to kill all those probes just to yeah, I hate to see my boy in this position. He's fighting. He's got his back against the wall, but he's still throwing punches. Here he goes, another dive in. Heavy commitment on the Mutas. Doing a good job popping these probes. He's got to kill all of them. He's got to kill all.
Ooh, he's running back into the storm again, but he has killed so many of these probes. DragOn is going to have to keep these Nexi spinning 24/7 to replenish those. There is enough Dragoons to bodyguard the High Templars, so no further damage will be made, but that's given a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of oxygen to Oxerg over here to macro up somewhat of a standing army to fight with. We've now got a reasonable amount of a Hydralisk built. Not quite enough to, win this game, but maybe he can still stay in the game a little bit. He's got like 2 control groups of Hydras he can skirmish back with. He just needs to try and buy some time before we get like 2 control groups of Dragoons, because then DragOn's just going to walk over him. We might even just see that now. He's doing a frontal engagement with DragOn. There's so much Storm available to him. He's going to do some perfect Storm dodging to have any chance at winning these engagements. Not such a good Storm dodge at the bottom flank, and now the Hydras have all been eviscerated. Now in hot retreat back to the rally point. There is not much left for Oxerg. If DragOn sniffs this out, he might just push for the win right now.
Yeah, Oxerg putting his stand down now. He's gonna need a couple more cycles to contest this. That's a lot of goons now. And those Zealots in.
Goons.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, no Zealots, but doesn't need them. That's just too many goons. Probably 1-1 at least for DragOn here.
Right. Yeah, they're like siege tanks in this matchup. Once they get on top of your rally point, they don't even have to push in and kill the sun, because they can just snipe off the hatcheries and limit your production. He's got enough, though, where he can just push in and take out all of the static defense of Oxerg. Maybe even get the cancel on the upgrade on the Evo chamber. He's got to pull drones. There's just no way of holding off this amount of Protoss. He's going to tap out, and as expected, DragOn with the quick 2-0 lead going through to the winners match already.
Yeah, well done there from DragOn. Again, another stellar performance from him. Just so solid. I don't see weaknesses here, June. I don't see any exploits from what OctZerg could have done. I mean, there were maybe some pockets, but they were, rare and far in between in this series. Just real tough. Real tough.
Yeah, seems like there's a little bit of issues with the lag in these games. But it is what it is. You can't always have the most lowest of latency when you're dealing with people from all over the world trying to come together and play one another, especially when you've got observers, having like 3 routing IPs to worry about. It's just not so good in StarCraft. It is what it is, though.
Right. Well, congratulations there to Dragon for taking the first series against OctZerg. So OctZerg's not out just yet. He's gonna have to wait here. But Dragon will take the first one.
Yeah, yeah. And that did go how I expected it, but Oxerg has a much stronger chance, in that losers matchup against someone like Artosis or something. I think he does struggle against Protoss a lot with his cheesy style. I think he's got a lot
Yeah.
more chance against a Terran player. The only problem is Artosis is pretty solid. He's not going to be so easily forward, and he's going to be very prepared to just sit back and turtle to his heart's content against the aggressive Macedonian here. But it looks like we're going to be going for a short break, or we got both players ready to keep this rolling? Okay. Yeah, we are going to be having a little bit of a short break here to make sure these players have got enough time to get ready. But coming up, guys, it's going to be Artosis versus Doodle.
Ooh-wee.
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you had enough time to get the water, snacks, or whatever it is you needed to do, because we're going to be jumping right into this next series in a few moments here. How excited are you, Jiraiya, for this series? It's going to be Artosis versus Doodle.
Dude, I am so excited. I don't know much about Doodle, but I know Artie, and apparently this is his first time participating in the
Yeah,
online BSL Pro League. He's
it is.
qualified before, but this is his first time participating in it. So I know a lot of people are excited. I am included in that group, and I'm hoping to see a very competitive game. I know Doodle is a great player. I know this is a good matchup for him. But Artie's been grinding, and his TVP has been really good too. So I'm excited to see high level play. And honestly, I
Yeah.
have no idea who this is going to go to. So it's hard for me to make a call. But I'm looking forward to a very competitive game here. I'm very excited.
Oh, me too. I do think that Artosis is going to have a lot more fight back than Oxerg against DragOn. He's a very solid tournament player when all is said and done. He doesn't really play super serious on his streams, kind of, a bit meme on his streams, really. He plays a lot more slower so that his viewers can kind of, see what he's doing. One of the problems of being a streamer on StarCraft is you're moving around the screen too fast, gives like your more casual viewers some motion sickness and make it not necessarily the most pleasant viewing experience. So he does play a little bit slower when streaming so that he can engage with his stream more and kind of be a bit more chill for the viewing experience. But when it does come down to tournament play, his ego is a lot more in check and he's just all about the solid play.
Yeah, I mean it's being represented there in the stat line. 19 total games, 12 wins, 7 losses. So obviously he's winning in tournament formats, and and that's pretty impressive. So
yeah.
Doodle also 16 games, 9 wins, 7 losses. So he's got experience too. Do we have the matchup? Versus P, Artosis is 78%, and against T, Doodle is 100%. So
yeah.
with that sampling, again, only 19 and 16 games respectively, but both players are pretty good in this matchup. That's what that tells me, at least.
Right, yeah, and I have seen Doodle's additional stats. He is a lot better against Terran than those small number of statistics would indicate. It's a very small sample size, but he is pretty favorited in that versus Terran matchup compared to his other two. He is pretty solid at it. I think both players are ready, so it's not going to be long before we're already jumping into game number 1 on Metropolis. Let's get a quick glimpse at that map now. As you can see, though, the statistics do kind of favor Terran just a little bit. That might help Artosis get a bit of a tempo win in game number 1. Let's jump into it, guys.
Let's go.
Okay, we got spawning in the top left as the red Protoss is Doodle with some nerves already, messing up his split, actually. And his opponent in the bottom left as the blue Terran, the man, the myth, the legend, is Artosis.
Yeah, already going with the more studious look with the background. Looks like he's in a library. Looks like there's a lot of books. Looks like he can definitely read and
he plays
reads
Terran,
a lot
he
of
can
books. Read. Oh yeah,
there's a lot of build orders you have to be able to read as Terran.
The one comment I'll make about about Doodle is I didn't know what to expect, but with a name like Doodle, it reminds me of a poodle.
Yes.
And so I thought maybe he was going to look fluffy, he was going to look, friendly or whatever, cute, whatever words you want to use. But then his picture is kind of menacing. He's almost got this and he looks kind of, built too. So didn't expect that. But yeah, very excited to see here what these guys do. But Artie looks like he's bringing it with the books.
He looks a teeny tiny bit like Killer, I think, but I'd have to, really
Killer,
check that. Yeah, he looks a little bit like Killer, I would say.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, so we'll
see if he brings the.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say we'll see if he brings the killer instinct here.
He's gonna need it. He's gonna need it. Already having some jitters right away with that slightly awkward split. Now the question is Artosis going to be throwing out a very quick gas at 12 here? It looks like he will be. Doesn't want to go for a bunker expand or anything a bit slower. Wants to instead just play a more middle of the road build order, which is very solid to go for in game number 1. You don't necessarily want to do anything too crazy in game number 1 and kind of get a feel for your opponent.
Now, Doodle is a Korean player, but he is of Canadian citizenship. So
Right.
he's kind of in between, kind of like me. I'm American, but I'm also Korean.
Nice.
Sporting a 500 APM, just noticed that. Very interesting.
That'll help.
But Artie's also up there in APM as well. But just something to just note as far as latency. So we have Poland as far as zero, the observer, and then we have Korean and a Canadian in Artie here.
Yeah. Three different zones does mean that we're going to be playing on 16 low, but both players seem okay with the latency. Seems pretty good as well from my eyes. So far, it doesn't seem like there's any jitters. You just don't want any like unstable lag where like suddenly it stutters every now and then. You want a consistent latency the entire way through. At least then you can be like a bit of like a fortune teller and like do your execution slightly in advance of when you need to, as long as it's stable lag. But if it's jittery lag, there's no chance of executing what you need to do.
No, especially if you're a tactical Terran like Artie. I know lag is like the worst for all types of players, but specifically tactical players like Artie, lag is just so tough to deal with. 2 facts.
Okay, you don't usually suit 2 facts, so this is kind of interesting. I mean, he has to make sure he doesn't let this probe get in.
Yeah.
The Marines are in position to deny that, luckily, though, so this is kind of crazy. He needs to also fake that he wants to take the expansion, so he's gonna have to push out with these first 3 Marines and kind of screen this initial Dragoon, and 3 Marines is more than enough to volley back this Dragoon. But what he has to do is keep this Dragoon seriously far away from checking that there's no command center.
He's showing the SDV. Artie, the god. I love it.
Mind gaming. Yeah, he's making it like he wants to expand right now. The Dragoon will come back to check. That's why he wants to shave off as much shield as possible, so the Dragoon is less cocky about coming back to check for the actual timing of this command center. Vulture now will make this exceedingly hard to deal with for Doodle.
Making the bunker.
To be fair, though, this forward bunker should tip off Doodle. Usually, Terrans are only getting that bunker this far out when they're doing something like a 2-fact play.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so I did not see that. I saw that as more of like a positive thing, like Artie's playing, chess, he's playing checkers, but you're saying it's more checkers than chess. So very interesting. Double add-on here.
It could be. It depends on how much attention Doodle's paying. He might be a little bit, awkward with his execution, not paying enough attention and thinking straight. Like it might not actually go through his brain that this is a 2-fact still.
Right. I mean, he does have that Nexus on the way. It looks like he's only got 1 gateway. I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, it is. It is 1 gateway. This is the common meta for Protoss players to get their Robo a little bit quicker on just 1 single gateway, which means they're very susceptible to these early timing attacks like a 3-tank push or a strong FD.
Yeah, I'm loving this spot for Artie. Absolutely so smart decision making here. I think he really thought about this prior to playing the game 1. I mean, Protoss is spawned right above you. That's very close as far as vicinity from where your factories are. So playing a 2-fact against this open, and again, I think that bunker is read as he's playing safe. I'm gonna send my goons back. I'm gonna keep this Nexus. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Artie, he might be able to find an opening here.
It's very
with this
possible.
2-fact.
And it is going to be an observer first before the support base. There's not going to be any Reaver for a very long time, so he's going to have to hold this off with just like 5 or so Dragoons and try and get some good double shot volleys on these tanks and start nuking them down as they start to push. The micro will have to be on point for Doodle, but there is a very razor thin timing attack window for RT to exploit. He has to also execute well with this attack and get right on top of these Dragoons and don't allow them to like regroup and shut down the tanks.
Yeah, Vulture does go down, but did plant the mines before going down, so that sort of served their purpose. That's a lot of tanks, though. Doodle, if he wants to be a pro leaguer or round of 16 pro league Protoss level, he's going to have to show his micro here, and he's making that 3rd gateway. He's going to need gateways. But this timing is going to be real tough to deal with from Doodle.
The goons being split like this is really bad. These 2 Dragoons on the right-hand side are going to be isolated
only 2.
so easily. He can't get them back to safety. He's trying now, but RT will get at least 1 of these Dragoons before he can retreat. There's only 5 Dragoons left remaining. He's going to start laying mines in the wake of those. Artosis is putting down the gas pedal all the way. Picks off that additional free Dragoon. Artosis is making it work thus far. Starting to put pressure on, even putting a bunker at the front as well. There is an observer here to help scan for those mines, and so he can clear those out, but it doesn't matter. There's not enough meat in his army to do that. Look at this. As long as Artosis doesn't get mind dragged or anything, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, even planting that bunker. That's got to be siege mode on the way. I gotta think.
Yeah, it's a little bit behind the schedule, but it'll be finished just now. It should be.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes, sieging up. There's the Observer, seeing that there's no CC in play. Now,
This is
Doodle
crazy.
did save all of his probes. He's supply blocked right now. This is looking real grim for him. He's got 3 gateways, no shuttle. Artie's gonna kill this Nexus, right? He's gonna take this off the map.
Right. Yeah, but it's not like when they just, do a strong FD push and against a 12 Nexus and you can just evacuate the natural and be safe because you've got a higher probe count. There's a lot more meat to this Terran army to keep the pressure on. There's a lot more pressure on Doodle to do something about this. Artosis can start making turrets soon. And once the turrets go up, there is no way you're breaking out of this contain. So Doodle might feel pressured to make something happen right now, but there's not really a lot he can do. He's going to try and come down the ramp though. Oh, the tanks are very far forward. Maybe he can get on top of those. Here come the vultures though to screen those out and start laying down some mines. Some zealots do get on top of those tanks, but Artie targets down with the fragmentation grenades of the Artosis. This is good for Artosis, Jiraiya.
Oh man, that was beautiful. I think he only lost 1 vulture from that entire attempt from Doodle. Doodle reset here, lost his shuttle, lost his 4 zealots, getting his goon count back up, but he's gonna have to make another shuttle, and it's like gonna take so much time for him to push again. At that point, Artie's gonna even fortify. He's gonna fortify this position even more. Doodle though, gonna take another stab at this. Kind of like it.
It's a good idea, trying to get down on top of these tanks. He will get at least the 2 tanks at the top. 1 good mine connection on those bottom 2 Dragoons. 1 does fall. There's 5 Dragoons remaining. He can get double shot down some of these tanks with good target firing. He's splitting his focus, though. That means the tanks will get off a couple of extra shots, but he actually does shut down the tanks. There's 2 reinforcing tanks at the bunker location to maintain the contain, but there is a shuttle and 4 zealots available for Doodle, so he will be able to break out of this now, just barely.
Oh, man. Those goons are so weak, though. They're all on their their normal health. Wow, great job there from Doodle, taking out the tanks. Bunker now in threat. There are 4 Marines in there though. Speed upgrade done for the vultures. Going in, the Marines identifying that these Dragoons are weak. He's gonna go in here. If he can just hold this line and prevent his ability to take the second base, it's gonna be a good spot for Artie.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't actually built a command center yet, though, has Artie, so he's not necessarily going to be leagues ahead of Doodle. This game will go on. It will be kind of an even game state. Artosis maybe a small favorite, but it's hard to say with the mobility of those shuttles and Reavers. A lot of damage could come down to Artosis in a few moments here, and Nexus will be starting before the command center, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it from Artie. Would have liked to see more done there, but this kind of, I guess this kind of makes things more 50-50, would you say? I mean, I guess it all depends on how much damage is done with this shuttle.
Yeah, it's all down to what happens now with this shuttle. He's got a great screening of the 2 turrets in the main base. Doodle's going to have to thread the needle and go around these 2 turrets and then get into the back of the natural. Artosis is expecting that. That's why he's now desperately getting some mines laid there and setting up a turret. It's a very well fortified position from Artosis, so he might be able to weather the storm and not take too much damage, and overall will be ahead of Doodle in the curve of the game. Even though the command center is ever so slightly slower than Nexus, it doesn't matter. That still favors the Terran as long as it's not too far lagging behind. So without any damage done from this initial pressure from Doodle, I actually do really like Artosis' position.
Yeah, and I don't think Doodle's spot is so bad either. I mean, he's gonna get that Nexus up. He still has a lot of probes, so when he transfers, he's gonna be transferring a good amount, more than 12, I would imagine. Taking this 3rd Nexus here makes a lot of sense.
But he will be mined out very quickly in the main base, so he has to get this 3rd online very fast, does Doodle, and hope that he can keep the pressure on. Ooh, taking a few too many long bolt missile shots to that shuttle. It's on weak HP. Reaver's also starting to get shelled a little bit. Needs to be really safe and careful with these 2 Reavers. If he loses them, that's going to be almost game over for him.
Right. Yeah, Artie here just powering up off of 2 bases. I mean, I don't mind the play. Obviously, I think he underestimated how many goons Doodle had, which is why he kind of pushed up this position earlier. But I don't mind this position. He definitely overshot on defense against the Reaver, but the Reaver hasn't been able to do anything, and so that at least pays off from all these turrets. The shuttle hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Doodle is going to get his 3rd base up. The position of that 3rd base, though, that's a cocky 3rd base, if you ask me.
Right. It's very aggressive. Yeah, it means he has to maintain the game state. He can't allow Artosis to trade well and start to counter push. He's going to be in a world of hurt if that occurs, because there's a very easy win condition for Artosis now to just push on this vertical axis and knock out that 9 o'clock base. So Doodle's going to have to be really cautious with these Reavers and slow down any push advancements from Artosis and try and buy as much time for that third base to kick in so he can get his production online and prevent that push from ever being successful.
Right. Already here, advancing to 6 o'clock. I think he can do this, right? He can do this pretty comfortably. There's not like speed deals or
he can.
Like this decision.
He's got some Goliaths as well. Once he gets like 4 Goliaths, he's going to be so safe. Like he can just like two-shot down the shuttle as it comes in. He's going to be feeling really great about this position. He's even got a turret and some mines covering the bottom right of his main base. Pretty much everywhere is sewn up pretty tight for Artosis. The only thing that would have been disastrous is if Doodle went for like double robo mass shuttle or something and just like went past one of those turrets. But I don't think he can even afford to leverage that right now. I think he's just going to be powering up on like 6 gateways, 3 base, and just trying to play as solid as possible. I think that will play into Artosis' hands just a little bit, although it does seem like Artie's production is slightly lagging behind. He's about 40 supply behind Doodle right now. He's going to have to start powering soon off of these 3 bases. We see going up to 5 factories now. That will start to match the gateway count of Doodle, but for the time being, he's a little bit exposed to a potential bulldog from Doodle.
Yeah, I would like to see Artie continue to pump SCVs off of 3 CCs, but definitely doing a good job of preventing Doodle from taking that 12 o'clock 4th base. So when Artie's on 3 and Protoss is on 3, usually 3 to 3 standing is good, but yeah, Artie needs to anticipate this.
This is worrisome for Artosis. A lot of his tanks are spread thinly right now, and most of the rally tanks aren't in good positions. Doodle could just pull the trigger and go and potentially bowl over this entire position. There is an SV train as well.
SCVs though.
So maybe you could use the SCVs to help and body block a little bit. 2 Reavers are here, so that's a lot of splash damage, but they are going to be body blocking a little bit to help buy some precious time for these tanks to get into siege mode behind the lines here. Diving onto the bunker, going to be quickly making short work of that. Now transferring targets onto those siege tanks. A little bit of screening from those SCVs is buying some precious moments for RT, but not enough. There's so much damage that's occurring for Doodle right now. I think this is going to be Doodle's game. I don't think Artosis can hang on here. He's on top of the Terran production line with these Dragoons, and he's going to start killing these SCVs.
Yeah, really ferocious timing here from Doodle. That was, he had speed shuttle there done, double Reaver. Yeah, GG called there from Artosis. He shook his head right before that game. He knew that he had such a good start, and for that one to kind of leave his hands there definitely feels like, Koreans say it all the time, felt like it was a little akkawa, which means, you know, it feels like that one, you know, probably flipped from us a little bit there.
Yeah,
is how I would feel if I was Artosis. But dang, Doodle, really good job of just sort of keeping himself composed. He was sort of back against the wall, and then he found a timing, capitalized on it, and sort of just spread out from there. So hats off to Doodle, you know, showing off his pedigree.
Yeah, you should be feeling great about that. I mean, the 2 factory was pretty successful, and he still managed to transfer that into a very strong win condition. That Bulldog was almost unstoppable with that current game state. Artosis spreading himself a little bit too thinly, like the Roman Empire, then didn't have enough to hang on. He's going to have to figure out how he wants to play from now on, because he's going to have to make a few micro adjustments. He can't just play the same way every single game, and he obviously can't 2 factory every single game. So we'll have to see how he lines up with Doodle with a normal opening. I doubt he'll be going for something like a BBS here, but that's also possible. I imagine though, with Artosis being a pretty solid tournament play, he's going to want to avoid doing anything too cheesy. That was his mostly cheesy game we're going to be seeing for the rest of the night. He's only going to throw out 1 or 2 games like that to keep his opponent guessing, and the rest of the evening is going to be pretty solid play.
Yeah, if I'm Artosis here, I'm not losing confidence from that game. You know, that one, I'm saying to myself, hey, I gave that one to you, but I had you. You know, I'm the one that gave this one away. That's how I'd feel. And yeah, I want to see Artie play this one straight up, because he can definitely play ball with Doodle here. But Doodle definitely showing that he's not going to go down without swinging. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And this is his best matchup, Doodle, that is. So I'm not too surprised to see him able to navigate weird game states like that and manage to pull out a win. Artosis is going to have to play exceedingly solid to get the better of him. Next map is going to be Radiant, which is actually a really strong macro map. Artosis is probably feeling happy about that situation. It's probably one of his most comfortable maps to play on.
Oh, it's not one of those maps where Protoss just needs to stand outside and be in an arc?
Yeah. Well, the third base is really far away for Artosis to take, but once he's got that third base, he's sitting pretty. I think both players are ready, so it won't be long before we jump into it. If you look at the statistics, it's a very balanced map for Terran versus Protoss. Yeah, we are going to be going right into it, guys. Game number 2 between Artosis and Doodle on Radiant. Currently 1-0 up in the bottom right corner. It's Doodle as the blue Protoss. And top left, the man who shouldn't need any introduction, but I'll give him one anyway. It's Artosis as the red Terran.
Already, baby.
What's your predictions? Is Artosis going to tie up this series, or is Doodle going to get the 2-0 smackdown?
This is Radiant, 4-player map, right?
Yeah.
4-player map, cross map situation. Yeah, I want to see Artie bring it with the macro. I want to see a long game. I want to see him hold, and move out with 2-1 timing. I want to see a solid macro game here. You know, I like to see someone make a mistake and the other person capitalize on it, whether it's Artie making the mistake or Doodle. I want to see a big kind of macro kind of oriented game, but I want to see, you know, the game kind of progress into the latter stage. That's what I would like to see here. If he decides to do 2-fact in this spawn position, it's gonna be tougher, right?
He shouldn't 2-fact. He won't 2-fact. I mean, Radiant is the longest rush distance we've got. Cross map, I think it's 38 seconds. Ramp to ramp with a worker, it's really long, guys. One
Might
thing
as well play zero clutter.
Yeah, one thing that Artie's going to have to do as his first skill is somehow avoid the Nexus first cross map. So we'll have to wait and see. I think he's going to be kind of annoyed though, because it is going to be a Nexus first.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. If you know anything about an Artie stream, you know that this is not what Artie likes Protoss is doing
against
his
favorite thing.
No. No, Zero, we have to pan to him when he scouts this. Right now, he has no idea, so this is going to be blissful, happy RD.
Yeah, he senses it's probably coming. He did a little bit of a smirk there. I reckon we're going to be seeing another little smirk when he scouts it as well. Like, yeah, that's about right. Makes sense.
Force. That was the face that RD made.
Oh man. Now is it going to be the 1-gate version, or is he going to make the 2-gate safety version? There's two ways of really going about this as Doodle. He can cut probes to make a second gateway with 2 Zealots and then 2 Dragoons. That would be susceptible to 11 gas still, but Artosis is not that kind of guy. So won't be having any way of really punishing this besides some kind of like really strong FD push with a bunker rush and trying to get the kill on that Nexus. It's just so hard to do cross map. You have to pull the boys and it doesn't always go well.
Yeah, I mean, is there a way to punish this cross map in like the safest way possible?
He would say no. It is going to be the safe variation as well. This is the problem, right? Because they can make 2 gateways and 2 Zealots before their first Dragoons pop out, which makes you a little bit extra safe against any kind of counter that a Terran could throw your way. You can also throw down a pylon and a shield battery in a natural expansion and really double down on your optimization. There it goes. It sounds about right. There's the double thumbs up from Artosis. That's how you win against me. He's well aware.
I feel the pain. We all feel the pain.
It is what it is, Artie, baby. Roll with the punches.
Well, the good news is he knows what it takes to, like, is it impossible to win from here, June?
It's
like,
not impossible. It's just statistically unlikely. The main thing is that he's going to be inside his own head. Like, he's going to be thinking, oh, yeah, now I shouldn't win. And that's the problem. You don't want to be thinking like that when your tournament is just underway and you want to, like, you know, somehow come back from this 1-0 deficit. And now he's kind of got to overcome the mental game as much as the actual execution order of things.
Right. I would imagine as Terran here, the mindset is like, economically, I'm not as good. I'm just not going to be as good, and I'm going to be behind, and I'm just going to have to stretch this game out. I would think that's the way to try to win. Like the path to victory is a long path, I would imagine. Is that the right way to think about it, or are you trying to win the game sooner?
No, you can't win the game soon. It's kind of like how Zerg think a lot of the time. Sometimes you just play from behind and accept it. There's just nothing you can do sometimes. It is what it is.
Yep. Right. So hey, I mean, Artie, this is Pro League. You know, this is the type of situation that you're going to be encountering. You're going to be behind, and so the players that have that grit, have that sort of longer vision, and don't let the statistics work against them. This is what makes champions. So let's see what we can do here, and make the most of it.
You got to have a lot of mental fortitude, basically. As a champion type player, you can't not. I mean, you can sometimes roll the dice and maybe get a little bit lucky. And Mini's a very emotional player, for example. He can definitely get into that final spot in ASL, but doing it consistently without strong emotional fortitude is very difficult indeed. Even catching one of these vultures with his 2 Dragoons before it can lay all of its mines, that's a little bit annoying for Artosis. He wants to have some kind of identifier when this 3rd base is going online for Doodle, and he hasn't yet secured that. That's why we got another force of Terran making its way downtown to that 3rd spot now to try and guarantee getting some scouting information.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Artie's doing here. He knows against this build, the observers are going to be a little bit slower, and so he's getting his mines out. The vulture that he lost earlier already planted the mines, and so the value of that vulture was lower anyways. But these are the types of moves that Artie wants to do, needs to do as far as his path to victory. You want to try to deny it. Now the mine does go down, which now opens up that 3rd base, unfortunately, but Artosis did manage to get the mines out. He's spreading vision for himself. He realizes that, he's behind economically, and so he's going to want to get as much information as he can, spread these mines out, and just try to play into what he needs to do, which is macro up, get units up, get upgrades up, and you probably are going to want to hold, I would think, right? Like hold an attack if there is an attack coming. I don't know.
Well, it's the way to play this. Kind of. It's a bit of both, because you also want to play whack-a-mole with the Protoss being a little bit too greedy. So you need to be active with your vultures out on the map and make sure they don't just get like a 4th base right away. And you sometimes need to have some timings ready to go just in case they get a little bit too greedy. The problem is you're behind that economic curve, so it still is very hard to punish the Protoss greed.
Right. So I guess like a 5-fact 2-base kind of variation. Like if he pushes, you'll kind of have enough to defend, and then if he doesn't push, you kind of have enough to maybe take a 3rd base.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking. And then just have a try and hope for the best, basically. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but that kind of is how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, Protoss is in such a strong position here. He has no reason to go on the other side of the map. He's like, hey, I got what I got. I'm gonna get more of what I want, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. That's what it feels like. Like Protoss is just doing whatever he wants.
He's gonna do whatever he wants, and he's gonna have more of what he would usually. It's very nightmarish to deal with. But maybe RT can still make it happen. I mean, he's definitely capable of that. He just needs to, not let this get into his head too much. Keeps his head screwed on tightly, he can still make this work. He needs to be very careful with every vulture right now. He can't afford to bleed off like 1 or 2 vultures here and there like he has been so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's being active. You got to be active here.
Yeah. He needs to check for this 4th base over and over again, basically. And so far, it's not gone up yet for Doodle, but I mean, we still got some aggression coming our way as Artosis. These should be well enough fortified here, but Doodle's going to go for it anyway. Try and get some dive bombs. Ooh, that mine drag could be very deadly. Does manage to get one of those tanks. Now Dragoon's diving onto this tank, and then natural. Oh, Artosis is in trouble, Jiraiya. If these Dragoons get on top of that ramp, it might be over for our Terran. He does a beautiful drill with those SCVs to deny that run by, though. Does snipe the tank on the high ground with those Dragoons. Gets a pretty good surround on these Dragoons, so we'll be cleaning these up. So Artosis does hold. He's still in the game.
Yeah, I don't know where that timing came from, June. Like we're observing, we're seeing everything, and all of a sudden there was an attack out of nowhere.
That's just Protoss things. It is what it is. They can kind of do what they want. I like this from Artosis, though, just throwing down more and more factories and just go for a third base. This is exactly how he should be playing. I like this from Artosis. This is definitely a potential win for him if he can keep going full steam ahead like this. Doodle did trade off a lot of the tanks, but honestly, like, this kind of plays into Artie's favor as long as he doesn't die. If he can somehow get this third base without dying, he's going to be okay. The problem is he's going to have like 5 or 6 tanks for a long time, and Doodle might smell blood and go for another round 2 in a moment here.
Right. Yeah. That's the tricky part, right? Like, as Terran, how do you know when the next timing is gonna come?
You
like,
don't.
Is it? Yeah.
unless you got perfect scouting information, you see that it's like a fast arbiter play, and it's like, oh, it's going to be a 11:30 stasis or a 30-minute recall. You can sometimes isolate the timings you need to worry about, but generally speaking, you don't know what kind of bulldog this Protoss player is going to pull out of his ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Doodle doing a good job of just kind of clearing the mines where he can. There's no tanks here in the vicinity, and Artosis, I mean, he's making the CC right in that spot. So, you know, this is definitely him just saying, hey, I'm getting my third base, and it's up to you to try to stop me.
I like this from RT, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, in this spot, kind of like last game, he needs to keep making SCVs, right? We got to get this number higher. Yeah, so both CCs bright, you know, shining there. Got to keep macro in here in this spot.
Yeah. Honestly, though, the longer this game goes on, the better it becomes for Artosis. The Protoss player is still on 3 bases. He might be pretty all in. Is Doodle right now. He gets a good scan as well. He sees the 8 gateways. He knows there's no 4th nexus as well. He knows what's coming. He just needs to bunker down and make as many buildings that are blocking, and, you know, put good mine connect. Oh, the mine actually kills the probe. That's annoying for Doodle. That's another 30 seconds to a minute of getting a probe over there to make that 4th base timing. And I'm pretty sure Artie knows what's coming. I'm pretty sure he knows an attack is going to be imminent.
Yeah, and I see what you mean earlier about the map and how, although the third is kind of far, once you get it, it's kind of like, you know, straightforward as far as your defenses. Like, he's definitely heavier on the main, like, meat of where the units can come from, and he's even sealing off the bridge there. So I like this spot. I mean, I want to continue to see that number go up. You know, I don't know if the double armory upgrades are going on for RD just yet. Speed shuttle though from Doodle, we're gonna get aggressive. Doesn't have a ton of PSI. Actually, it does 166.
Oh,
that's a lot of PSI.
I thought you meant Artie. Yeah, Artie's a little bit low.
Doodle's got a lot.
Oh, yeah. Artie's 60 behind. I thought you were talking about him. He needs to have a perfect engagement to make this work. I don't necessarily think this is going to work. I think the Doodle is going to be able to bowl him over. He's actually diving into the main base with these 2 shuttles to draw some of the army back. So the army... This is kind of crazy from Doodle. He's going to go in the front while he's distracted in the main. All the vultures are currently out of position. He might just be able to get a move command on top of these siege tanks. He's on attack move with the Zealots. It's a big mistake from Doodle. He's not getting the best engagement possible, but it's still pretty good. He's going to get all these tanks that are undefended by those vultures. Vultures finally getting the position to deal with those Zealots, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Doodle's just barely got enough threshold of Dragoons here to get on top of these siege tanks and wipe out most of the Terran's forces. I don't know if Artosis... I think he's going to live, but he's traded off a lot of tanks. This is kind of crazy, you know. I think Doodle being on attack move with his Zealots cost him that. I think if his Zealots would have been on move command, he would have been much more better off here. Yeah, I mean, he lost a lot of tanks though. Oh, here comes more. Oh god. Okay. That's a lot of Protoss. I mean, that's still a lot of Protoss to handle. Oh, I don't know if he can deal with this. There's not enough vultures anymore. He's going to do a little bit run by to the 3rd base. There's a few mines here to soak up some of these Zealots, but I don't know if this is good for Artosis. He's going to take some significant damage while the 4th base for Doodle is going on. If he just had a tiny bit more stuff, he'd be holding the line and not taking any damage right now, and RT would be feeling a lot more better about this position. Doodle's just barely breaking through and denying some mining time at that 3rd base. It's still not enough to win the game, but it's enough to disrupt Artosis' macro engine right now and take him a little bit of time to stabilize and get everything back to firing in all cylinders. He's going up to a count of about 7 or 8 factories, which is more than enough to keep up with Doodle. He just has to keep his head screwed on tightly and macro flawlessly. He can win this game still. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting
units were traded. Not a ton of SCVs were killed, and so Artie still has that engine, that capability of punching things out, especially off of 3 bases. And 3 bases against 4 bases, you certainly have a kicker's shot. So I think, yeah, if he can hold on for the next couple of attacks and then find a timing here, a little bit lean on the left side there, June.
Ooh, I mean, it's a very tight choke to attack into. He's getting some repair on these supply depots as well. So he's killing some of Doodle's army for free before he can even engage. He's actually going to tuck tail and run. This is going so far so good for Artosis. A few more botched attacks like that, and RT can maybe start to come out onto the map. He's already thinking about taking this 12 o'clock by making a CC at the rally. It's exactly how we should be playing. This could go well for RT. The problem is he can't come out onto the map just yet. He needs to wait a few more moments, make sure there's enough macro cycles queued up. He's got the prerequisite 140 supply to just not die. Hopefully the Protoss player will make a little bit of a botched attack here and Artosis can go on the offensive. He's diving into that
Doodle is insane.
Ooh, look at these storms in the natural. That's so much SCV losses.
Juicy storms. Yeah. My goodness. I mean, Artie is trying to defend against the shuttle. He's making so many turrets and still manages to find a pocket for him to just land and get almost all the SCVs at the net. That did tremendous damage. This guy Doodle really bringing it. He's really good, like solid. Look at this macro. His ability to multitask, harass, and get bigger at the same time. I mean, this is no slouch kind of Protoss. This is high level Protoss.
Yeah, this is pretty high-level stuff from Doodle, but if you watch Artosis stream, you would know that turrets are not significant in stopping any kind of Protoss air units at all. You can build like 20 of them, and somehow the Arbiter still manages to get inside your base. Ooh, it's a bit of a premature move up from RT, actually. A little bit of a late siege as well. Doodle setting up a pretty good arc and a pretty good flank here. Can get on top of these siege tanks with good target firing on these Dragoons, and a beautiful D-Matrix from Artosis, though he will trade well. Here comes the High Templars, though, getting some massive splash value on all of those clumped-up tanks. This is brutal. Artosis, unfortunately, with that late siege, has all his tanks out of position. They're all clumped up and juicy targets for that splash damage. That Sonic Storm coming in clutch for Doodle and clearing up pretty much the entire tank line.
I gotta say, Artie probably fought that way better because the Protoss units are kind of streaming in a line. But at this point, Protoss is so big that he can probably afford to trade not as efficiently.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Artie, he's spending all of his resources. He's doing everything that he can. But the Protoss has so much steam rolling for him, just kind of going downhill already, blossoming up to 150, 160, soon to be 200 again soon.
Yeah, there's also another shuttle maybe coming into the third base as well for some more additional storm drops. Oh, this is brutal. That's so much damage. You have to pull the SCVs instantly not to lose them. Doesn't do it in time, and unfortunately has lost a massive chunk of his economy now. Luckily, he can transfer from his main base, but his SCV count's going to get lower and lower the longer this game progresses at this rate. He can't even afford to saturate this fourth base. Doodle's on 5 base worth of economy. Have a bit of a vulture run by in the bottom left. There is a probe transfer down here as well. Maybe he can catch these probes. Doodle's actually going to stop these probes because he knows there's vultures down here now. So he's going to be able to escort those to safety. Unfortunately, these vultures were a little bit mistimed in coming down here, so he's not actually going to find anything.
Yeah, I mean, Artie's got the 2-1 upgrades, so, you know, he's got good upgrades. But to your point, he's got no SCVs. He's got to sit. He's got to prioritize making SCVs too. He does have that 4th CC at the 12 o'clock base there. And so he kind of just needs to hang on, but it's going to be tough against what is a maxed out Doodle. Oh,
he's catching the probes with some good target firing. It's actually a pretty big deal, but he's not finding the clicks to actually kill those probes. It is very difficult to click on those units when you're playing a heated game like this. Sometimes your hands do not function in the way you want them to. Sometimes your brain knows what you need to do and your hands just can't muster it. And that's definitely one of those examples. Artosis is not really getting the damage required to put a dent into the Protoss economy. And now Doodle starting to macro up a very powerful army to go for another round or pound with Artosis in a few moments here. The tank lines just look so sparse. I don't think there's going to be enough for RT to handle this. He needs like 140 supply barely to not die. He's not going to trade well as a result of this. Here comes the big floodgates of Zealot streaming forward. There's a few D-Matrix tanks that are maybe going to do some good damage of holding the line, but I don't know. This is just too much Protoss. There's some tanks at the 12 o'clock position he can use to try and reinforce this fortified position.
The rest of the Zealots.
Yeah,
that's the rest of the Zealots, though. If he sieges up, this is the defense here.
I think he's going to survive, yeah, with those 4 tanks on the high ground at the 12 o'clock. He is going to hold on, but it's, I don't know,
No,
man.
June, that wasn't bad. That wasn't horrible
It
for
wasn't horrible,
Artie.
but the Protoss player is going to keep growing. We see another 2 bases come out from Doodle, the natural third in the top right and the natural in the bottom left. Artosis has to grow while applying pressure. He's not able to apply any pressure currently. He's just trying to grow, but he's also playing catch up because he's been so far behind in a deficit of workers. Finally, though, after that trade, he's in the best spot all game long potentially. So maybe there's a way of making this work for Artosis.
That's the crazy. Yeah, exactly. I think you just hit it right on the head. Like, this is the best spot Artie's been all game, and he's still in this spot. But honestly, he's been doing really good defending, where, you know, because he's been losing his SCVs, like, the game is just gonna have to go longer because he's gonna have to replenish those SCVs, and so
oh no,
there's another drop. Doodle.
12. Oh, it's a Reaver this time.
Relentless with this pressure. Relentless.
Yeah, he's going to save these SCVs, though, which is a pretty big deal. Like, the fact that this wasn't just a storm drop that killed everything is actually a little bit of a favor for Artosis.
2-2. 2-2.
Easily dispatched, and 2-2 upgrades for that Terran army as well. Maybe he can outscale Doodle if those 3-3 is finishing up soon. He's going to have to play the long game, like you say, but that also gives some oxygen for Doodle to power up even more. He's going to keep double expanding like this and setting up additional gateways and ramping up his own production capabilities. He's going to keep the pressure on Artosis. If Artosis can somehow weather the storm and keep chugging along like this, eventually he will turn the tide and go back to punching against Doodle. But for the time being, he's still on defense. Here comes another small contingency trying to break through into the natural third. Oh, the High Templar will die to the mines this time, so no storm on the SCVs. That's actually a big win for Artosis.
Hey, so I think he needs to do this maybe 4 or 5 more times, remove the right side base, and then take the right side. Yeah, but, you know, his path to victory is a long one. But he needs to keep doing this. So far, he's doing a great job. His money is low, but this is what you want to do. It's 142 against 174, which is better than 20 against 200, which is where he was like 2 minutes ago.
Well, there's no arbiters to worry about. So there's no recalls right now. So all he needs to do is split the map in half and eventually knock out this base in the top right. And then we got a much more playable game state on our hands for the Terran. And he can take it to a super late game.
Dude, Artie is really good in these spots where he plays split map. Now, it's not a high velocity pace, but it's like a boa constrictor, like chokes you. And I can see it where now Doodle is real smart with it. Look at him going on the left side here, doing exactly what Artie doesn't want. He doesn't want to go on this side.
Yeah. He's going to have a little bit of time to respond with this wall on this ramp, but for the time being, Doodle will get in here and do some damage and maybe clear out some of these tanks as well. Artosis is on the offensive right now, trying to knock out this base, at least leave a vulture there maybe to clear out all those pros, but it doesn't matter. Right now, he just needs to retreat and get some reinforcements over it. Oh, those mine connections taking out some SCVs as well as some of these additional tanks that have just come down from the rally point. Right now, Artosis infrastructure is a little bit exposed on this western flank. He needs to pull back some of his army to cover that rally point so we can get more and more units back out onto the map again.
Yeah, really good decision making here from Doodle. Now, if Artie can envelope on this army, oh, no way. Is he going to save this Nexus?
I think so, yeah. He should have left a vulture over here to clear up all those probes. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, Doodle just playing this really, really well. Definitely winning the multitasking game right now. He's definitely doing a better job of making decisions and doing multiple decisions at the same time. Now here comes Artie. He's got a very powerful army here, and he does have this army in the 9 o'clock position kind of trapped in this little side here. And Artie needs the space. He's only got 1 base mining, and but there is a CC. So if he can quickly clean this up, he'll get back to 2 bases mining, which I think is all he really needs to have the resources to get back to 200 to even have another shot. But he's got to clean this up ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to get some good trades here. His tanks are a little bit clumped up on the right. Maybe he can get some storms over there, but he's also losing some tanks on this southern flank. I don't know, man. He needs to trade a lot more efficiently than this. The longer the game goes on, the worse it will be if he can't trade at least a 40% cost efficiency for Doodle. Like, Doodle right now, that's another storm drop at 12. It's so painful. Yeah, Doodle only needs like a 40% efficiency rating on these trades to even maintain the game state. He doesn't need to do anything crazy right now. He just needs to keep throwing units at these tank lines and seeing what sticks. And so far, Artosis had a really rough time of getting 2 mining bases operational. You can see there the 12 isn't even mining. He's only just now resecuring this natural third. It's been a long time coming for him to restabilize, and might be now too long has passed for him to seek out a win condition. Doodle was going to take more and more of this map. I don't know. I think the win condition we were identifying before is kind of slipping through Artosis' fingers.
Yeah, the money just isn't coming in the way that it needs to. Doodle just so persistent with these drops. My goodness. I mean, he's been nonstop with these drops this game. And quite frankly, the last game too, just really good with constantly threatening the SCV lines, whether it's this base or that base or the other base. He is just so aggressive with these harassments that it just makes it so hard when you're Terran trying to do all these different things, and then you're also having to, look at defending and moving your SCVs and all that. It just becomes very chaotic. But Doodle doing a really good job, man. Really impressive stuff. Maybe he's always like this. I don't know, but I'm newer to Doodle, and he's very impressive stuff from him in this series.
He's a really solid player overall, but he's especially solid in this matchup, I would say.
Yeah.
And you can see that represented here quite clearly, even though Artosis is doing a really good job of trying to stand his ground against this aggression. He's just not enough. His task switching can't keep up with Doodle's decision making, and these tanks are exposed. He's going to run through this entire tank line. It's really brutal for RT. There's no vultures here to kind of buffer against these zealots, so he's going to absolutely go to ground and pound on all of these siege tanks, and then get a transference onto this 12 o'clock position if he wants to, and get up onto the high ground.
I think there's a lot there when Artie says, what is it, 12 Nexus? 12 Nexus is BS.
GG is
GG.
called.
My goodness.
Yeah, gotta be feeling a little bit salty after that, right? I mean, the 12 Nexus cross map leading into that kind of game doesn't feel good. I mean, he definitely hung on for a long time, but that was like death by 1,000 cuts from Doodle.
Yeah, it just started off with that early attack that came out of nowhere. It was like less than 12 units, but it was so the timing of that attack was just so powerful, along with that shuttle. It just kind of steamrolled into what it was. But yeah, just really just impressive job there from Doodle. Already, honestly, game 1, I feel like that one kind of slipped away from him. And then game 2, the variance was against him, where it's like, kind of like ZBZ, where it's a build order disadvantage. It's like, this is now a very tough spot. Already did what he needed to do. He extended the game. He got up to a 4th base, but Doodle just really capitalizing on his, build order advantage there, and being able to do what you said, death by 1,000 cuts. Brutal.
It is really brutal to go up against that style. It's actually a really hard style to execute what Doodle was doing. That sort of like gateway man, shuttle, Templar style. It does require very good decision making and engagements to make that style work. Best is, pun intended, one of the best in the business at playing fundamentally like that. And I think Doodle has done a lot of work studying how to get the most juice out of the orange of a build like that. And it was a really strong showing from him. But we've got coming up next a Protoss versus Protoss between Doodle and DragOn, and I'm telling you what, that's going to be the only game of the night I don't think I can call who will win.
Well, you're 100% so far, so are you gonna at least make a prediction, or?
all right, I'll predict that Doodle will win 2-1.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna, I would say your pick is probably, less popular. Like, I'm gonna go with DragOn. He's the blue chip. You said that Doodle is a PvT specialist, and so I would think PvP he's not as good, and DragOn is blue chip, and so we'll see. But that aggression from Doodle in PvT, if he adopts any of that, or if any of that translates to PvP, aggression is usually pretty good in PvP. So,
well, the reason why I favored Doodle was because traditionally DragOn was a race picker. He used to prefer Zerg versus Protoss. He didn't like Protoss versus Protoss. So it's always been his kind of like his weakness, his one point of like, I'm not quite solid in that matchup. So I think just maybe Doodle will win out on him, but we'll have to wait and see. It's the only matchup I'm not 100% about though.
Got it. All right. Well,
Okay, guys, yeah, we are going to be going to a little bit of a break here. So go to the bathroom, get your sneaky snacks, get some water, whatever you got to do to keep enjoying these insane StarCraft games. Because coming up on Death Valley, game number 1 is going to be the winners match between DragOn and Doodle. Welcome back, guys. I hope you had enough time to go to the bathroom because we're not going to be long before jumping into this game dry. Are you excited?
I am so excited, dude. I am really excited.
This is probably going to be the most intense matchup of the evening, potentially. These two guys are very high execution style Protoss players, and they're probably pretty evenly matched in terms of their affinity for this particular matchup. I don't think neither player is going to be too comfortable with the Protoss versus Protoss mirror, so anything could happen.
Yeah, and this map is going to be an interesting one, right? Death Valley, game 1.
Yeah, it's crazy. Who knows what they're even going to do on this map, honestly.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough PvPs on this map to know like all the craziness, like how crazy it can get. But I can only imagine.
On it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's banned so much, I'd never see any games on it, like maybe 1 or 2 here and there. Like, we're probably only going to see it tonight when it's the match number 1. I imagine all the players will also be banning it here as well as ASL.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be interesting. We shall see. I mean, so DragOn, historically being a race picker in this particular matchup, I think when he plays the matchup, which he's been doing more recently, he doesn't do like crazy stuff. He plays pretty just strong, straightforward builds, I think. But the X factor will be Doodle, I guess. But if they both meet in the middle, like if they're both playing just kind of safe, that's what I'm leaning towards, like what we're probably going to see from these guys. Even though Doodle is pretty aggressive, it's not like he's like an OctZerg kind of aggressive. And DragOn's just blue chip to me. So I can see both these guys kind of playing more in the middle and really just coming down to execution. You know, in PvP, from what I see, especially at these levels, you know, it's all comes down to micro and your ability to control your units, your armies and all that, decision making. So very, very interested to see, you know, these guys making their decisions at this level. So we'll see in PvP.
With that being said, I think both players are ready and in the game, so we're going to be jumping into it. Game number 1, winners match, Doodle versus DragOn, Death Valley. Let's get it on, guys. We have here, spawning in the bottom right, as the red Protoss is DragOn. And his opponent in the top left, feeling pretty good after that victory. It's Doodle as the blue Protoss. What's your predictions then? You think DragOn's got this?
Yeah, I gotta go with DragOn here. You know,
nice.
Oct I had a little bit more allegiance to because of, you know, I've known Oct for a long time. He's a friend of mine. Doodle, I don't know as much, but DragOn, he's just so blue chip to me. Like, he's the type of guy who's gonna make the round of 8, you know, consistently. And so for him to get knocked up at this stage would definitely be, you know, an unpopular kind of expectation. So I would just follow the grain here, pick the blue chip. You know, can't go wrong with blue chip. But Doodle, you know, he's impressed me against Artie.
Well, even if he does lose this best of 3, he still will have another shot in that finals match since we're on the winners. So yeah, both of these players could still advance. It's not like one of these guys is about to be knocked out at least. And it looks like both players maybe going to be opting for this 1-gate tech, although DragOn hasn't yet taken his gas. He should take it now if he is. Yeah, okay, both players going to be playing 1-gate tech. If you are confident, you should be going for a play like this. You only really see 2-gate if you're not feeling super confident.
Right. Okay, the probes are going to cross swords there. They're going to scout. Those assimilators mean anything in this matchup soon?
How do you mean? Oh, the Troy gates.
In the choke there?
Yeah. You can kill those off yourself to deny units being able to get through there, right? So you can turn this. Basically, it's like a small 1v1 map on the right-hand side, and then this massive open expanse on the left-hand side. So the map's kind of split up into 2 massive lanes because you can't actually get from, say, the top right to the bottom left. You have to stay in these lanes. You have to go all the way around, like rapidly. So one of these players might want to consider isolating that off by killing their own gases and then expanding the other way where the mineral wall is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why they call it Death Valley. It's like the lanes and the nature of just the options, you know, the limited options. But
it's a big valley to die in.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, like no fast robo for Doodle, just when getting that range upgrade, especially with the probe scout in his face. Doesn't want to do anything too crazy. So be looking for how many pylons are being thrown down as well, making sure there's no proxy pylons. You want to try and see if you can see that third pylon being thrown down by both players to make sure there's nothing too sneaky coming.
Yeah, both probes kind of being thwarted out the respective mains at the same time. The goon driving them out makes a lot of sense. Mirror, pretty much, situation here. Dragon down one supply. I guess that's a probe, or just caught up. Yeah,
Right.
just real mirror situation here from both players. We'll see who varies from each other. But Dragon already distance mining here, looking to take that base, I guess.
I like this. Yeah. No, this is a good play from Dragon. This is exactly how we should be playing. Like, just play defensive on this top lane where the gases are, and then instead try and expand to this other side. That's exactly how I would like to play on this map. We'll have to be careful still. I mean, usually the player that expands first in this matchup is subject to a lot of aggression. It's usually who it's like a game of chicken, and whoever blinks first is in trouble. And sometimes expanding first can be a bit of a nightmare, because it also does make you have to cover more ground and go down to the low ground and make your defender's advantage a little bit weaker.
Yeah, Doodle doing a good job of evading what could have been really catastrophic and losing his first goon, but good job there running off. Not giving off too much there, Dragon, as far as the numbers, but Doodle responding with a third gate in his main, so that's definitely
range,
yeah, that's blinking. Is that blinking? That's something, right? Like, that's saying he's gonna do something.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a rock paper scissor kind of matchup, and the 3-gate range is basically saying you want to do something. And if say Dragon now takes this fast nexus, that's definitely going to give a bit of a win condition, potentially for Doodle to just come across the map with a lot of dragoons and just outmuscle his way in this natural expansion of Dragon. If he only has 2 gateway worth of production this entire time, that's going to be okay. And you see Dragon now coming on the north lane with all these units. What if like Doodle just kills his own gas right now, so he can't even get into his main base? He's gonna then have to get a shuttle to ferry all his units up there.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is Dragon is actually not. Is he taking a Nexus? He went for 2-gate and then a Robo.
Will,
he did
just not yet.
Yeah. Okay, so they're both kind of doing the same thing in that regard. Like, when he's mining the mineral in the back, Doodle, is he doing like a 3-gate Nexus? I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, it's not a thing. He will eventually take a Nexus the longer the game goes on, though. So it's like in this matchup, it's very common to really delay when you take your expansion. It's one of the slowest expanding matchups we have in StarCraft. The only thing that comes close to it is Zerg versus Zerg.
Got it. Yeah, I for some reason I thought that Doodle was gonna go, but he's just playing like a more production heavy.
Right. They're just feeding each other out right now, because you don't know exactly, because it's so rock paper scissory. You kind of want to like actually figure out what's my opponent doing, and then I'm going to play reactive to that. So if he takes his expansion, either I attack or I take my own expansion, and they're just keeping their options as a wider range as possible. We see now Doodle's actually expanding on the other side than we expected him to, which is interesting. And now he's also attacking on the same vector. The probe scout's coming through to check and can verify that. There is a bit of a window for maybe Doodle to come in and punish these out of position dragoons. It's going to be very difficult for Dragon to get back onto that high ground and get out of dodge. So with this Zealot tanking on the front and pushing these dragoons back, it's actually a bit of a win here for Doodle. He's going to catch some of these dragoons on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice there from Doodle. He's going to bleed off that Zealot now, but right prior to this, though, I was liking Dragon's spot only because he kind of his build. Okay, he does have the observatory, but he did also make the the Reaver support bay. Yeah. So now bleeding off some of those units does hurt his timing to try to move out with the shuttle when it's done. But now that Doodle traded off, like, killed 2 goons of Dragon, I kind of like Doodle's spot now, because now he knows exactly what's going on, even though both players know exactly what's happening, because Dragon had that probe and scattered off that Nexus timing. I like Doodle here because at least he knows everything, and so that gives him at least a positional or defensive
Right.
edge.
Right.
But yeah, this is going to come down to execution. I'm very eager to see Dragon's ability to do this timing off of one base here.
Well, I mean, he's not throwing down the Nexus yet, which does make me think like he might be gearing up to do some kind of aggressive play. He might throw down a bit of an Nexus as an afterthought, but that means he will be behind the curve of the game, which means something has to be done as compensation. He has got a faster tech timing with these Reavers, so he can try and find some damage with those, maybe after getting some shuttle speed upgrades. But look at Doodle. This back base is exposed, so this is kind of problematic for DragOn because he's kind of open at the back as well. So Doodle can kind of harass on two fronts now, and it kind of is a little bit of a nightmare for DragOn to keep going back and forth between these two lanes.
Yeah, it's just forcing him to allocate some of these units. Now he saved that pylon, which is good, but yeah, this Nexus is considerably delayed or behind Doodle, and so it kind of puts the onus on DragOn to do something about it. Now he does have that shuttle out, that is 2 Reavers, but Doodle's already in position and taking free shots onto this army.
Yeah, it's
engaging here.
This fight actually could go Dragon's way with some really good Reaver Scarab connections, but Doodle's gonna rightly back away from that. He will have a very superior Dragoon count, but not splash damage. And what he's going to do is bait Dragon's army down this top lane while doing a counter punch in the natural expansion of Dragon. There is not enough army here to stop those Dragoons getting the cancel on that Nexus. So Dragon has to kill this army and do damage to Doodle's economy as well. There's going to be a micro on 2 fronts here. There's a lot of damage that could potentially happen in Doodle's mineral line as well.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this could go crazy. He's going to have to evacuate this expansion, save all of his pros. Both Nexus are potentially going to die here, but there's also this force inside the main base of DragOn that he's going to have to worry about. He's going to maybe get a kill on these Dragoons and a Robo or something. There's just barely enough Dragoons here to get on top of DragOn's production. He's trying to ferry back one of these Reavers, I think, to help deal with this. He hasn't got enough production of only these 2 gateways, and now Doodle's going to give it a big tempo lead.
Yeah, this is actually looking to be, I think, actually Doodle does have the Reaver now, so that's the X factor. I like the decision of DragOn going back home to defend against this. He certainly doesn't want to lose that Robo. But I also feel like it's a missed opportunity for Doodle, because Doodle was also targeting that Nexus, and maybe he forced that Nexus to go down without a cancel. But yeah, I mean, this is good from Doodle. He's picking off some probes now. I mean, the more and more damage you can do here, and now DragOn is actually considering going back home with his army. At present, DragOn has 3 Reavers. He's gonna lose that shuttle. Making a Is that a Nexus? Top right from
He's desperate. He's desperate. He just lost 11 probes, by the way, to that target firing of Doodle. It's a pretty big deal. Now, he did have quite a lot of extra oversaturation, but that's still a big tempo lead for Doodle. He's going to want to try and play the late game here and try and get triple bases up and running and play the long game. He has a lot of Reavers out. Didn't get the snipe on that Robo with those Dragoons, so that's something that DragOn can at least cling on to in this game and not be too annoyed.
There's an observer. Oh wait, okay, so he's transferring to the, okay, so the Ninja base is actually the 3rd base. I mean, DragOn has 4 Reavers right now. So my prediction is right now, my prediction is that 3rd base is going to be the reason why DragOn wins this game.
Potentially.
But we'll see.
Yeah, the longer the game goes on, that's going to be why, because you got this ninja base going up, and if Doodle doesn't scout this, he's not seeing the probe. He doesn't see the probe transfer. This could be the one way back into this game for DragOn. The longer this game goes on now, the worse it's going to get for Doodle, and Doodle was not getting any damage done with these Dragoons versus the Reavers on high ground. So yeah, DragOn is going to take this to a longer game. He's going to try and push it in.
This is not where Doodle wants to go.
But 2 of the Reavers are not currently landed, though, so maybe there's enough way of getting up into this high ground because of the Reavers are inside the shuttle. He gets a snipe on the shuttle as well. This is a big victory for Doodle. Those 2 Reavers being picked up does give a little bit of a window of timing here for Doodle to play with. And now DragOn's desperate, does snipe that shuttle of Doodle's, but there's still enough left for Doodle to trade out well. He's doing a good enough damage to the main army of Dragon to make this worth it. He killed all of those Reavers and Shuttle, as well as some Dragoons. Even though he technically lost the fight overall, he still traded out ahead of Dragon. The only thing that's really going to come into question is, can he figure out there's this third base or not? Because if he doesn't figure out this third base, he will eventually lose, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Doodle's making... Oh, he's scouting it! No,
he's going to see it.
He's scouting it. Oh, man.
He's taking his own third base as well.
Dragon.
I think...
Stoic. Not a single... reaction from Dragon.
A little bit of a grimace. You saw his lips just peel back a little bit there.
Like quiver. I missed it.
A little bit of a grimace, yeah. A little bit of a micro expression. Not feeling too comfortable. I think he sees that scouting probe. He's like, oh, come on. I needed like one more minute of you not figuring me out.
Yeah. And here comes Doodle again. The same location here. He's not going to threaten that just yet.
I mean, there's no Reavers now, right? It's just like 2 or 3 gateways worth of production. Maybe Doodle can get back up onto this high ground again. It's 9 Dragoons to 5 on the high ground and a shuttle supporting it. Oh, he's going to cannon rush the high ground. He's crazy. Oh, man. That's so funny. Oh, and Dragon, look at this.
Dragon allocated some forces up there, and so this is just a great mind game from Doodle, because Doodle he scouted that third base, and so Dragon's like, okay, I'm gonna send some goons this way, and then he's like, nope, I'm just gonna go exactly where I was, and then I'm gonna just hit you right up the gut, and with speed shuttle and 1 Reaver, and just perfectly calculated from Doodle, just furthering his advancement up this position. Really good micro here as well. This is impressive stuff from Doodle. Who is this guy?
I mean, it's like he's inside his head. You know what I mean? It's like he just knows the correct decisions to make right now. He's actually targeting the gas. I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not. I think that's a bit of a mistake from Doodle. He was targeting the gas instead of the Dragoons. He will get maybe some big Reaver Scarab connectors on these probes. Oh, 3 going down thus far. Going to rotate around into the natural expansion now. Potentially a lot of damage can be done in such a short time with how much damage those Reaver Scarabs can rack up. I don't know, man. There's a lot of lost mining. Oh, no. These probes are now completely dead in the water, Jiraiya. There's nothing here.
There's so many probes up here, too. This base has been running for such a long time, and there's nothing to save these probes. There's nothing here.
I mean, he's going to get the shuttle maybe on the exit vector. That's something. But, I mean, it's just a lot of damage. 13 kills on that Reaver already, and some speed lots coming in to see if they can get something done as well. Okay, haven't got speed upgrade just yet. Excuse me.
Yeah, only 4 gate production, though, from Doodle. And that's only a couple Zealots. Now, Dragon is behind from a probe count perspective, but he does have production advantage as far as the gateway count. Both players looking to get a 4th base. Doodle canceling. So
yeah, he has
it's not over yet. I mean, the damage was done, but Dragon still has 3 Nexi to pump probes out to sort of even that part of it at least out.
Yeah, he's still in the game, it looks like. I mean, I think there was just barely enough of a blunder from Doodle's control that somehow Dragon's always just barely squeezing back into the game, and Doodle's not able to do that critical damage to get him out of here. He's taking a 4th base at 9 o'clock instead.
Hey, Dragon knows about it this time. His observer just scouted the southern movement from Doodle, so Dragon does know about this.
Right.
This is a lot, though.
It is a lot, and the main thing is, how do we defend this Nexus? Is just about to warp in. He has to cancel. That's another big positional and big tempo lead for Doodle going forward. Dragon's forced to respond to this as well. He doesn't want this army coming up into the main production line again. So
that's terrible.
Do you know what? I think the regions on this map are pretty favorable for these Reavers, because that was a pretty long-range Reaver scout from the low ground to high. So the map making on this is much better in terms of like the doodad. The tile set that makes up the ramp is not too bad, so the regions aren't split up into too many pairs. So the Reaver can only shoot like 3 regions at maximum. So the fact that the map makers have figured out how to make those ramps without affecting the Reaver range so much is pretty exceptional. Always coming in for round 2, Jiraiya.
Yeah, goons are in position, though. This could be not as great as it could be. But Scarabs are landing. He's going for the shuttles, though. Shuttles do guarantee that these Reavers won't have a ticket home.
Yeah, this is pretty good
Goes
for
for the shuttle
Dragon.
too. This is pretty. Oh, and then the Reapers are Doodle being maybe too aggressive. I don't know. This is crazy. He knows there's so many goons here.
This is good for
Doodle.
Dragon. Oh my god, Jiraiya, this
Oh
is so good for
man,
Dragon. This is so good for Dragon.
Dragon has so much. Look at
Dude,
how
he
many
has so
units
much
Dragon
tempo
has.
right now. He has so much tempo right now.
Oh
Guys,
my
like,
goodness.
Dragon could just push the gas pedal down and go, and there might not be much Doodle can do about it.
Yeah, if there's ever a time to have a window, you got to think this is it for Dragon. Now both armies will meet in the middle, so these narrow chokes that these armies
He's
have
got
to
the high
like
ground.
flow in. Yeah, he's already in position. Doodle really tactical with these movements. Dragon not anticipating that he's already in this position. It's gonna be real tough to challenge going up this ramp, I would imagine. But with one Reaver, yeah, he's gonna go for it. Reaver's a little bit behind. He's gonna have to.
It's pretty good
Oh,
engagement
no.
from Doodle actually, and he got his own
good
Reaver and
pickup.
shuttle back now. So far, so good. We don't go down the ramp though, Doodle. That's a bit too over aggressive. Just chill out there, buddy.
Yep.
Woo. This game could get all kinds of crazy soon. Now, Doodle's on 4 bases and Dragon's only on 3. So Doodle can definitely stabilize. He's looking for some damage at this natural third in the top right as well. There's nothing up here yet again. That's so much potential damage. At least 6 of these probes are going to go down in just a heartbeat. Another 6 will go down in short order after that. I don't know if
I think
Dragon can sustain.
Dragon needs to make a decision right now. He needs to just sacrifice that, know that that shuttle's out of play. He needs to breach something, which is exactly what Dragon's going. Looks like it's gonna be a base trade scenario. All units are flooding towards Doodle, and Doodle, all units going towards Dragon. Dragon's got one Reaver, but that's it.
I mean, yeah, he's going to have to give up this base. Now it's back down to 2 base mining for Doodle and just 1 base mining for Dragon. He's retaking that base in the top right. He's going to get the kill on this Nexus at least. We definitely have a base trade scenario on our hands, Jiraiya. This is going to get out of hand so quickly. This is insanity what we're seeing right here. Both players are going to have to micro
3 Reavers in position.
Look at Doodle. He's got a great fortified position. But look at Dragon as well. Like the way he's splitting his Dragoons to minimize the splash damage potential off those reefs. Oh, that's not so good though. Takes a big He's got his own 2 Reavers though. He's got enough meat to chew through Doodle right now. This is crazy, Jiraiya. I think that might be enough. I think that might be enough for Dragon to make this work.
Yeah. I mean, he's pushing here. He defended there. But Doodle's got 2 more Reavers in the rear here, stopping with these goons.
This is crazy. Doodle's gonna go for the surround. Yeah, Doodle's gonna come in from
Doodle's got forces though. Doodle's got a lot of goons coming in here. These Reavers are gonna have to do some damage. Wow, look at that. Look at these scarabs. Oh my goodness, so much blood everywhere. The goon blood.
Oh, this is crazy. The target firing with those Reavers is insane. Really maximizing the splash damage. It's such a tight hold here for Doodle. He's just barely clearing up these forces. And when all the dust has settled, it's actually Dragon who's ahead on supply. And he's got that 3rd base coming back online. This is a crazy back and forth tug of war we've got on our hands.
Yeah, both players really low on resources, but I think Dragon has less probes, and so his army count has to be that much higher, I would imagine, because there's like no probes at the 2nd base. There's 2 Reavers though, and that's going to be the difference maker, I would think.
Yeah. I think Dragon's done it. I think Dragon's done it. You know, this is crazy. This is a really big comeback for Dragon. This is insane. I can't even believe he managed to finesse his way into this position. Really well played from Dragon. He's completely out-finessed Doodle and outmaneuvered him in this matchup. I really did think like Doodle was in a really favorable position, but Dragon is the one that's managing to do this. And we're getting a little bit of first-person perspective right now of Doodle was in absolute disarray, trying to hang on to his first game, but he can't quite do it. Dragon is probably going to be taking this first game down in the series.
Wow, Dragon displaying the advantage of having a speed shuttle. GG, call from Doodle.
Wow, I'm really impressed by that play from Dragon, man. That is insanity. What a crazy Protoss versus Protoss. You guys might say this matchup is dog, but I'm telling you, you get some crazy games sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like it looked like Dragon took forever to get his 2nd base up, and then it was like it was taking so long to have his 1 base, 2 Reaver shuttle timing, and then we see him do the ninja base, and then we see him lose the ninja base, or not lose it, but lose the probes, and then he decided, hey, I gotta go do something, and he commits to that massive attack in the at the main there from Doodle. but just so back and forth, and the decision making from both players were so impressive. Even when Doodle, sort of in the mid game, when he scouted the ninja base, and
Right.
so then DragOn allocated 4 goons to that top position, then he's instead just sent everything to the southern front of DragOn, and DragOn only had 4 goons there.
Right.
He managed to kill those robos. DragOn had to remake. I think DragOn made a total of 5 robotics facilities in this game, and still managed to do the things that he did. But man, what this game taught me was you need to have speed shuttle upgrade in PvP. There's no chance you can do what you need to do without speed shuttle. Like, that was insane.
Without a doubt. It's almost like a prerequisite, unless you're like cheesing with a fast DT play or something. You're getting shuttles and speed, that's for damn sure. You do not have enough utility without it. It's a prerequisite for this matchup. Wow, I'm really impressed by the caliber of play from both players, really showing their brains firing at like maximum efficiency to even come up with the win conditions to get out of these tight positions. Really impressive stuff for DragOn to finesse that win. Like, he was counterattacked so many times, his production line exposed so many times. The amount of probes he probably lost in that game as well is very close to 50. It's insane.
Yep. DragOn, he is the blue chip, and and perseverance is what he has. Nothing short of.
So I think DragOn banned Deja Vu, and Doodle's picking Dominator as our map number 2.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of honestly, I'm really happy that we've got an exciting Protoss versus Protoss. Sometimes they can be a little bit slow with both players just sitting back and too scared to even move out from their natural expansion, and it kind of sometimes does have those boring games. But that was not one of them, Jiraiya. That was not one of those boring games.
Not at all. Right from the get-go, just you can kind of tell, like, when both players were kind of mirrored up, and then there was like that slight variation with the third gate from Doodle, it kind of started opening up expectations. And then when we see those expectations not being met, and then all of a sudden things changing, that's what makes it so exciting. Especially at this level, everything is so tight. Like, these players know what they're doing, and so when everything is tight, it makes it more competitive. And competitive PvP is always fun to watch, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I love mirror matchups, especially when both players are very evenly matched, and that's exactly what we have here. These guys are neck and neck in terms of their ability. We're jumping right into game number 2, though, guys. It's Dominator. Let's get it on.
Let's do it.
All right, spawning in the top left is going to be Doodle, currently 1-0 down. Probably feeling a little bit annoyed about that loss. He probably feels like that win slipped through his fingers. Can he redeem himself? And his opponent in the bottom left, feeling very cool and collected despite that really impressive win. It's DragOn as the red Protoss. So you think DragOn's going to go all the way and 2-0 this? Or you think it's going to be a bit of a tiebreaker right now?
This is a 3-player map, right? This is a 3-player map.
Yeah.
Or is it a 4-player? Yeah, it's a 3-player map. Yeah. I mean, I have to, that game, last game, was a good example where when DragOn needs to step up and make something happen, he doesn't make like half-assed decisions. He's the type of player who understands that in certain spots you have to be 100% in a certain direction. And so when I see that, and really Doodle complimenting it the same way, like, both players just really solid with decision making. So honestly, I'm gonna pick DragOn just because, again, he's the blue chip, but I'm impressed either way. And I can see Doodle pulling this off too, because, like, even though he lost, kind of like already in game 1 in his series, like, I wouldn't lose confidence from that loss. Like, I would be confident that you can compete, and if just a certain thing goes a certain way, you can take it. So we'll see how these players, like, I wouldn't expect either player to do something drastically different. To me, that's something like, if you're not confident, but I think both players, Doodle for sure should remain confident and not stray too much from what you know, his bread and butter is, which I think is just overall just strong play and strong decision making.
Absolutely. I doubt we'll be seeing too much of a curveball coming out from either one of these players necessarily. They're both probably feeling pretty confident that in a solid game they can take it. Just need maybe a tiny bit better execution either way. And yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with both of these players' performance. They're really going neck and neck. I can't call it. I would say that obviously DragOn has a big advantage going forward with that 1-0 lead, both in terms of actual physical momentum as well as the mental game will be slightly more favorite towards him. As long as, you know, Doodle doesn't let that get into his head, though, we could be seeing a really long series on our hand.
Yeah, I mean, DragOn went for it with the ninja base in game one. He might, you know, Doodle might have in his head like, hey, without that ninja base, he has no chance against me. And so, I think, you know, DragOn, we'll see what he does. If he does fall behind, kind of like last game where, you know, his second base was like behind, and so he did like dual Nexus with the ninja. Like, we'll see if he gets into that spot again. But I wouldn't be surprised if DragOn goes for it again, whether it's maybe DTs this time around, who knows? But both players going to scout each other here.
Both players getting range first, so that's usually an indicator that neither one wants to be super cheesy here. Usually you'd want to get straight into that Dark Templar play if you were going to go for it and deny scouting. I don't think we're going to be seeing that out. You could still go for a delayed DT play. It's just not going to be anywhere near as effective. The chance of them having detection out by that time, it just becomes increasingly higher. So you usually want to rush it really quickly if you are going to go DT.
Yeah, and both players, even with the 3-gate variation from Doodle, he did get the observatory at a respectable timing. So yeah, the DT wouldn't really work here.
Yeah, so it looks like both players kind of just chilling, although Doodle was going 2-gate, whereas we got the 1-gate Robo coming out of DragOn here. So definitely a bit more of a tech advantage that DragOn's going to be able to leverage, and Doodle seems to be, you know, liking that extra gateway production. He went 3-gate range last game. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a rinse and repeat of that. Might want to throw down that 3rd gateway again sometime soon. Both players just currently chilling, going through their macro cycles, making sure they hit their timings and execute their build order as perfectly as possible. DragOn definitely wants to try and get rid of this probe scout. He doesn't want to move out a little bit and let that sneak into his main base. One of the things going for him right now is that he's obfuscated his exact build order from Doodle, and Doodle might be wanting to play a bit more middle of the road as a result and get a 2-gate Robo Observer. Instead, though, actually, Doodle taking a little bit of a gamble here. Wants to throw down this fast Nexus before even thinking about a Robo, so he's definitely trying to roll the dice. DragOn, though, slipping past with a probe scout, that's a big deal. If that probe somehow spots that Nexus, it might still not because of these 2 Dragoons popping out of the gateways, but if it does somehow spot that Nexus, is a big tell.
Yep. A little bit of a micro skirmish here. Trading off the Zealots. Got the Goon, though. That's good for DragOn.
Yeah. Definitely slightly better control here for DragOn. Doodle's trying to get the better of him. Not able to do so, though. DragOn's holding his own with his defender's advantage exceptionally well. Doodle trying to get some damage on the exit. Not able to find what he needs, though. Has got these additional 2 Dragoons to work with. The probe scout did get into that base. He wasn't paying enough attention with those 2 Dragoons to hunt that down. I think they were just on move command or on their rally. So unfortunately, that big scouting information is going to pay dividends for DragOn now. He's going to be able to navigate this game a lot more effectively.
Yeah, I think it becomes pretty straightforward as far as what DragOn wants to do. He knows exactly what he's up against, and Doodle rightfully adding some gateways here too. He knows that he's susceptible to a 1-base, you know, shuttle Reaver timing push, and he's going to make those gateways to amplify his ability to defend against that by making more goons. But I like this decision from DragOn to make a Nexus here too. He's not quite at the money.
Right. No, he's going to hold off on that. He's going to prioritize his tech and unit production only for a time being. Yeah.
Got it.
This is kind of crazy, though. The 4 gateway. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the 4 gateway fallout from Doodle is like a really big gamble because, I mean, this is the one game where a delayed DT would have worked, and Doodle knows that it's so rare to do a delayed DT play, like a DT drop or something, right? It just doesn't happen in this matchup very often, and that would be the one thing that would just crush Doodle, like crush him out of existence. But he also knows DragOn's exceedingly unlikely to go for that play, and it's actually going to pay off for Doodle. Like he's going to get a bit of a unit production advantage as well as an economic advantage in the curve of the game. A little bit of lag there from DragOn. He'll be taking this expansion eventually, but relying on his tech advantage mainly to kind of, stabilize his game position. He's going to hope that Doodle tries to make a desperate gambit of coming into this natural expansion, trying to bust him open, and utilizing that Reaver Scarabs to maximize that splash damage to get the better trades. Doodle doesn't have to attack, though. He could just sit back and power up on these two bases.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at DragOn's money, and he's making the pylon. Like, he's been pumping goons this entire time, and so this decision that he's making is a smart one, I think, in that he's not allocating any minerals for a Nexus, and he's gonna commit to timing here. Right?
He actually can't, right? Because do you remember I told you earlier on about it's about who blinks first in this matchup sometimes. Like if he actually made that Nexus earlier, he wouldn't have had enough Dragoons to just keep Doodle at bay. So like it's actually really smart from DragOn to be really slow. Because look, now that he's done that, now he can actually hold the line against these Dragoons that Doodle's fielding, and DragOn's going to be feeling much more solid in this matchup. Now there's a bit of a tempo lead for DragOn going forward, even though there's an economic advantage for Doodle right now. That means that there's more army supply for DragOn, despite the supplies being dead even. There's a lot more probes on Doodle's side of things, a lot more meat to this Protoss army for DragOn, and he's starting to leverage that advantage now and pushing the issue all the way back to the rally point of Doodle, utilizing that Reavers.
Yeah, good pick off on one goon there for Doodle. No Scarabs landed just yet, but DragOn is committing here, and I think he needs to. Nice Scarab shot there, finally landing. Yeah, continuing to push this off. Doodle just looking to kind of bide more time, but DragOn is not letting any of it have it. He is going to continue to press here. Smart decision here from DragOn, and again, decisive decision making. Really smart to just understand his position, his advantage with those two Reavers, and now seizing this position, making it harder and harder for Doodle to find any ground to really collapse on top of this. There's just too many goons, and the firepower from those Reavers just makes it real tough. Nexus going down. This is exactly what DragOn's looking for. I wonder if Doodle should be threatening to go down. Maybe he just can't because he's threatening to die if he leaves this position. So kind of a chess kind of spot.
Ooh, he's going to get a dive on that shuttle, though. We'll keep these Reavers now stranded, just slugging it out. Now going to get surrounded with a couple of Dragoons to the north as well. We'll be taking out both of those Reavers and cleaning up this army, but DragOn will still kill some of these Dragoons on the Exo. He's still trading pretty effectively here and got the kill on that Nexus. So when all's said and done, it's still DragOn, the one with a huge advantage in this game with his own Nexus going up.
Yeah, I mean, Doodle has the goon production going for him, but there's already a Reaver out, and so in a position where DragOn has a secondary Nexus and he's got a Reaver in play, just the math becomes so much harder for Doodle here.
Yeah, if the trades had gone better for Doodle, there would be some counterplay here for Doodle, and he could maybe come in here and punish DragOn. It's just not going to transpire. DragOn's been on top of his unit production the entire game, like macroing out these two gateways flawlessly, hasn't missed a beat, and you can see why it's so important to take your expansion as delayed as possible in these spots so that you can be as safe as possible, and that's paid dividends going forward because he's in a great game state currently, Jiraiya.
Yeah, you gotta be feeling pretty good if you're dragging this spot.
Yeah, I would be. This is amazing. Like, he can just sit pretty right now. He doesn't actually have to do much. He could just take a third base and defend the entire game. The onus is now on Doodle to do something. He's got more probes than he needs, and he can't even mine with them. It's a little bit problematic. He's going to try and poke in it and see the bad news that there's so much army for DragOn and taking this Nexus behind it. There's not really much counterplay for Doodle to work with.
Yeah, I mean, the roles have kind of reversed, right? Like, Doodle wants to make a second base, but he can't because he needs to make some Reavers. But now DragOn caught the two Reavers up quicker than Doodle here. So DragOn is actually the one coming out of his base and has the numbers. Actually, looks like Doodle has more forces, and he's waiting on that second Reaver, I believe. I don't think it's just one. It should be two.
So maybe Doodle will have sort of like one humbug here to meet in the middle. But DragOn, man, he's on top of everything. His macro is looking good. The only difference I kind of see is that Doodle has 2 Zealots. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker in this spot. But
I mean, Dragon's pretty good with target firing. I don't think it's going to make much of a play into this trade. And with the high ground advantage as well, as long as he's spreading his goons nicely, he's got the observer ahead of the pack to really see the exact formations of Doodle. And he sees the shuttle breaking off to the left here to go into the natural. He's got 4 Dragoons there with some rally Dragoons ready to pounce on that if it does try and commit to any kind of economic damage. He tries to pull the trigger on the frontal engagement, get onto the high ground, start targeting these Reavers down. There's just not enough in it for Doodle. DragOn is going to out-trade him so cost efficiently and smash this army into oblivion. He's going to be taking a 2-0 lead here. What a game from DragOn. He's such a good Protoss versus Protoss player. You can see him laughing and feeling good about that, and he should, man. That's a very convincing 2-0 over Doodle.
that was a ton of emotion from DragOn. Did not expect to see that much emotion, but honestly, how he positioned everything there was just beautiful at the end. He deserves to smile. So, DragOn, congratulations for getting out of the winners bracket in a dominating fashion. My goodness, that was impressive.
Really, that's like about as good as you can get out of this, going through the winners like that. That's the kind of fashion you want to break through into the round of 20. He's going to have so much more confidence going up against these guys in the next round. And now it's Doodle back to the drawing board in that finals match, waiting for who his opponent's even going to be. We have to figure that out. Is it going to be Artosis or Oxerg? That's going to be coming up next, guys, in just a few moments. So I think we're going to be going to a little bit of a break here. Go use the bathroom, grab some drinks, refill your waters, whatever you got to do, because we're going to be coming back in just a few moments and jumping into this Terran versus Zerg. Welcome back, guys. Jiraiya, this is the big enchilada of the evening, I think. Artosis versus Oxerg. This is going to be a match for the memories tonight because they got a lot of history on the ladder and streams. A lot of crazy, aggressive shenanigans Oxerg's been throwing Artosis' way. He's very aware of that style, though, so maybe today he can hold the line and figure out those like little nitty-gritty timings that he's going to be throwing his way. And I don't know, man. Like, my money's on Artosis winning this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know who's keeping track. Maybe someone is keeping track, but I think it's pretty neck and neck between these two as far as their ladder rivalry.
Right.
I've seen plenty of games where Octi gets the best of him, but I've also seen days where Artie wins every game against Octi. So definitely a rivalry here. This was the most exciting matchup for me as far as today's docket.
Same.
I think both players are very kind of accustomed to each other's styles. So if I had to give an edge, this is Artie's best matchup. I think his ZVT, his TVZ is his strongest, and if he can weather the storm, the Octi storm that is, the aggression that is his style in this matchup, I think Artie's got the better chance here in this particular matchup. So I'm gonna give the edge to Artie as well. But we'll see. I mean, Octi, I think his performance could have been a lot stronger in the first series against Doodle. So I think he's going to look to try to show off, what he's capable of. So, but Artie's going to be feeling the same way. So I think both players are going to bring it, and that's going to be exciting. So.
Oh, absolutely. I feel the exact same way. I think Artie's going to get the better end of the stick here, but I honestly think this is going to be the most exciting matchup of the evening, potentially. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be jumping right into game number 1 on Polestar. It's Artosis versus Oxerg. Spawning here in the bottom right. It's the blue Zerg. It's Oxzerg. Maybe looking to redeem himself after that previous game. I'm sure this is the matchup where he's feeling a lot more confident with his aggressive style of actually making something happen. And might be able to go the distance against Artie and give us a game 3 as well. In the bottom left is our boy, the man, the myth, the legend, is Dan Artosis.
Anything about these spawns, Zune, that you would say gives one player a little bit of the edge over the other, like Octi being more aggressive, he's closer? Anything about this?
Yeah,
would you say?
I mean, Artosis will want to prioritize turret production in his natural, just by how close that is going to be to Oxerg. Right. So he'll have to prioritize making turrets there, and then his production line is a secondary, and his main is more of an afterthought. In terms of the trajectories of where the Mutalisk will be applying pressure the most naturally. Besides that, we could also go for a very early Rax pressure build here for Artie with the close spawns. I just don't think he's that kind of guy to go for a 10 Rax or anything like that. A little bit of typing.
Octi already saying, so I don't know if you missed it, but he said, "Oh, Artie, if I lose to you, I will install." So Octi said, "You're competing for the number 4."
Oh man, I mean, this is already funny to me. I just want to see what happens between these two guys. I don't even care who wins, honestly. I just want to see absolute shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both players just absolutely stoic, even though they're keyboard warring it up a little bit. Both players very focused. See, not even a single smile. He's doing the smile in the text, but not a single smile was cracked from Octi. He's completely focused here.
Yeah,
trying to install some mental warfare going.
Yeah,
trying to throw Artie off.
He's trying to get under Artosis' skin a little bit, saying the uninstall is on the way. You better prepare for it. He's gone for a 12 hatch here with a gas following that up. So I have to imagine this is going to be some kind of 2-hatch build, and he wants to get this SCV out of here really quickly to obfuscate the exact timings. Already getting a couple of spine connections onto that SCV, making it a little bit easier for the Zerglings to clear up.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think Artie kind of already feeling some of the heat a little bit as far as what he's seeing. Like he not heat, but he knows exactly what's happening, right? Like he's going for the CC here safely. There's no imminent threat, but it's an early tech here for Octi, and so it kind of plays out that he's likely going for mutas or something, right? And maybe it's going to be tight, kind of, to deal with this when you're going for like a CC timing and then having to deal with such early tech like this.
Right. I mean, RT is faced against this kind of style on the ladder a lot, so he's definitely very well versed at dealing with this kind of pressure play that Oxerg will be leveraging against him. We see a little bit of a first-person view there of Oxerg desperately trying to hunt down this SCV, trying to predict the movement of the SCV, always going to where it will be rather than where it is to make sure he can get good surface area connections with his claws of his Zerglings that way. Although doing a bit of a ring around the rosy and getting back into the main base with the SCV is great for Artosis to confirm there's no Hydra Den yet.
Yeah, really good job with this scout, keeping it alive as long as possible. Finally goes down. I mean, Octi can do anything. He can plant the den if he wanted to go lurkers or whatever, but looks like he's gonna opt to go the spider route, sending a drone out to maybe take an early third. Do Korean players still do this build? Go for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to really play a macro style until you get to the really high MMR. Like once you get to like 23, 2400, then you have to start playing normally. But until that time, you can do whatever you want, really, as long as you're executing well.
Yeah, I mean, this is very slim on links. He's getting value in just forcing these SCVs to not mine minerals. I mean, this is fantastic from Octi.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty big deal, honestly. You killed a couple of SCVs there and denied some mining time. I mean, it's not the best case scenario, but it's pretty annoying for Artosis because it's slowing down his timings in his main base. He's missing a few beats that he should be hitting as a result of dealing with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just straight up Econ Zerg. If you're just looking at his supply count, that is 100% drones. And he planted that third hatch. Now he's making that second gas. I would think by the time his Spire is done, he's going to have something like 550 gas stored up, which doesn't really set him up for like, hey, I'm going to have 6 mutas. I'm going to like try to kill you right away. But it will set him up nicely for like getting up to 11 mutas at a pretty good timing.
Yeah, I mean, Artosis doesn't want to move out. You see, he's got the timing with the stim, the Marines, and the medic, and it's 5 minutes. He doesn't want to attack. He's so used to the aggression from Oxerg. He just doesn't even want to risk running out onto the map and getting surrounded by Zerglings. So he's just staying in his base, turtling up. And Oxerg might be playing into that a little bit, knowing, hang on a minute, this guy's just going to sit back and macro and defend nonstop. I can also get away with a little bit of early greed myself and get this third hatchery on location. Maybe do like a 3 base all-in instead of a 2 base all-in or something like that. Like this could be Hydra Guardian. This could be a whole range of things.
Yeah, let's take a look at this visual here. Last 10 matches of OctZerg, so he's been up against some heavy hitters here. Zazu, Sinner, Zazu, Raz, Fisheye, Space, Sugo, Deska. Who's that guy? Jiraiya, and Zuzu Zoom. So, definitely has been active, playing against a lot of different players.
But not putting enough wins on the board. So he's definitely desperate to do that now. And look at this scan. Look at this scan.
Wow.
Artosis scans right as the den comes down. So now he knows the exact timings. He's like, hang on a minute. That's a more traditional den timing. Are you doing a normal transitional play? Or are you doing something cheesy still? It's going to be really hard for RT to figure this out. 7 mutas are going to start pounding these SCVs. They can one-shot with 7. There is a pretty sizable amount of turrets here. Like we said before, he needs to prioritize turret production on this natural expansion with the spawn locations, and he has done exactly that. But despite that, Oxerg will still be snagging at least a couple of those SCV kills, and the Lings did some work earlier as well. So with all said and done, I would still think this is enough damage done to the economy of Artosis, even though there's not a lot of SCVs falling right now.
Yeah, and Artie, you're really nice turret placement in his natural mineral line there. I mean, Octi did a really good job picking off 2 SCVs, but also worth noting the really solid turret line. Because like when the mutas dove in, each turret, all 4 turrets get in there. So usually a pretty good indicator of like having a good setup. But yeah, I mean, I would give the edge here to Oct because he's kind of gotten to this position without any disturbance to him, and he's been able to disturb Artie a little bit. But Artie, his build is also very powerful. I mean, he's on 2 bases. He's been powering off with 3 rack, and he's also teching up at the same time. So you gotta imagine, in the absence of things like defilers and stuff like that, like Artie's definitely gonna have a window to deal with what he already knows is or will be a lurker transition from
Right.
Octi.
Yeah, I think the game plan here from Oxerg is to do a somewhat standard game, but he will be attempting some kind of like hold position lurker. What's interesting about this is that the cheesy thing to do now is to not play cheesy for Oxerg. RT is expecting him to play so aggressive that the actual cheesy thing to do is to not be aggressive. And that might actually transpire here. And he might attempt this hold position lurker. If Artosis gets a little bit annoyed and starts to push out onto the map before the vessels are done, we could be seeing a really big hold position lurker. He's trying to bait the attack right now by going into the main base and forcing the Terran to go for a counter. But there are some eggs that are being intercepted. Does manage to borrow those right away, so can't get the hold position lurker, but instead does cut off the path of attack for Artie while denying mining in the main.
Yeah, really masterfully done there from OctZerg. Managed to retain a couple of those mutas on his way out as well. So in a timing where it could have been actually catastrophic for Octi, he managed to just thwart Artie's attention just off from committing to that forward movement, and instead deal with the muta dive in at his main mineral line. So nice job there from Octi, biding more time because the hive is done at this point, and I'm sure Defiler Mound's on the way. And that's, you know, the recipe of what he's looking for to deal with, you know, Artie's timing with his starport vessel and I think tank, because he's got the add-on as well. Yep. So really doing a good job of disturbing that flow that Artie had going for him.
Yeah, it would be nice if he can get a tank push going. He hasn't actually started the tank though, so I think, oh, there is Guardians going to be happening this game. That's interesting. Okay, Artosis needs to be very careful that he doesn't allow these lurkers to ever contain him, because if you got Guardians to deal with and you're contained, you're in a world of hurt as Terran. Luckily, though, he's keeping some map control with these Marines on the periphery, trying to sneak around this lurker formation to see if he can get a good surround on that and spread his Marines preemptively and get a good target fire down on these lurker positions. And there's a pretty well executed attack there from Artie, cleaning that up before more additional units could come in to reinforce. So far, so good, but we're having some Guardians being morphed behind the mineral line of OctZerg, for OctZerg behind the mineral line of Artosis soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving OctZerg's decision to go with the Greater Spire because of this late vessel timing from Artie. Like, he's getting the ERAD now, but the vessel just popped out, and it's going to take time for it to have the 75 magic that it needs. So, but, okay, Defiler Mount is done. Okay, so I was about to say, Octi not having a Defiler Mount might be an opening for Artie here, but he does have it. So maybe he can get something done before the Defiler and Consume upgrade is done, but Guardian's already out, and that vessel probably, you know, has like 70 magic at this point.
This is so painful. He's already lost a lot of economy this game, so this is just like rubbing salt into the wound. Artosis feels pressured to make something happen, and OctZerg is doing a masterful job of preparing back at home. I don't know. I think you might have to uninstall the game, Artosis, because OctZerg is kind of setting up himself. He's got 2 pairs of Scourge, though, to snipe these. If Artosis isn't careful, he might actually lose these.
Get the Guardian.
Yep. Yeah, he needs to snipe down these Guardians as quickly as possible before the Scourge can come in to deal with these. I mean, this is pretty good for OctZerg still, though. He's lost a lot of mining time for the Terran player, and he's getting some pretty good trades over here. He's buying time for that Defiler to finally come out with Consume upgrade. Pretty good target firing with these Scourge as well, almost killing both of those Wraiths. The Defiler Mound's at the 3rd base. It's just a few more beats before that Consume is ready and Defilers are out, and Artosis can't really do any damage to the infrastructure of Oxerg, while a lot of damage has occurred for Artosis. So far, this is a very Zerg favorited game.
Yeah, I mean, Artie still has a decent-sized ball here, but yeah, good job moving back. He can't engage this lurker line. There's just too many lurkers and not enough MM to kind of deal with all of this lurker. But Defiler is advancing, and that's really the moneymaker for Zerg. Vessel should have ERAD. I don't know. I might have missed. Okay. Not quite
he's just got
enough.
Not much energy. Yeah, it's just this is the pain that Artie's going to have. He's going to have like 2 or 3 vessels with barely any irradiates, and that means that OctZerg has a win condition of just shoving across the map and leapfrogging Dark Swarms all the way to Artosis' base. Even going to try and do a little bit of a Ling run by and make this even more problematic for our Terran player. Oh, I don't know, man. This is looking really bad for Artosis. He might start falling apart at the seams if he can't get it together right now and start irradiating these Defilers preemptively as they try and push across the map. That's a good one.
Yeah, the ERADs need to be precise. Now, here comes Octi. This is Artie's
So
chance.
many units.
Oh, that's so many lurkers. There's more lurkers than
It's
Marines. That is
crazy.
not the proportionality you're looking for, but
Yeah.
there's no support units here for Oxerg. I wonder if he can somehow Slayer's Boxer his way out of this. Slayer's
Pretty good target
Boxer his way
firing.
out of
I
this.
mean, he's pretty much doing it. There's only 2 more
Oh, wait.
lurkers left. That's pretty good for Artie. It's about one of the best ways that could. He kills all the lurkers.
Okay.
He kills all the lurkers. He's in this game still. OctZerg might have overstayed as well. He has got a flood of links, though, to kind of clean up on aisle 5 on those last remaining Marines. There are some also additional lurkers breaking through as well. Artosis is in trouble. The lurkers will be getting right up on top of this ramp. He might need to evacuate. Actually, the medic's kind of blocking that lurker from getting into a more favorable position, but soon these SEVs are going to start going down. If these lurkers burrow on top of these barracks, that's such BM from OctZerg, telling him to say uninstall on the way. That's a win condition. Getting your lurkers on the Terran production line like this is a nightmarish position for the Terran. He just can't really stabilize now. There's a flood of Zerglings coming his way. GG is called. Artosis is at least good matted in tournaments and taps out in game number 1.
Oh man, gotta be feeling it if you're Artie right now. Gotta be feeling for him. I mean, he did such a good job of getting those Wraiths out, anticipating the Guardians, because he cleaned that up. Honestly, those Guardians didn't last as long as they could have. But
Right.
just a really strong open. I mean, I think those mutas earlier, June, to be honest with you, when he dove in, even though he didn't kill much, it took away from Artie's window of like doing something. Like literally, he had the number of forces that he needed in front of those eggs that were being warped right in front of his, like kind of towards his gate. And because of those mutas coming in, I feel like that was kind of like the key moment for OctZerg to really let his build have enough time to really kick in and start producing, 3 gas worth of lurkers, which we saw, already dealing, having trouble with sort of, down the road. But yeah, super job from OctZerg. But that was to me like the key moment in that game.
It definitely lost a lot of wind out of his sails, but having to juggle back at home while losing a lot of his timing attack windows. The problem is that now Ox gonna really get inside Artosis's head. I mean, he wants to play defensive and deal with any kind of cheesy shenanigans, but OctZerg now knows that and is going to be setting up for a lot more of a technical way of approaching the game. And he's happy just to wait for that Defiler tech to kick in and just do a few mind games along the way of getting there, and siphoning off some of your production capability by doing some harassment and early pressure builds, and knowing that you won't punish him as well by not going for a fast, crisp, like 5-minute timing with 2 racks.
Right.
Both players are ready, though, so we're already jumping into game number 2. It's Artosis versus Oxerg, and the map's gonna be Dominator. We got here spawning in the top left as the Blues are currently feeling high on life, probably after that game number 1. It's Oxerg. And his opponent looking to redeem himself, trying to stay calm and collected if he can. It's Artosis as the red turn.
Yeah, June, I 100% agree with you. I think he needs to do what I think he's, typically like a very strong open that he does. I don't like his, it's not so much his, but like I favor his 2-rack build versus like the 1-rack, CC, bunker, gas, eBay, and then add three racks. Like the progression there, it doesn't put on the threat, as you said. And in these spawn locations, and I've seen him do it a lot, where he goes for like a very just solid 2-rack, stim timing. That might be the type of recipe against the type of player like Oxerg, where yeah, like the mental war games don't end with this guy.
yeah. Can I also point out that Artosis was kind of grimacing a little bit at the start of the game? That's because he got the worst spawning location. It's really hard to defend behind your minerals there. You can't place turrets correctly in all of the spots. The mutas can get behind that mineral line and harass you for days if you let them into that pocket. So yeah, this could be problematic for RT going forward. He's going to have to really play perfect scouting information as well as like reacting with his Marines in terms of how he moves his Marines around his base has to be flawless to make sure he can kick the mutas out at the right times, or Oxerg's going to find a lot of SCV damage for free.
Yeah, that's definitely a key note there. I didn't realize that that was the worst spawn, but now that you put it that way, it certainly makes sense. Now, 2-rack, as we kind of said, I mean, I wasn't saying 2-rack, 1 base already. I meant two base, 2-rack.
That's how they used to play back in the day.
Yeah, this feels like a 1999 right now, but
yeah.
You know, maybe this is it. Maybe this is what Artie needs to do. And honestly, you know, is Oxerg going to expect it? You know, the OV placement from October Zerg is going to definitely signal some indicator that Artie's going to be doing this. But from a spawn to spawn standpoint, this is a short distance for Artie to cover to try to you know, rush distance wise.
Well, he doesn't know that yet. He might just be thinking Artosis is going to play safe and like, you know, just make a 1-1-1 build and go fast Valkyries to try and counter the mutalist timing, or he could be going for like building his CC in the main base to float it into the natural as well. Like there's no guarantee on what exactly RD is doing right now. He's looking for this SCV in the natural that should have built the command center by now. If it's 3 minute 30, it means he went factory before command center. If it's like 3 minute 50 or longer, it means he went factory starport before command center. The fact that he sees no command center already, he's thinking, hang on a minute, something's weird here. And he might be sniffing this out. Artosis is going to try and like obfuscate that by showing him an SCV, like he wants to build the command center, but it won't be for a few more beats, and the command center should have already been down. Even if it was factory first, the command center should be down now. So Oxerg definitely knows something is up.
I don't know if he knows something is up because those Marines moved out June without the observer, the Overlord seeing it, and so these Lings are going to run into a Marine wall. And right now, okay, so the Overlord did pop out for Oxerg. We'll see if he makes Lings with those larvae. Okay, actually, Artie's moving back, so he's actually going for a. Okay, those are drones, dude. I thought maybe those could have been Lings, but they were drones. And drones are good, I think, for Oxerg in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that RT is slowing down his own economy to go for a play like this. And if he's not going to be bold enough to pull the trigger on attacking for a long time, that might be just what Oxerg needs to stay in the game. And yeah, I don't think RT is super confident about moving out. I mean, he's not even going to have medics for stim for a very long time. I think he's resolved to just staying in his natural, knowing that there could be a flood of speedlings that surround his naked Marines if he was to try and push out. So he's instead using this 2-rack as a more of a defensive play to secure his natural.
Yeah, this is suboptimal.
To say the least, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because he just started harvesting gas, and the academy is almost done. He's gonna need turrets for sure to deal with this, I would imagine.
Right. I mean, he can still make this work. He will have a much stronger count of Marines than usual. So when the mutas do finally come in to attack him, he doesn't need as many turrets to defend. And with good bio control, he can kick Oxerg out of his base and not let him get behind this like pocket behind his main mineral line. That would be great to not slow down his tech any more than it needs to. But it's going to come down to control. I mean, this is a very glass cannon style matchup where it's very tempo orientated, and you know it can really swing one way or the other at any time with how much damage is coming out and how brittle the units are.
Right. Well, at least with a 2-rack start from Artie, he's gonna have at least the option to go out once he feels like he's defended against the mutas, and so maybe he does it now. Would it make sense for him to move out now, June, and just kind of keep it in front? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he needs the pressure. He needs to at least fake move out to like force some like maybe some sunkens or some kind of reaction out of Oxerg rather than just I'm gonna make mutas and chill. Like if he's just making mutas and doing what he wants, that's not a good time for Artosis. He gets an SCV kill with this Ling run by as well. Maybe a second one. Does get 2 SCVs for his money there, despite the firebats being made to deny the counter. But there's no sunken colonies. And Artosis could pull the trigger on this attack. With good micro, he can make this this work? Oh, but his Marines are slightly out of position. If OctZerg micros well, he can still engage this. Good line formation, though, from Artie, getting good surface area to focus fire down individual Mutalisks. Hasn't yet killed one, though. Now we're up to 8 Mutalisks with 1 red HP. This is going to start to favor OctZerg the longer this goes on. There is not a single sunken colony to defend this, but it doesn't matter because Artosis is not in a good... Oh, no, the Lings as well. Artie is going to get cleaned up, and OctZerg is going to be feeling very happy about this indeed, Jiraiya.
Oh, man. I felt like that he could have done something, but OctZerg just doing a really good job of making the Lings when he did, and maybe he's going to look to put more pressure on with the Lings that he produced. But Artie's spot here, not ideal, but like it's not the end of the world either. But it's kind of stinks that he doesn't have an army out, just putting more pressure on.
Yeah.
Just having to be back into your base again. Like now, Oxerg's going to be able to get his third gas going, making some drones here.
Just taking up as well, that Queen's Nest. You see that turret? Look at the turrets behind the middle line. Artie knows that's the weak spot right there. So having any kind of time-saving device back there is a godsend. You need something back there. Yeah, and he's lost most of his Marines, so he knows he can't just kick the Mutas out with his bio control. So now he needs some kind of supplementation to that bio force.
Yeah, Hive being punched right away. Oxerg knows exactly where he's at. He knows Terran can't come out anytime soon. Goes in for a dive here in the mineral line, picks up a couple of SCVs for their worth, and going exactly where you said is where all the Zergs likes to go. And here comes Artie knowing that sort of soft spot. Yeah, another nice angle here, picking up another 2 more for good measure.
That's about as good as it could have gone for Artosis, though, to be fair to you. Like, he could have lost a lot more SCVs than that. Had he not built that turret there, had he not reacted quickly enough, had he not built 4 turrets in his natural, that would not have looked like that at all. He would have seen a dead Terran.
Right. Gonna scout off the 3rd gas. He sees it, knows about it, maybe even sees the Hydra as well. So Artie, again, doing a great job of securing the information that he needs to know about these tech transitions. Not sure if he knows exactly about the Hive timing, but he's got to think something is up as far as Zerg, you know, not making more mutas. Has to be doing something with his 3rd gas.
Yeah, you would be expecting the Zerg to be hitting your bio with the mutas if it was going to be that kind of play. And the fact that he hasn't demanded trading with the bio at all means that he does want to transition. Artie should be able to smell that out.
Yeah, if he can kill these 2 lurkers here, that's a great little victory for him. Killing the Overlord there is great.
Gets
no sunkens at 12.
Oh, it gets to the 3rd base. Go around, go all the way around, go all the way around. That's it. Go all the way around. That's it, Artie. That's exactly what you need to do to get up there.
Okay, you might even be able to get another Overlord here.
Oh, but the mutas are back into pursuit, though. There might just barely be enough mutas to keep this at bay. It's a nice idea from Artie. I don't think he's got the execution to get up there and target down the mutas. There's not a massive flock of mutas there, so if he'd pushed up confidently and started targeting down these mutas one at a time, there was a window to make something happen. But as it stands, he's not going to be able to break through up into that 3rd base and do any economic damage. So far, so good for our Macedonian Zerg.
Yep, but you know, for Artie to have this army here, if he can keep these medics alive, man, OctZerg doing a good job, just never letting Artie breathe. Picks off a muta there, but finally picks off the rest of this force. I was gonna say at least Artie had the army there to have the threat, but now that army is cleaned up, Octi certainly feels like he's got the separation he needs to maybe make more macro hatcheries, maybe make more tech. Already adding more barracks, though, doing what he can to blossom.
He's not even getting upgrades, though. He's on just +1 right now, trying to spend all this money and get everything that he needs, but it means he's slacking on that tech as well. His upgrades are lacking, just +1 weapons and nothing else coming online for him. He's going to have a fairly reasonable starport timing. The vessels will be like 30 or so seconds late here for RT. Nothing too crazy. But we actually cancelled the Great Aspire. A bit of a mind game there. He went for Great Aspire, waited maybe for a scan, then cancelled that. So RT might be thinking about some potential Guardians that will never exist if he was on top of his scouting information. Finally, we see that eBay building the necessary upgrades. He's a little bit behind the curve of the game, going up into 6 racks production with those 2 starports to get his SK Terran online. Hasn't really got a window to work with, though, against this Defiler timing. Like, OctZerg will have everything he needs to defend. It's just a matter of execution from now.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder, you know, it's a tough spot because with the 2 starports and sort of the mind game element, like you said, it's not like, because dropships I think would be effective if he made dropships instead of these 2. Okay,
Right.
never mind.
It's
Scourge
just
are
two
already out.
semi-all. It's just 2 semi-all in for RT. Like
Yeah.
if like 1 or
Yeah.
2 of those dropships get sniped by Scourge, he's just dead. And that's why
Yeah.
you see these 2 pairs of Scourge from Oxerg. He knows that's a potential win condition from Artie, but that's also a way of losing the game for Artie, and he won't want to go to
Too
gamble
risky.
that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just too much of a roulette wheel at that point, you know.
Yeah, he's already got lurkers in position in his main. I mean, Oxerg is definitely feeling comfortable in this spot. It's up to Artosis to kind of disrupt his flow.
Right.
But Terran could fight, you know, 2 base against 3 base. It's just a little, it's just, you know, you got to be very active, I would think, playing this SKT style. Like, you have to be threatening, frontal, you know, peripheral, like all the different bases. Like, you got to be all over the map. And looks like Artie's looking to sort of create those.
Usually you're laying siege to the Zerg with your fleet of vessels. The problem is Artosis only has a couple of those vessels out on the map, so he can't just pressure and lean on the Zerg non-stop like he would usually be able to. So you have to wait for one more cycle of vessels. Once he gets like 4 or 5, 6 vessels out, then you can start laying proper siege to the Zerg and kind of containing the virus on the map. It's going to be like coronavirus 2.0, and everyone's got to stay in their homes for as long as possible. And if they break curfew, though, it could be bad news. Like if they don't listen to authority, Jiraiya, I mean, there's going to be a lot of problems, right? A lot of fires are going to put out, and we see now a nice wraparound with these lurkers getting on top of these bar units that are on the western flank as well. That's going to open up a counterattack, and there's actually 2 lotto dropships made by RT, maybe hoping for an elevator into the main or a drop at the 3rd or something. And now that's been spotted potentially and will not be able to pay off in fruition. He's going to have to instead play defensively and respond to this and bring his whole army back, which is great for Oxerg.
Yeah, I mean, the Defilers are a little bit straggling behind, and the vessels are already in position to erad these forces. I think Artie can take a favorable trade right now against that.
Yeah,
I think he can fight that.
Will.
And yeah, he irradiated the Defilers, and so he cleaned that up. And this is how you fight against Hive Zerg if you're gonna play SKT style. You have to be active. You have to be consistently macroing, which Artie's doing with success. And the starports are also blinking. And now he's got 3 dropships where, you know, once he puts his presence back out there, he might be able to also, you know, put some damage onto OctZerg. Now OctZerg does have some forces at home to defend against what could be drops. But Artie needs to be careful here because he's got a lot of forces on the ground. If he just puts that all up into dropships, he's not going to be able to defend against anything.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with him having to pull his army back. Even if he traded, well, he had to pull his army back, so there's no way of containing the Zerg. So now the Zerg can just counterattack with a Defiler and get that right in your face without you being able to stop it. There is 4 dropships making its way into the main base of Oxerg. There's no more Scourge ready to intercept that, though. So this could be a huge play from Artosis. He scans and sees exactly where the lurkers are positioned as well to circumnavigate those. Gonna come in and do some irradiates and start elevatoring some units into the main base. There's a massive Zerg counterattack coming at the mineral only, though. There's lurkers and defilers and a lot of Zerglings there to support. This is going to be kind of crazy. I don't know if Artosis can actually weather this because there's 2 defilers down here leapfrogging orange clouds of death. But in the main base, there's a big base trade going on, and actually RT might be able to do a lot of damage in that main base. Oxerg's going to struggle against that a little bit. If he hasn't got any lurkers and defilers in that main base, RT is going to start doing some massive damage. Meanwhile, though, his front door is getting pushed in, Jiraiya. It's getting all kinds of crazy up in here.
Yeah, this is getting insane, but I love Artie's decision of pulling back his vessels. Those vessels are critical in cleaning up this frontal pressure that he's facing. Meanwhile, there's only Lings left. He's still putting this pressure on. He needs to do more. He needs to keep killing stuff, but that plague is going to make it real tough for this to continue.
Yeah, he's gonna munch all those Marines up. Just a few Lings is all you need to clear that up. Oh, this is a crazy game. Artosis is technically hanging on, though. He's doing a pretty good job of it. If he can just weather the storm a little bit longer, he's in a great game state, actually. The Zerg hasn't got a 4th gas online, and we've got a mineral only to get some more juice in our macro engine as Terran, so it doesn't matter that our main base will be mined out pretty soon here. Can still make this work. Around a Firebats as well. Can still fight under Darkstorm, and will do a great job at trading off these Lings. Needs to make sure he hangs onto all these vessels and don't start losing them to snipes from Scourge, though. These vessels are like gold dust right now. If anything, it's his main standing army, and everything else is supporting the vessels.
Yeah, in this spot, this decision from OctZerg to continue pressing with such a small number of units is either going to help him win the game or be the reason why he loses the game. And right now, those vessels need about another 15 seconds, 10 seconds to get another round of ERADs. And so Terran is in a great spot, I think, because he's got 3 bases. He was able to keep that third CC alive. He's adding more barracks because he's got a bank. He's got the gas to continue pumping. But he's got to be careful because he's starting to load up, but OctZerg is not letting up as far as the pressure. No Defiler here, though, and that's huge.
That's the problem with not containing the Zerg. They can just do these counterattacks over and over again against you, always sniping the dropship with some Hydras. That's a bad loss for RT, unfortunately. There's no Defiler supporting this, though. Oh, no, he's targeting the CC. If he doesn't repair or lift up that CC, it's not going to be a big deal. He won't target that down.
Oh, good trade.
He's actually not going to lose the CC, and he wins the trade. So far, so good for Artosis, despite losing the dropship there. But without the 4th gas for Oxerg, that's going to be a bit problematic for him. And RT now sees the good news that there's no 4th base to worry about. So he's actually going to be probably thinking to himself, hang on a minute, I can probably win this game.
Yeah, the way that the game is pacing right now, Artie is set up to be at like 150 PSI and OctZerg not even, and still being under 100. And so I want to see Artie continue to like control the map and then maybe load the dropship. Yeah. Like have more of a progression where when you're moving towards him and putting pressure on with like a big sizable force, it puts a lot of attention on the frontal portion. And then so the dropships could be a lot more effective when you're trying to go into like his main, for example. So I like this from Artie, pushing through with his army, getting more control, but 3 Ultralisks are out from
They don't have upgrades on them right now. He needs to be very careful he doesn't get these Ultralisks sniped. I mean, there's no Defiler support down here as well. It's kind of crazy that Oxerg is pushing the issue. With the Ultralisk targeting down some of these Marines, it might help him a little bit. I don't actually know. I think this is a bit of a mistake here from Oxerg to come down here with these units. They're actually they're running. I can't believe we've got unupgraded Ultralisks that are actually going to somehow get into the main base. He can't irradiate them because they'll kill all the SEVs. So it's kind of hilarious. Like, he has to just let them sit and come and slowly deal with this and bring his whole army back.
Oh my goodness, it's like a UMS or like Hero Ultra units. Yeah, I mean, they deserve the attention though because they're so beefy and stocky. But this is going to give OctZerg the time. It looks like he's taking that 4th base at the 1 o'clock position. But his gas is really, really low. So as he continues to commit to like these smaller attacks, it's almost like, you know, how many more of these is he gonna have, and then is he ever gonna get to a point where he can even deal with Terran's numbers head on?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Artie's going to win this game unless he gets outmaneuvered. Look at the fleet of vessels, how much forces he's got available to him. And he's taking a 4th base right now. Oxerg is desperate to get some damage done with this little counterattack style of play, and it's not working out for him. The 4th gas is only just now being made. It's nearly 20 minutes into the game before he's making that. That means he's going to be depleted on some of these other gas, so he's not going to have that kind of high gear that he can kick up into. Look at that. He's already depleted on those other geysers, so now that gas is just going to stabilize his current income and won't be able to increase his production capabilities really like it needs to. And that gives a lot more oxygen and breathing room for RT to start taking this game under control again and go on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, look at Artie's macro this game. He's relatively keeping his money low. I mean, he had a bank earlier, but since then he's been doing a really good job of pumping units out, and he's already starting to swell up to close to 150. And then again, the Zerg being under 100, that's what you're looking for when you're playing this style. You want to be able to trade and trade and trade until the Zerg can't trade anymore.
Yeah, and that's brutal value there. Look at that, like splash damage irradiate. Getting some vessel snipes is pretty nice, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. I mean, Artie already has such a massive standing army to leverage, and he can come and shove down the issue on this 4th base location. Oxerg wants to start getting some counterattacks underway immediately to try and get Artie to respond to fires rather than creating fires of his own. But look at Artie, he's already covering his bases, dotting his I's, crossing his T's, doing the fundamentals that he needs to cover his flanks while the offensive is already underway, making its way down downtown towards this natural third and rally point location. He can choose to assault either location and start to irradiate units at the rally point. This is starting to turn Artosis' way in a big fashion. He's going to try and get some splash damage, double-edged sword action with these irradiated ultras, but it's not going to be enough. He will target those down with these +3 upgraded Marines. So that 5 armor of the ultras not quite as crazy as it should be. And so far, so good for our American Terran here.
Yeah, Artosis, I mean, I don't think those starports have rested, like, ever since he popped them, like, the double starports. Like, he's done such a good job, a disciplined job of keeping those lit, where it has this picture where he's literally trading vessels. Like, these vessels just keep coming in and out and just putting on the pressure and dealing all this damage.
D-Matrix as well.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, this is what Artie's looking for. This is a statement game for him. This is him saying, like, F you, OctZerg, I'm not uninstalling this game that I love. You are no match for me, and he's certainly showing his pedigree here.
Yeah, he's going to clean up this force, but I mean, there's still enough damage done to OctZerg, sniping all those drones and overlords. He's just barely chugging away on like 2 base-ish worth of economy as a Zerg. He's still technically in this game because Artosis only has a mineral only and 1 additional gas expansion. So on paper, like, OctZerg is technically alive, but analyzing the position, it's definitely more favorited towards Artosis. Oh, he's gonna go for a double D-Matrix drop into the main base. So even if there was a bunch of Scourge ready for that, they're not going to be able to target those dropships down efficiently. Some counter damage done to the SCVs of Artosis, but that's, you know, drips and drabs right now. Artie isn't too worried about that. OctZerg's gonna have to get inside his own main base with some Ultra Zerglings to deal with this drop attempt that will potentially snipe all of his tech.
Yeah, this is how you get style points. You get the double D-Matrix dropships dropping in the main. Take a lot of units to kill these. At this point with the double E-Bays, his Marines are very well, like, yeah, 2-3 upgrades. He's got all the upgrades he needs at this point. Yeah. I mean, look at this vessel count. That's insane.
Oh, it's really insane. You need like a really juicy Plague and a Mutilus clearing all those up. Scourge is no longer effective. You haven't got enough lava or gas to keep making Scourge to deal with those. And finally, Artosis is going to be feeling a bit of redemption and a bit of catharsis after stomping out this 4th gas, which is basically the writing on the wall for OctZerg. There's no real way of stabilizing the game state. Even if he somehow lost all of his vessels right now, losing this 4th gas mining base is just untenable for him. GG is called, and we tie up the series 1-0, guys. Wow, I knew this would be the series of the evening.
Ooh. A sigh of relief there from Artie at the very end there. Finally, I got this guy. Oh, what a dominating performance, honestly, from Artie. Way to set back into it and deliver in wild form. That was very dominating. He was in trouble there for a minute. His back was against the wall. He was doing that. He was committing to the drop with the vessels, while Oct was coming with the lurkers and the defiler, and so that was a tight spot where he needed to multitask, but Artie managed to defend by the skin of his teeth, really didn't take too much economic damage, and then from there it just kind of blossomed and it was downhill.
Right. I mean, it was kind of insane. I'm really happy that Artie managed to stabilize and close that game out. He says ban Death Valley and block capitals, and Zero very calmly telling him it's already banned. You can ban another one, mate. And he's like, lol, okay, ban something else. Let's go. Come on. Yeah,
I mean, it's high stakes right now. Both players, you can tell they want it. Both players want it, and you know, both players don't want their chapters to end here. And so when the stakes are this high, you know, they want to make sure that that all bans are in place, just in case.
And he bans Eclipse because that is a very good Hydra Defiler map and is not so good for Terran versus Zerg sometimes with that how close the 3rd base ramp is to the hatchery. You can easily sunken that up and get a fast 3rd. So good ban there from RT. And the map choice is going to be Radiant, guys. I think both players are ready as well. So we're going to be jumping into our decider match in the losers bracket. Artosis versus OctZerg on Radiant. Let's get it on. All right, guys, we got spawning in the top right. Your boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Dan the Man. It's Artosis. And maybe not feeling quite as cocky as he once did. The Macedonian Zerg. It's OctZerg spawning in the top left. What's your predictions, Jiraiya? Who's gonna take this epic series?
Well, I think the type of game set here is, you know, you gotta. I give the recency bias. Like, you give the momentum to the person that just won, and if you win in that kind of fashion, like Artie did, which was a dominating one at that, you're feeling pretty good. Now,
Absolutely.
OctZerg is scouting first. Does that give him like an edge, like it does in ZVZ? Not really. Not really.
Yeah, but the spawns do favor Mutalisk harassment, so
Yeah.
unless Artie goes for like really fast barracks pressure, this position does favor Oxerg, it has to be said.
Got it. Got it. Well, we'll see. I mean, the two rack kind of weird start variation that we kind of liked if he were to put some pressure on, which he didn't. It ended up being okay in the end, and we'll see what he decides to do. I'd rather him do something like that where it threatens. Like, I don't want, if I'm Artie, I wouldn't want OctZerg to be comfortable like he was in game one, where, you know, he committed to 4 lings, and then those 4 lings, you know, traded against those SCVs, and then from there was just drones, and there was no pressure. I wouldn't want OctZerg to be comfortable, and so even though it's like, okay, I'm close, and that means his mutas are closer to me, it could also mean I'm close to him. You know, I'm close to him. Maybe I can do something to him. I don't know if that's possible here, but I'd like to think something like that might be good for Artie.
The reality is that Artie knows the possible range of play out of Oxerg is so insane that it's better to just play safe. So we probably won't see anything like that, to be fair to you.
That's fair. Yeah.
It just won't happen. Artie knows that there's so much craziness that could come out from Oxerg, anywhere from 4 pool to 9 pool speed to 2-hatch muta, 2-hatch lurker, 2-hatch all in ling. There's just so much craziness that could transpire. It's better to just play safe and play a solid game.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, and it's going to put a lot more onus on Artie to get the scouting that he needs, because knowledge is everything in this matchup, and especially if the player is more dynamic than the next guy. I would think the scouting is really important. He still hasn't scouted Oxerg yet, but that is 2 SCVs that's being allocated for that purpose. The second SCV will scout him, so maybe that other SCV that's out, he's going to keep out so he can get information later.
It's an anti-9 pool scout. You have to double scout against Zerg. Even though it's a massive map, you just want to be safe against some early pool shenanigans and make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's and don't just get caught with your pants down against that.
Yeah, right.
Oxerg going to be trying to get the chase micro on that SCV if he can. I hope RT's on top of his task switching ability, because he's already got 25 hit points on that SCV. That means it's going to die exceedingly quickly, and it's actually really annoying as the Terran player, because you want these lings to be chasing this SCV, so you have a chance at also doing some pressure, usually by like sneaking in some naked marines while the lings are chasing down this SCV. RT won't even attempt to do that here because he's just so scared of additional lings being made from Oxerg. So that won't even transpire. But even just killing this SCV faster and getting it out and stopping it from scouting the tech path is a big win for Oxerg.
Yeah, I mean, Artie definitely didn't skimp on Marines. He made a ton of Marines here off of 1 rack.
Oh no. Oh god, please don't lose that SCV. Okay.
Oh, that's big. Yeah, that would have been really unlucky.
He got a little bit lucky. The SCV didn't go all the way to the top left. That SCV slid all the way to the top left. That's potentially a dead SCV, and Artosis would have been really tilted.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna try to sneak another SCV out. Oxerg does spot it out. This is gonna be the same build order. Actually, no. He did go for the gas before the second rack, but he is going for the Academy instead of the eBay. So this is actually kind of in between the game 1 and game 2 builds, but I like this better because it means he's going to have more stuff quicker, which might mean he can move out kind of like while the mutas are being made. I'm not sure about that 100%.
Well, you'd like to think so, but the problem is that Artie is just so passive against this guy in particular. He just knows how aggressive he is, so pretty much
he can't. He's just defensive.
Because he could go mass lings right now. He could make like 10 speedlings and just surround those initial marines if he wants to, right?
Right. Well, then OctZerg is going to be in a similar position as game 1, and do what he wants and take this 3rd base. It's a little bit further out. I guess that's the one to take, because I heard that you don't really take the other 3rd base that's closer because it's hard to defend.
Right.
Makes sense.
But just so you know, Artie should pretend to attack. Like he should go and try and like shoot at these lings, start to run out, and then run back to the bunker. That's what he should do. Just to potentially make him go, oh, make some links. Oh, now he's not attacking. Oh, damn. No, I've just wasted lava. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's going to even try and do fake attacks at this point. He just wants to make sure he's hitting his timings and building 4 turrets as quickly as possible in his natural expansion. Just knowing
I prefer this. You know what? I prefer this for Artie because this is, to me, like, this is him being confident in his ability. Like, this guy, he's saying, I know what you're doing, and I'm just going to defend it, and then I'm just gonna play this game out because I'm better than you. And maybe this is the better route to go versus like overextending and risking yourself of dying or whatever.
I agree. I mean, Artie could obviously do a few little fake attacks here and there to make it better, but this is still a very solid way of playing, and he probably should be playing something like this. Not going to be losing a few of these SCVs, but he got the 4 turrets up pretty quickly, like we talked about, and that's exactly what you need to do to at least make the. You see how much damage those mutas are taking?
Those are really good turrets.
yeah. That's why you want a lot of turrets in your natural expansion, because then the mutas can't just trade SCVs for free. They're losing a lot of HP each time they fly in, and potentially loses a muta here. See?
Right. Yep, makes sense. I mean, that's the primary spot for these spawns. Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's probably got like hardly any turrets elsewhere, like 1 in his barracks and 1 in his main, and now we'll start to add on more once he feels like he needs to.
Right. Doing a good job though. That SCV line has been thoroughly harassed.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to be careful with his medics though, Artie. You can't afford to lose medics for free right now. Now stimming is going to be a problem. Like, you can just run in, force a stim, run out, and come back in 10 seconds later, rinse and repeat, and keep bullying these Marines and forcing them to deplete their energy over and over again. Sometimes you can mind game that by only stimming 1 Marine to kind of trick the Zerg out. And that's another way of maintaining your energy, but still a bit problematic here for Artie. If he overstims even just a little bit, OctZerg is going to start punishing him.
Yeah, not quite the power spike with the +1 upgrade. Wisely moving backwards. I like that decision. Yeah, losing that 3rd medic really does take away a lot from this ball here.
Right. I love the 3rd positioning of Oxerg, by the way, the natural 3rd location. It just would take forever for Artie to scan that location. Like, you just will never expect it to be there. He's like, where is this bloody base? He'd be scanning all over the map except there, I promise you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even realize that was the 3rd of the other main.
Right, it's a very sneaky base to take. It's very mind gamey and very hard for the Terran to even understand the game. So now he might be thinking that OctZerg is all in on 2 bases when he's not, and that could be problematic in calculating his exact game position. Now he's losing all of his Bioforce as well to the micro of OctZerg. Oh no, I'm a little bit worried for RT right now. He's lost so much bio to these mutas, and he probably thinks he's in a better game state than he is if he doesn't think there's a 3rd base.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize Den was done. So lurkers are already on the way. Factory, I think, just completed. So, yeah, I mean, Starport's on the way. Yeah, so he's going to be going this SKT style when there's still 9 mutas retained and a bunch of lurkers off of 3 gas. This is going to be a tough spot for Artie to play out.
Right. And his position is going to get worse because he lost so much bio. He has to make more turrets, and because he's making more turrets, he won't have enough minerals to build a big enough army. So it's like a compounding effect of negative. So unfortunately, it's like negative interest right now for RT, and the bad situation's only going to get worse. And if these 3 lurkers contain him, he's in trouble. He's trying to break out and kill these lurkers before they can get a contain going. Once you're contained by lurkers without siege tanks, you're kind of just in trouble. You won't have enough vessels to irradiate them all. And he's not got any vessels right now, so he needs to keep the map control by having these bio units like out as far as possible as he can about like just losing them straight up to the mutas. And OctZerg is using this as an opportunity to keep baiting these Marines into unfavorable positions to trade them off while teching and getting into Greater Spy yet again. This is insane.
Yeah. Definitely feeling like Artie's his back is against the wall again, but similar to last game, he's going to have to fight his way out before the Defilers are at his gate. And so he was successful last game. This game is kind of a similar situation. He's got more real estate to kind of maneuver with this Bioforce. he's gonna have to deal with this before defilers are here. Everything is in front of Artie, which I think is a good thing. Like, he's not worried about backstabs too much. And so
he's going to attack at the worst time as well, Jiraiya. Look at this. He's pushing out the scan right as the mutas and lings arrive. That means the trades will go slightly more to Oxerg's side than they should. He will still be able to clean up most of these Zerg forces and clear out those lurkers, but at what cost? Now his Bioforce is also again diminished, and we can start to morph Guardians. If he doesn't scout that Great Aspire and respond to it, these Guardians could get a lot more damage done like they did in game number 1.
Yeah. The 4 barrack count from Artie right now is a little bit troubling. It's not the same power spike that he had in the other games with 2 bases. Like, he's not able to replenish this
he's built too many turrets.
This army count. Yeah, he made a lot of turrets. Making a 3rd starport because of that gas bank. I don't hate that. I think he's onto Greater Spire, maybe, because that Greater Spire is scannable. But
that's genius that Oxerg is putting all his macro hatcheries down in that bottom left base. That means Artie can't even keep track of how much production is available to him. And that'll be really tough to get a good bead on where he is in this game right now. Oh, he snipes the tank as well. Yeah. Beautifully played from Oxerg, getting maximum juice out of these Guardians thus far. There's only 1 Irradiate available to Artie, and he's going to get a Wraith instead. He knows that the Irradiators should be used elsewhere. It's not cost efficient to deal with these Guardians that way, so just getting the Wraiths out. But that's also good for Oxerg. That slows down the production of more additional vessels while he's macroing up, and he's got a transition into Ultralisks behind this, macroing up a massive amount of forces on these macro hatcheries down in that natural 3rd in the bottom left. He's going to be feeling pretty good about this game state. As soon as Artie tries to come out onto the map, he's ready to punish.
Yeah. I mean, OctZerg is definitely scaling at a much more heavy rate than Artie here. He is supply blocked. Okay, he just got unsupply blocked, but Ultralisk, just missed it. Got a Wraith there. Flanking to the right side. Artie's looking to break this lurker line. I don't think he has any idea that Ultras are even up, to be honest with you.
No, and he's going to see the bad news. He might see the Ultra Cavern, but not realize he's got the production to make this many. He might not realize that the gas was taken that early with this much macro hatcheries early on. So now he's in trouble. His Marines are completely surrounded out on the map. The writing is on the wall for Artosis. If he can't get a really heroic defense by blocking with SCVs, there's 0 chance at holding this. Look at how many Ultras are running into his natural expansion. With any kind of manual targeting with these Ultras, he's pretty much dead. He can even streamline some Zerglings on top of the production line in the main base as well. Artosis is about to be eliminated. This is insane.
Yeah, man, look at this flood from Octi just coming in with the absolute rage. Oh, man.
It's so PM. It's uninstall question mark. GG is called. Artosis is going to switch off the cam right away, rightfully so. He wants to rage in peace. Unbelievable game there. I mean, wow, fireworks indeed. I mean, I thought that matchup was going to be explosive, but that was something special.
Yeah, I think that last game there, just Oxerg, just the mental warfare, like you said. I didn't realize it until you said it, but the macro hatchery is just the disguising of everything. I don't know if Artie knew what exactly he was up against as far as like the timing of the 3rd base and how far he was going to stick with mutas before transitioning into Hive and such. Just a really good job of just masking all of that and making Artie second guess himself, I think, because to me the critical spot in that game 3 was when those mutas at the Nat was trading so well against Artie's Bioball. Like, after that, it was like there was no more presence, and then at that point, macro hatcheries are added, Ultralisk Cavern is added, and then the guard is buy more time. Like, it was just a very nicely played game by Oct in game 3. Just really well done.
It was really well done. I love the mind games from OctZerg in this series. He's using his image to the best of his ability. Because he's known as a cheesy player, he's doing all these like little cheeky niche things along the way to really obfuscate and trick you. And that's exactly how you need to play at a tournament level StarCraft. I'm really impressed. Like, it doesn't matter if you always go all in or always are cheesy, as long as you have this finesse of navigating how you're being cheesy along the way in the tournament play. And he's done an absolute stellar stellar job of that. And guys, that means that now we're going to have, with RT being eliminated, we're going to have a Doodle versus Oxerg final match. I'm really happy about that because DragOn looked a little bit too favorite against OctZerg, and DragOn is a bit of a PvZ specialist because he also knows how to play ZVP, so that gives him a little bit of extra star power in that matchup. So Doodle is a bit more of an acceptable challenger for OctZerg to overcome. So we could have a much more interesting series on hands with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll see how Doodle deals with Oxerg shenanigans.
There's gonna be some kind of shenanigans, that's for sure. But guys, go get your waters, your beer, whatever you need to do to stay hydrated and refreshed and ready to and keep devouring this StarCraft content we're gonna be plugging your way. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. I hope you've got enough drinks and refreshments because this is crazy. We've had such an amazing Protoss versus Protoss, then that Terran versus Zerg, and now we got a final match between OctZerg and Doodle, who honestly might not have as easy of a time of dealing with OctZerg as DragOn did. Like we said before, DragOn is a PvZ specialist, so there might be a crazy series on our hands.
Yeah, all I want to see is a successful Ling drop this series, if that's possible. I would like to see that pay off one time, because I think the player, maybe some of us remember him, Tai2, NA player, he used to do stuff like that, and we really haven't seen anyone like him, but OctZerg is probably the closest proxy to him, and and maybe we'll see something like that, but who knows?
Well, Metropolis is pretty much the only map that's going to probably work on, and so unless we see that map again, I don't necessarily think that will transpire. But it is a very cute play, and it's actually not that cheesy. Like, I see a lot of pros approaching that kind of style on Metropolis in particular. The slow drops are just so good on that map.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like only certain maps are going to have a condition where you can even do something like that. Maybe we'll see that on Metropolis.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the map to pull something like that out. Looking at the stats, though, you can see Doodle's win record, even though it's a small sample size, 80% against Zerg. OctZerg, inversely, hasn't really got much of a great win record across the board, but weirdly enough, versus Protoss is his highest percent at 33 right now. Maybe he can increase that a little bit here today with some of these performances he's been able to muster. Would love to see him go all the way and maybe break out of this group right here, right now. I think both players are ready. So we're going to be jumping into game number 1 on Polestar for the final match between Doodle and OctZerg. Let's get it on, guys. Spawning in the top right. It's the Macedonian Zerg with big balls. It's OctZerg. His opponent in top left, ready to redeem himself after that Protoss versus Protoss. It's Doodle. What's your predictions, Jiraiya? Who's going to take down this series?
I think Doodle's the stronger player, but I think OctZerg is capable of beating him. I'm rooting for OctZerg to just share my bias. But Doodle is freaking strong, and so if I was betting, I wouldn't bet on my friend OctZerg.
So you want him to win, but you also like your money, so you wouldn't necessarily want to bet on him.
Yeah, and Bojan will understand.
I'm sure he will. He's a pretty chill guy.
Yeah, I mean, look at Wayne. That's Doodle's name, Wayne. I mean, look at his picture. He's kind of got a menacing look. He doesn't look like a poodle to me.
Yeah,
So
he doesn't look like he's like he's staring into his opponent's soul right now.
Yeah. 9 pull though. We got a 9 pull here.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And pretty interesting stuff. I would like to see the fact that this is a late scout from Doodle might actually. Oh, it's a gas trick. It's a gas trick. Don't panic. Don't panic. Yeah, it's just a little gas trick to optimize for drones here. But I mean, with the late scout from Doodle, there's a potential for this to actually do something. I mean, it's very... Wait, what? He's going to throw down 11 Forge like he's setting up for a cannon rush here. So the fact that he's looking for a cannon rush actually will help him out, because that means his cannons will be very crisp at timing out against this Zergling early pressure from OctZerg. It's not an all-in by any stretch of the way. He's just going to make 6 lings and pressure with this.
Yeah, I can kind of see. Yeah, both players are going to be delayed on their hatchery. Like OctZerg is moving out, trying to make his expo. Surely with the lings, he'll be able to eventually plant that. And then these cannons being warped or having to need to be warped because this ling threat is going to delay the Nexus. And so maybe this will kind of stabilize. Oh, nice pick off on the probe there.
Damage on the cannon. Now he gets damage on the cannon. Okay, these lings can potentially still do something. I'm not sure about... I didn't actually keep check of when the lings came down the ramp. Maybe he can't actually come in and do this. I think the second cannon was fast enough to stop this from actually... Yeah, I think the second cannon should be fast enough that he won't actually try and go for this. He will just instead try and, like, you know, play a normal game from here. There's just sometimes that cannon though isn't, because it's 11 forge, right? He was able to put down those cannons super quick. But if that was like a normal 13 forge, there's actually a window to come in there and punish that with the drone helping out by damaging the shields.
Right. Probe is still out though, and if he gets a block on this hatchery here, which so good news for Oct, he's able to plant that. That certainly, I'd be feeling better about it. But this is not like a great spot for Zerg because this is still a 9-pool open. So like I wouldn't say this is 50-50 by no means.
Yeah, but he forced 2 cannons, so it's like it kind of is okay, you know. Like your own economy is a little bit slow, but so is theirs because they had to throw down a double cannon. Remember, there was 11 forge as well, so we didn't even optimize early game. So when all said and done, this is pretty even. Depends on how much scouting information this probe gets. So if this probe does get into the main, then it's a little bit Protoss sided. If it can't get into the main, then it's pretty even.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because OctZerg making the gas here certainly gives off a lot of information that this probe is being denied at present. But yeah, I mean this is, I guess, the optimal way to approach it if you're OctZerg, right? Like you don't want to, like back in the day, you used to just make drones and never make the gas. But here you want to make the gas because you don't want to be too behind on whatever you're trying to do, whether it's hydras or layer.
Yeah,
it's
I would
like
like to. Yeah, Zero is actually correctly pointing out that we've got a very quick second gateway out here from Doodle. It's the kind of thing that Mini likes to do, is throw out a very fast additional gateway and get just a few extra zealots out and surprise the Zerg with a timing they're not quite accounting for. Like, as far as he's concerned, these 6 slings are going to be good for a little bit longer. And maybe a little bit of time after that, just needs to add on like maybe 1 more pair or 2 to deal with any kind of like 3 zealot timing. But that won't be the case here. A lot more pressure can come out from Doodle when he's worried about a 3 zealot move out. Suddenly he's got a 5 zealot move out, and then he's like, oh no, what do I even do against that?
Right. Yeah, I mean the Overlord is going to be useful to see what does come out, but it's not scouting the fact that he has a second gateway, and so it's really just up to him on that response window of knowing that it's 5 zealots, and then like, what do you do with this larva?
Yeah, he's gonna make so many zealots. He doesn't actually have to attack right away as well. You can sometimes just bank up these zealots for as long as you want. He can just go with 5 though, which is what he probably should do to apply pressure to the Zerg and force, like, you know, more lings and less drones right now, which he should.
Yeah. I have a good feeling these are drones. A lot of these are drones.
Well, plus you have to scout for 3-hatch Hydra, so like you have these are not only zealots to do damage, but zealots to scout. So once he sees these hydras as well, that's a good information for him to know exactly what the build order is for our Zerg here.
Okay, units were made with this larva.
Yeah, he is gonna have to. He can't even afford to make drones. He should have just barely enough to fight against this with more and more units popping out, but that doesn't matter. Like, just the fact that he can't make drones right now is really annoying for the Zerg. And as long as Doodle trades a little bit here, that's still going to be pretty good for him. Actually, OctZerg handled this reasonably well, but like I said before, hasn't been able to make that many drones during all of this. He wants to power up right now.
I love the OctZerg OV in the middle because he's kind of like positioning it for the 3rd. Maybe he'll spot those zealots in time, but if he spots them, then that'll be a huge bonus for him.
Oh,
yep. Yes, sir. So that's huge because he didn't know about that, and 3 zealots certainly is something that you want to respect.
He might not have noticed though, you know, like he only saw it for like a couple of seconds, and he started to micro at the front, trying to pressure the wall with the hydras, trying to make sure they're at maximum range and see if he can snipe off the pylon. And as a result, he actually missed these zealots moving out. He actually didn't, even though he technically could have seen them, he didn't react to it. So he definitely didn't actually notice. So now he's going to lose some mining time at the 3rd base, which is great for Doodle.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario for Oct. I mean, the fact that the Overlord was in position to see it should have paid off for him, but he missed it.
I have no idea why he's trying to fight with his drones right there, but he potentially could lose some of these drones. He might actually be able to box in one of these zealots. If you can drill those and prevent them from escaping, that's a pretty big win. Doesn't necessarily get that, but I mean, when all said and done, this isn't terrible for OctZerg. It's not the worst position for him at all. It's a very playable game state, and he has killed quite a few zealots this game. So he has droned up, and he's forced cannons. So I mean, honestly, this isn't too bad. This isn't too bad at all.
I mean, these macro gates feels like it's gonna like hit for Protoss in like a minute or two, so it's like, what is Zerg gonna do between now and then to be able to deal with it? But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of gates, dude.
It is.
5 gates?
I love the tenacity of chasing down those slow zealots and killing them all the way in the bottom right. Like every small win is a big win right now. Like getting rid of active threats out on the map is a pretty big deal. It's just one less run by you have to worry about later on. You can simplify the game state. He's got an overlord scouting outside the rally point of Doodle if any more additional zealots start coming out as well. So we can start to isolate what potential game states he has to worry about. He's got a couple of idle drones that he's now going to fix. One idle drone in the mineral line he won't notice, unfortunately, but he might be able to finally identify that eventually, but I imagine he won't. It's just, you can see it like just kind of with his claws poking out there. He won't notice that. It's just too hard to spot in a game like this. We'll need to keep microing back against these zealots, which are just about to finish up their speed upgrade. It's very slow timing, but it doesn't matter now. There's not that many Hydras to deal with this. There's not a great Sim City, so we're going to try and fix that issue now by throwing down a quick Evo so we can plug up this hole and deny the surface area of these zealots so they can't trade effectively. There's a much better Sim City at the third base to work with, but I don't think there's enough units there, so this actually could go a lot more favorited for Oxerg. That's why the Hydras are coming out of position. That's a great timing for Doodle and sandwich and wedge between those Hydras. Now he can get on top of this point and the rally point and break apart this tight little choke and see if he can get some better surface area. So far though, Oxerg doing a good job of fighting back and denying that surface area to him.
Wow. Yeah, this SimCity is just so good because that's too much zealots, but the SimCity is just too good. Yeah, this is definitely the better route for Doodle. Just trading the zealots, but with +1, it's just gonna melt these Zerglings like it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like Doodle should like consider pushing the issue and try and get on top of that sunken, but he doesn't feel too confident about that. He wants to instead intercept the rally point. Now actually he can run into that. Oh no, he's going for lurkers. He's going for lurkers. He hasn't got the hole blocked up. Can he get these borrowed in time? He's not body blocking though. The lurkers have borrowed, but now the zealots can streamline into the main base. He does body block. The egg was crucial in stopping most of those lurkers most of those zealots getting to the main base, but still some zealots did make their way in there.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, if he gets that Evo, oh, he's so behind on upgrades now. Yeah, it's already 1-1.
Okay. I mean, this isn't too bad for Oxerg, to be fair. Yeah. So many zealots here. Like, honestly, like, I actually like Oxerg's position. Like, if you said to me, who would you rather be, Doodle or Oxerg? I'm picking Oxerg, actually.
Oh, 100%. I was just saying if he lost that Evo, that would have been big. But yeah, I mean, why already ahead? He's got the nice drone count too, so he can plant the fourth base as he sets up this contain. Like, yeah, absolutely. If you're Oxerg here, you're feeling real good. Sometimes that lurker aspect upgrade before the Hydra range, like, it can be dicey in those spots, but it worked out perfectly for Oct there.
Yeah, it did. I hope he's got some overlords on the way because he's supply blocked and he's got a lot of minerals and a lot of lava. So I think missing out during all those shenanigans, he didn't really optimize his macro enough there, so he can't even build anything. Waiting for some overlords to finish up here. It's even a dark Archon, which I'm not even sure will become relevant in the sense that there's not going to be any Mutalisk transition for the time being, although Doodle's worried about that. He's going to maybe sniping off 2 of these Dragoons at the wall. Does at least get 1 of them. He needs to set up a very entrenched lurker contain. I actually think he's too far forward of these lurkers right now. He needs a much wider L-shaped contain and a deeper kill box and utilize these 2 high ground doodads a little bit to the right of that lurker that's currently selected to kind of funnel the Protoss into that kill box a little bit better. As it stands, though, it's not too bad of a position for Oxerg to work with. It's still pretty favorable. It's going to be very tough for Doodle to get out his army and actually contend with this. Just waiting on a few more rounds of Dragoons. He needs about 1.5 to 2 control groups of Dragoons to then bust out and start going to town on those lurkers. 1 storm and 1 phase disruption shot is enough to kill a lurker, so can efficiently deal with this, but it doesn't feel good when the lurkers are this spread apart. You have to waste so many storms to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, Oxerg is still ahead in BSI, so like, it's hard to break out, let alone break out against like superior numbers. So Oxerg like staying on top of the macro, but now all of a sudden Protoss is ahead. So yeah, maybe this is where the macro gates start kicking in for P.
Well, it's all going to come down to how clumped up these lurkers are. If you can get good storms, if all the units are stacked up on top of the lurkers while they get stormed, that's great value for the Protoss as well. I just hope Oxerg doesn't clump up too much and get stormed into oblivion, because right now his army is looking very densely populated on that center position. I would like him to spread out his army more in an arc so it doesn't all just get stormed in a funnel.
Yeah, you're so right about that. I mean, those are just some juicy storms waiting to happen. Currently, the way that's set up, smartly making Scourge to kill any observers, which is going to slow this down immensely. But he's got to start spacing some of these out because, okay, that's like the best storm that I can expect when it only targets one lurker. Okay,
Yeah.
so more a la carte style. I like it. This is high velocity play from Oxerg, but
This is how you
keep
should
that
play.
macro. Yeah,
I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot, especially pulling back the low HP lurkers as they get targeted by the storm. Really high level stuff from him. Now finally Doodle wants to push out. He's going to try and get a bit of a sandwich on some of this army that's making its way to the southern threshold. Hasn't yet identified that observer to snipe it. Snipes one of the observers, but hasn't got this other observer on the southern threshold currently. But this is still a great position for Oxerg. I don't know if Doodle can even break out right now.
It's really awkward because OctZerg is not giving him any space, and even though the cannons are like right there, he's like clumping up his lurkers in a position where the High Templars are not easily able to range those lurkers. But now with that cannon being dead, they can kind of get closer to it. But Oxerg very confident with this contain as far as how he's moving. I mean, I guess he's gonna lift them. Okay, he's not paying attention now, but okay, it's a good job there from Doodle.
I mean, the problem that Doodle has is that Oxerg's been able to saturate his fourth base. Usually you're waiting for the Protoss to break out before you saturate this fourth base to be safe, and he's been able to saturate that without really worrying. Now going to try and prevent a southern run by from Doodle. Ooh. Beautiful Maelstroms as well, trying to isolate some of those Hydras. Needs to combo that with High Templars, though. The High Templars struggling to get out into positions to storm. He's trying to create a massive line to engage with. Many more lurkers are hatching out for Oxerg to wrap around his arm at this southern point, though, to prevent that from occurring. So far, so good for Oxerg. He's targeting down all of the Dragoons as well with his Hydras really well executed from him. He just needs to snipe all these Dragoons like they're tanks in Protoss versus Terran, and he's going to be feeling great about this game state despite losing most of his army.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't see too much of this, and maybe I'm wrong that this is more of a thing and not, but I feel like OctZerg with his lurker placements, like it could be very dangerous, but they're more effective in the way that he's using them. I mean, Doodle is breaking out now, but those lurkers are almost like more offensive than defensive. Like he's pushing them up so closely in this game. Maybe that's just what he does in this matchup. I don't tend to see that in this, but
yes,
he's doing it effectively.
Yeah, usually you set like a deeper kill box for the Protoss to push out into, and then they're already flanked by the time they move out. Going to be trying to target fire down some more of these units, storming his own units as a result. Like, oh, he lost two High Templars to his own storm. Doodle in some frustration there, making a few misplays. He has technically broken out though, so the probe can start to come down here and expand at 9 o'clock. It's not the most terrible timing as well. If Oxerg can't stop that Nexus from going up, Doodle has a playable game state, but it's certainly not Protoss favored at all.
Yeah, it's almost like if he can clean up this army that's out right now from this contain, like then he's back to sort of where he wants to be. But Doodle doing a good job keeping those forces out, keeping on the high ground. You know, keeps poking at this Zerg army. But yeah, more forces coming in here. Oxerg staying on top of his macro.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried for Doodle here. He hasn't got enough army to set up this base. Like, he hasn't got any High Templars down in that 9 o'clock position. He's desperate to break the contain yet again that Oxerg re-established. Usually you don't go for round 2 on establishing the contain, but Oxerg in this situation can easily do that. Really well played from him. Seemed pretty confident as well going about it. So that kind of does give a lot of tempo and a wind behind his sails going forward in this series with that quick 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be feeling real good if I'm OctZerg right now. I mean, he played that pretty as straight up as it can be. He defended the early game stuff. I mean, that was like 16 plus 1 Zealots when he was 0-0. and he got the lurkers on time, defended, knew how great of a spot he was, and then just stuck on top of his macro, got that fourth base up, gave him that bonus gas, and just never let up on the pressure. So Really, he brought his stuff that game.
Yeah, no, that was really impressive from Oxerg, holding his own against the absolute aggression of Doodle as well, the early second gateway to really apply pressure with more zealots than he would usually have. And the lurker timing came in clutch. Like, he barely blocked all those zealots getting in there. The egg block on the hatchery as well stopped the majority of those zealots getting into the main base and sniping some of his tech. Really nicely done from him. Looks like Oxerg is going to be banning Death Valley. And Doodle says, well, okay, let's do Radiant. So, wow, guys. I mean, this series has already been not disappointing at all so far. And I imagine we might even go to game 3.
Yeah, it's also worth noting Oxerg is not talking against Doodle. Maybe there's no history here, no rivalry or whatever, but he's not always as BM as some would say to every player, it seems.
Right. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of history between RT and Oxerg for
there
that
must
kind
be.
of. Yeah. He wouldn't usually chit chat too much like that. I think it's just because it's Artosis that he's feeling a little bit more comfortable to get under his skin with some banter.
Yep.
All right,
All
guys.
right.
Looking at the board, though, I mean, pretty impressive bracket. We've had a lot of 2-0 convincing games like we thought, but then that Oxerg versus Artosis was very spicy and drawn out like we also thought. Now, can we predict this series? Is it going to go the distance, or will Oxerg pick up a quick 2-0 victory over Doodle? I don't necessarily think so. I think this will go Doodle's way, and then we'll see a third game.
Okay. I don't think that's a bold prediction at all. I mean, those Zealots could have easily ended the game. It was just Oxerg that really executed better. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm gonna just go with Oxerg here. Roll with the recency bias and see what he can do.
While both players are jumping into the game, we got game number 2, the finals match between Oxerg and Doodle. It's going to be Radiant. Let's get it, guys. Spawning here in the bottom left. He's currently 1-0 up. He could break out of the group right now. It's match point. It's Oxerg. And his opponent is going to have to keep his head tightly screwed on his shoulders to make it through this group stage is Doodle.
Before I wasn't worried about Doodle. Now I'm starting to worry for him.
Yeah,
the reason why I say that is, if you look at my friend Bojan here, he
Mhm.
took off his top.
He
He took off his top. And so I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like a weighted top. I don't know if it's one of those situations, but
If it's like some Dragon Ball Z weighted training gi or something, and he's like increasing his power level by a few points by taking that off.
I don't know. Things might be heating up there. That's all I can say. Things might be heating up. But Nexus is rested. I guess that's normal.
Yeah.
He's going for the.
I think we're all heating up to right now. I think this is too spicy to not feel hot.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
See
Looks
it
like
fast. Go on.
standard overpull here from Octi, or is he going 9 pull? No, this is 9 pull with
This is 9 pull, the
gas trick. Yeah, against 9 gate at that.
Right. Now this has a lot more play. Now it's much harder for Doodle to just block this like it is with the Forge Fast Expand. There's a lot of decision tree you have to worry about in terms of like what you do and when, and how you block the ramp and when. Otherwise, potentially the Zerg can like kind of metagame you and squeeze in some Zerglings into your main base if you don't block the ramp with a Zealot and Probe at the right time, and kind of juggle everything in that early phase. So potentially these sixlings could get something going.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a high kind of like high velocity kind of thing, because like you said, it's all about what you're going to do with this first Zealot. Are you going to ignore these sixlings, or are you going to parry your way back home and wait for your second Zealot? I mean, the Probe is going to spot the timing of these sixlings, and so that Zealot is now moving backwards, which I think is the smart play.
He has to.
You want to get everything in front of you, definitely. Yep.
He needs to block his ramp as well, and he needs this Zealot to plug this hole with the other zealot, or they can just target the probe right away. And if that happens, then you need a probe to also help block the ramp with the zealot after the fact. It's just so problematic. He's trying to force. Oh, for a second there, I thought he was going to run by on the left. I was like, that shouldn't work, and it didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's trying to. Oh, he gets us around potentially. Needs to be careful. He's doing so much damage to this gateway, trying to bait Doodle to come out to challenge him, to then go for a run by. He is actually going to get potentially a run by. Targets the probe to get some additional lings in, but when all said and done, only 2 lings making its way into the main base, but still pretty annoying. There's additional lings coming at the front. He's gonna have to just build a cannon in the main base and try and simplify the game stay. He will lose maybe potentially 1 or 2 of these probes before that cannon's finished up, though. Oxerg having a hard time microing on 2 fronts and does lose to those zealots, a few more of those additional zerglings. So far this is going Doodle's way.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to require a lot of micromanaging. I like this decision to go layer first with the first 100 gas that he harvested. There's still no nexus from the Protoss, so this is definitely a very fast tech from the Zerg player here. But it hurts when you lose those handful of lings there.
He's got 4 zealots to deal with, Jirai. It hurts a lot. Hurts a lot. Because how is he going to defend against all of these 4 zealots now? He has to make non-stop zerglings. That means his economy is going to be even more struggling. Doodle's going to be feeling pretty confident about this. He might even have to pull the drones to fight.
Oh, he made a drone. He made a drone Zune. I don't know if that was...
That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, the drones! That's so close. They almost bugged each other out there and all died for it. That was close. That was like... Yeah, he's actually supply block, so he can't really do anything right now. He could make buildings to make extra lings. He could make creeps with these drones, then cancel the creeps to squeeze out lings, but it doesn't feel good. You're wasting minerals to do that, and it's also APM intensive right now. This is problematic. He needs to maybe get a drone drill on top of these zealots to have any chance at holding the line. Looks like a pretty favorable trade here for Doodle. Will be coming out ahead, and I think that's going to be a quick equalizer from Doodle. I don't think that OctZerg can stabilize the game state anymore.
Yeah, no, this is it. This is over. This is over. I mean, that was the worst supply block of all time. I mean, at that point, he couldn't make any more lings for like how long? It was just way too long to do anything, and so
yeah, even targets the egg to get a cancel on the lings so it disappear when they hatch. Really impressive stuff from Doodle, doing enough damage to make sure those can't even finish. Now he can also start to target the pool and force the lings to come into an unfavorable trade. You can tuck the zealots between the gas and the pool here to body block good surface area, or just target the pool. Oh, look at that follow-up attack. The 1-2 punch coming into the natural to kill additional drones. OctZerg is in a lot of trouble and he knows it. He needs to somehow trade efficiently against these zealots, and I don't think he's going to be able to find that. By the time he finally clears up these 3 zealots, he's now got another 2 to worry about.
Yep, this is looking grim.
I mean, he's technically alive, but he has such little economy to work with, and Doodle knows about the Spire. So it's like, and he can't make a single drone for so long. It's just, he's got maybe 8 drones mining minerals. Yeah, 8 drones exactly.
Yeah, and if he had a gas bank, maybe he can try to formulate some sort of all-in, but he's got no gas. Spire is done. He's starting to make something, but basically his only window here is, I think, breaking that window, that ramp right there with the 1 cannon. Maybe he's got to all-in target fire that cannon, make a pair or 2 of Scourge to get the Corsair that's probably being made, and make use of these speedlings that he, decided, needed to make to fend off those early Zeals.
I mean, I just don't think he's gonna find the win condition here. And with the Spire, he can barely make any mutas as well, so he can't really punish Doodle by going for a quick muta counterattack. He might actually be able to move shot this Sair down if he wanted to. There is a cannon finishing up in the main base, but with only 2 mutas, you can't kill that in time.
He has to go around the Zeal. He needs to go all in. He can't trade against these Zeal. Oh, that's good. They're not paying attention.
So he actually has to kill the Zealots because he can't let them keep run by, and there's no way he can finish the game anytime soon to allow these to run by, so he has to do damage to the Zealots now.
Yeah. Yep.
But he can't kill the cannons in the main base because of how slow his muta timings are, which allows more breathing room for Doodle to build another cannon in his natural. Just go double, two Stargate makes sense, and just keep pumping. And then as long as Doodle doesn't make any critical errors, he should be okay. There's still a possibility that maybe like Oct could have gone for a pair of Scourge and somehow got a tempo swing. It's just not going to be enough economy to make something like that work, unfortunately, like it could usually.
Yep. Yeah, and with the double Stargate response from Doodle here is just perfect response.
Right.
I mean, there's no reality where Mutas and Scourge is going to win against this. I don't think, at least with this much cannon support.
Doodle could misplay. Like Doodle could like fly around like a sausage monkey and not actually shoot the Scourge or the Mutas with the Corsairs and lose his cannons for free. Like potentially.
Are you not looking at Wayne right now, June? Does that look like a man? Does that look like a man that's gonna play like a spider monkey?
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure he's got it under control. I mean, maybe like a jet engine could like land on like the exchange nearby and take out his internet connection. I mean, potentially there's something that could happen, right?
Dude, he's got more Corsairs than Mutas, I believe, and +1's gonna kick anytime, any second now. Yeah, I mean, here they come. Here comes the battle.
Ooh, he kills like 2 of the Corsairs, maybe not even that, just 1 Corsair, 2 Corsairs actually, yeah. But besides that, I mean, yeah, this is just dead for Oxerg. He might kill 1 or 2 more Corsairs, but it's not enough. He doesn't even get that. So unfortunately, Doodle's probably going to be able to close out this game. It just might take a few extra moments here.
Well, Oct will not go without a fight. He hasn't even been mining 2 gas, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. He's trying to transition, but I don't know if the transition is going to be good enough.
Yeah,
he's got no timings. Yeah, he has no timings to work with, and he's going to be defensive, and he hasn't got enough drone count to make this work. Like he can't afford to make units and drones.
Right. Yeah, at this point, he can't even make +1 Carapace, I would imagine, because he's been only on 1 gas and allocating everything on units.
Yeah. He's been trying to optimize by not mining too much gas, but that's going to not really help him out now. He does kill quite a lot of the Corsairs, but it's too little too late. There's no way of seizing air control now, and the Zealots will do too much damage on the ground. I think that Oxerg will tap out after losing this 3rd hatchery, but he might not. He might still just try and fight it out.
Yeah.
Which is understandable. It's a tournament game. This is the game you want to drag out. If you're going to drag out anything, this is the game to drag out.
Yeah, and he's he's got that warrior kind of Korean spirit. Oh, never mind.
That's the GG timing he should have done. That's the timing I expected. But I would also wouldn't have blamed him for staying a bit longer.
Right. Well done from Doodle. That was crazy. I just wonder if that 9-pool open kind of bit OctZerg in the butt there in game 3. I don't know what Zergs are doing these days, but is 9-pool like more standard? Is everyone doing 9-pool?
It's much more in fashion. It's like people trying to metagame right now, because like overpool and hatchery first isn't necessarily cutting it. The Protoss players are metagaming that a little bit too efficiently. So now Zergs are trying to mix it up and keep Protosses guessing, keep Protoss players like making sure they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's in terms of what decisions they have to do early game. Because in those situations where it's gateway first against 9-pool, if he doesn't see those links coming early game, the Zealot is out of position, he's in trouble. So that can happen. You can get some early easy advantages from just going for that build if the Protoss player doesn't scout you early enough.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to get 2 links into the main, but Doodle in very Doodle-like fashion, it's not like he stayed home. He decided to keep pushing, and so he was able to get those free links early, which then compiled to forcing the situation for Oct. And then Oct, his biggest mistake clearly was getting supply blocked at 18. That was just catastrophic for him. So yeah, Octi made the mistake there, and Doodle just jumped on it.
Yeah, I was really impressed by pretty much all of the series we've had tonight. It's been they've been getting better, almost increasingly better and better as the evening's gone on. Even the Protoss versus Protoss was exciting, despite being a 2-0. I was really happy with that. Okay, so what are we going to have in terms of bans and picks? I'm curious now. Wait, is he? Oh, hell. Okay, so yeah, Deja Vu was banned by Doodle. And now we're going to have Eclipse as the map of choice from Oxerg, which is interesting. So what do you think? You still going to be favoring your boy, or are you feeling a little bit shaky about that prediction?
Man. I already said it. I'm not gonna bet on my boy. I'm not gonna put my money where my mouth is. I already said it. I can't take it back. And that game is demonstrative of what I mean. Like Doodle is of a different pedigree. I think we need to start considering him. Possibly like in the next prong. Like he could be like he's good. He's really solid. And so I want to see OctZerg go for more of a macro style, but I want him to defend against what could be cannon rushes or whatever. But I want to see a more econ friendly version of what I know he's capable of doing versus doing more of like an all-in thing, which I know that's his style, but at least having a different opening, being a little bit stronger in the earlier game is what I would prefer, but we'll see. This meta stuff that you're talking about, to me, as someone who's not as like keen to it all, is definitely more complicated. I think it's definitely more like micro intensive, because like those early game spots, that's a lot of like high velocity environment that it separates the round of 20 players from the round of 32.
From the chaff, the men from the boys. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But this is a slightly Protoss favored map, which is interesting that Oxerg's picking it. And usually 1v1 maps are pretty good for Protoss because of the guaranteed scout at the start. You can kind of optimize and maintain the exact game state you want as a result. Both players are ready. We're jumping into the final decider match of the evening. It's Doodle versus Oxerg. Spawning in the top right. It's none other than the Death Stare boy, Doodle. That's the red Protoss. And his opponent. He did great in game number 1. Not so hot in game number 2. It's Oxerg. Hopefully he's got enough balls remaining.
So did OctZerg pick Eclipse or did Doodle pick it?
Yeah, he did, which is why I was surprised, because it's like a 2-player map, which is pretty good for Protoss, and also this map, statistically speaking, is about 47% Zerg win rate ish for the statistics. So it's like slightly Protoss favored, ever so slightly.
So what the heck is Oxerg doing?
What maybe likes this map, or he's just comfortable in it, or he didn't know what else to pick. I don't know. Maybe he's just chill and doesn't mind,
Yeah. I knew something was going to be off with him once I knew the size of his bowling balls. I want to see him do something just something strong. So it looks like a gateway open here for Doodle. Yeah. So.
The fast scout as well, which is interesting. A lot more Protoss players have been doing this lately. Like usually back in the day, Mini showed you that it's good to optimize and go to like mine the natural minerals right away and like kind of optimize your mineral income a tiny bit before going for that fast scout. Nowadays, though, Protoss players are mind gaming the crap out of Zergs and going for this very fast scout despite going for the gateway first, which really confuses Zerg, because is it a forge, is it a gateway? You don't know until you either drone scout yourself or this overlord slowly makes its way over there. And that's a long time coming, so it does kind of keep the build order secret for what actual Doodle is doing, because back in the day, you could kind of figure out what the Protoss player was doing based on the probe scout alone.
Yeah, I mean, OctZerg already starting with the mind games, blocking his ramp off and taking his third base as his second base first. But he also made drones afterwards, so his pool hasn't even started. There's a Zealot coming out soon. He's going for 3 hatch before pool.
He thinks it's forge as well. He thinks it's forge because of the fast probe scout, so he thinks he's safe to do this. All he's got to do is worry about the cannon rush. He doesn't realize that this is going to be a fast seller. He's going to see the news in just a moment here, and is probably going to roll his eyes a little bit because it is kind of annoying to deal with. A Zealot. Oh, he's not even going to see the Zealot. Oh, Doodle. Oh, Doodle. Oh, this is going to get crazy.
I mean, he's going to see the gateway either way. So regardless, I think the Zealot going to the third base right now, or I guess OctZerg second base. Isn't that okay?
He's trying to fake a cannon rush. He's trying to fake a cannon rush, but OctZerg didn't overreact to the cannon rush. So now the bad news is finally scouted that it is going to be a gateway first, and he's going to have to try and block this. It's going to be a forward shield battery from him. as a follow-up. I mean, this is crazy.
Oh.
Oh, pretty good surround on that Zealot, doing pretty high amounts of damage. Cycling back the low drones as well. That's pretty high amount of damage done to that Zealot. But with the two shield,
He's got to kill that Zealot. If he kills the Zealot, he's got to kill it. Oh,
15 HP. There's 4 more shots, and that Zealot would have gone down. That's insane. He's trying to get a good surround on it now. Both shield batteries have finished up. There's quite a lot of energy on those, and now we got the cannon rush will finally go online. I mean, this is crazy. He has to do something about this. He can't just obviously let this cannon kill this hatchery to stay in this game. He ideally wants to save this. Has some Zerg. Oh, a good drill on that Zealot. He can maybe kill this one Zealot and come down the ramp before the cannon is finished. There's actually a way of making this work for OctZerg here, especially with a good surround on these Zealots. They're currently fighting between the nooks and crannies of these buildings, warping in, utilizing the shield repair over and over again, getting the surround on that cannon. We'll get the first cannon down with a good target fire, as well as the Zealot as a follow-up. Just one Zealot remaining. The energy is becoming depleted over time on those batteries, though. He can't quite, he gets the cannon, but there's not enough juice left in the orange for him to get rid of the remaining Protoss forces for the time being.
This is what we've been talking about as far as the high velocity stuff. I mean, OctZerg honestly is microing out his ass. He's doing so well microing here. The fact that he's still like combating this in the face of these batteries.
There's no more energy on the battery. There's no more energy on the battery. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He's doing it. This is insane. There's one Zealot in the main base. There's one Zealot in the main base. If he doesn't know about that Zealot, he does know about the Zealot. There's nothing that can go wrong. Oh, wow. There's nothing that can go wrong for OctZerg right now. He's in a great game position. This is insane.
He is laser focused right now, June. I mean, he's seeing everything. If he's making the... I mean, that's a lot of probes there, but the Nexus is so late. A lot of lings were made. I mean, who's winning here? It feels like OctZerg has done so well.
Is winning here. That's the easiest call of the century, okay? This is crazy. Do you know? Oh, man. It's his game to lose. It's his game to lose. It really is that crazy. He's got so many Zerglings out on the map. He doesn't even need to make anything else. He can just make non-stop drones. He's had that third base for a long time coming. He's got a great mineral saturation at all bases because of having 3 bases worth of economy on early on. He's been able to optimize his own build order by having the best mineral patches to mine from at all 3 locations. He's actually doing really well. He's almost even on supply, and he's got all these Zerglings out on the map. He doesn't have to make anything but drones for such a long time, and Doodle can't do anything but defend right now.
Yeah, man, my blood is pumping right now for it. Your
boy is doing good, Jiraiya. Your boy is doing good.
I have to rewatch that like right away. That was insane what he did.
How dare you not bet money on your boy? You need to back up your friends, your wallet. That's disgraceful behavior, Jiraiya.
Yeah, I'm gonna be eating my words later.
This is crazy though. Even killing the scouting probe, he has no idea what's coming next. He has to make additional cannons now. He doesn't even know what the follow-up is gonna be. I mean, Doodle was in a world of hurt, guys. Like, he's gonna have to like hedge his bets to not die against any potential bust timings from OctZerg, while OctZerg can just macro to his heart's content. He doesn't even have to attack this game.
Yeah, Balls is in OctZerg's court right now. He can do whatever he wants. He's doing all the things that he wants to do. This is exactly where he wants to be. Yeah.
This is 5 hatch before gas, Jiraiya. He has such a powerful economy, and the Protoss has no counterplay. This is nuts. This is like the creme de la creme of Zerg positions against Protoss. Nothing beats this.
Creme de la creme, baby. Popping champagne. I'm pretty sure that's a rap song. If I'm OctZerg, I'm pretty sure he listens to rap too. I wouldn't be celebrating too early. Definitely want to be hitting your notes, hitting all the keys and all the things that you want to do. This pro right here, that needed to be denied. Unfortunately, it's out, and it's going to be able to see what looks to be a very healthy OctZerg heading into the mid-game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. We actually have a double Evo chamber from OctZerg. Either that's a mistake and he meant to make one of them as a Hydra Den, or he's going for some crazy double grades and going to be having such a powerful army in the mid game. He's even denying the probe scout with only drones. I mean,
I'm going to say it right now.
Go on.
I'm gonna say right now, OctZerg has the best drones in the BSL Pro League. Like I'm telling you, his drones early game. I'm still like my mind is warped about the early game. He didn't lose any drones in the early game, and so when the probe comes at the 8-minute 20-second mark and he's still denying stuff with drones, like this man has the best drones in the BSL.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the first thing is going to occur now. Oxerg will start to lose maybe 1, maybe 2 overlords to this Corsair initially, but besides that, that should be just about all she wrote in terms of, oh, don't lag out now, Oxerg. This is the worst time. Oh no, the webcam has gone down. This is terrible. The DDoS. Someone is hacking our boy over here. They don't want to see him succeed, Jiraiya.
Not like this. Not like this. Can we save it somehow? Is there any way to?
I hope so, because if this shouldn't be played again, by the way. This is such an Oxerg favored game state that this should be a walkover for Oxerg if this happens. I don't want this to happen, though. Yeah, he's in that much of a good position. He's like turtled up with mass amounts of saturated bases. Like Doodle can't even pressure him. Doodle can't risk taking a third without dying to the follow-up Hydra play. Like there's nothing going for Doodle right now. The only thing going for him is killing this one overlord to temporarily supply block him.
Ooh.
That's crazy. I don't even know what to say about that. Like, if I'm a referee, I'm saying that's an Oxerg victory. But, I mean, I don't know if we can make that call. I think that we'll have to wait and see what the admins want to say about that. I mean, was Oxerg lagging out as well? So, I mean, what do you even say about that?
I don't know, but I'm with you, June. I think that was an overwhelmingly advantageous spot for Octi, but the rules are the rules, so we're going to have to defer to Zero on this one.
Right.
Yeah, it was OctZerg advantage, but on the other hand, he is the one who got disked. So in theory, Doodle can decide to take a win if he wants to. So I think it's going to be kind of fair to decide to just let them play it out again.
Yeah, this is the problem, Zero, is because he's the one that lagged out. I can see the reasoning being, well, we should let them play a rematch because otherwise you could just get a good position and deliberately pull out your internet cable and say, I should get the walkover because I was in a good spot. So I do kind of agree with that decision making. They didn't save, so that's, unfortunately, that's going to be a rematch. That's crazy. That's insanity that we had that happen. Because that was probably the most favorable game state Oxerg could have ever hoped for.
Yeah, you got to be filming it for Oct. Hopefully, we'll see him back online momentarily. Would like this series to continue, but definitely, just to be clear, it's not 100% win that or guarantee that Oxerg would have won. Definitely in an advantageous position, but at these stakes, you never know. It can just be one fight that makes the tides change. So, definitely, I think that's a fair ruling to let it play out, but maybe we'll see how all that develops here momentarily. We got to see if Oxerg comes back. Is he back up here, Zero?
He's back here. Yeah, I mean,
okay,
because he's the guy that lagged out. It makes sense that they replay. But in other situations, I would have said he should get the walkover with that much of an advantage. But we are going to be going into a rematch, guys. Final match of the evening, round 2. It's going to be Oxerg versus Doodle. This is insane. Spawning in the top right this time. Probably can't even believe it. It's probably like, oh wow, it is what it is. Just roll with the punches, bowl some balls. It's Oxerg. And his opponent, sigh of relief. Talk about saved by the bell. Like he was about to go down and somehow like the lights went off in the ring and we have to reset everything and start off from the first round again. It's Doodle.
Both players.
Go on.
Who's played more games at this point? Who has Oxerg played more games because he won out of losers? Yeah. So I mean, if you were to ask me, hey, Joy, how do you feel? Like, are you gonna double down or are you gonna actually pivot? Are you gonna go back? Hey, Oxerg, prove me wrong. That's what I'm gonna say. Prove me wrong. But he's an older man, right? He's an older gentleman. These are a lot of games that he's playing. I mean, this is definitely gonna start adding up. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe his condition is very good because he's an athlete, professional athlete at that. But yeah, I mean, Doodle here definitely saving grace. But if you're Oxerg, are you gonna come back with vengeance, or are you gonna, kind of feel down and out and feeling like a victim? Who knows? But if I'm Oxerg here, maybe he could step up and try to climb out of this little hole he's in.
All I'm going to say is I'm going to be feeling so bad for Oxerg if he doesn't somehow close this out. And yeah, he is an older gentleman at 39. It's still a ripe age, though. Still got a lot of life left in him to keep kicking. It's kind of impressive that these guys still are able to play at this level regardless of any kind of number attached to them. So we didn't used to think that, right? We used to thought that like the 30s was the cutoff point until you had to stop playing and you could no longer compete in StarCraft. We were completely wrong back in the day. Like, these guys are still able to put out great games utilizing their experience and understanding, despite their high level mechanics kind of taking a small dive. They're able to still perform at a pretty high level. Some pretty good pro blocking here, denying this hatchery going up. We'll eventually get that, but any kind of frustration is pretty sizable. We haven't really like made anything of our lava yet, even finally making some drones or lings.
Yep. Does manage to get the hatchery down though. Sees the Zealot coming towards him, so he's gonna hopefully be able to respond accordingly, not over or under anything. And yeah, just play smart, straightforward. Try to get into mid game in a strong position. Don't miss anything with your scouts. But this is sort of playing out as standard as it kind of gets, I think, compared to some of the other opens, at least in games 1, 2, and the Phantom 3.
To the double shield battery cannon rush that we had last game. Yeah, it's pretty bloody standard, I would say. Definitely dry.
Yeah.
You see the probe and zealot block on the ramp here to respond to this first 6 lings. You have to do this mind game because there's a chance that the lings just ignore these first 2 zealots if the Zerg wants to. Instead, he's trying to abuse the fact that this zealot's pinned down by going for a 6-on-2 trade with those first 2. He can cycle out a weak zealot like he just did there and get the fresh HP one back in the front with these additional 2 lings popping out at the front. So far, Doodle is doing a good job of surviving the skill check from Oxerg, which is exactly what this is. It's more of a skill check to make sure you know how to navigate these decision trees appropriately. With one small mistake, you start losing zealots and the lings get into the main base and it spirals. Ooh, it's actually not a block.
Ooh,
yeah, that's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a skinnier Zergling or something. I don't know. It somehow crevets its way on the left side, but 3 Zealots does manage to squeeze out here. Overlord does spot it, so pretty
something.
Yeah, Ozempic. Pretty optimal 3 hatch timing here from Oxerg. Like, him planning the 3 hatcheries was good, but he's gonna have to make lings here to defend and respect these 3 Zealots. So that's gonna be a big task because that's 4 Zealots now.
Right. And I mean, this ling in the main base might actually be more annoying for Oxerg than Doodle because of the task switching that Oxerg has to do to keep that ling alive while also responding to the zealot threat. So actually, this might be going Doodle's way, the fact that this ling is actually in the main base. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes having to juggle too much too soon can actually overwhelm you as a Zerg player. Does manage to glitch out those zealots a little bit with the eggs to buy some precious time. That HP is a resource, and he is trying to buy as much time as possible to hatch out more units. Oh, those are drones, not lings. So you can use them to drill, though, but that's not ideal still, even with that fact. So they actually will be able to kill these drones. That's a big mistake from Oxerg. Why is he making drones there? You crazy? This guy is insane. Like, almost kind of like, what's the word for it? Appreciate the size of his balls, man. It's insane.
I mean, maybe he heard me when I said he's got the best drones in the game, but this is a little bit too much. I mean, the drone might win that fight, right? Yeah, one more hit.
No! They killed each other!
That was a Western.
Oh my god, this game. Alright, I don't think this series could have been any closer, right?
Yeah.
That was like a microcosm of what this series really is. These guys are performing at a very high level. Lots of multitasking going on right here. Not a lot of players can do this level of play.
Yeah.
Doodle just such a good job of just staying on top of just everything. He sees what all the larva is doing. He knows exactly what the tech timing is. Man, he's relentless as well. I mean, this is a deadly combo from Doodle here.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a lot of meat for him to chew through. He went to Cats and got a massive sandwich. I don't know if he can even finish it. It's like just a 3-inch thick of like.
Never been?
To chew through.
Never been to Cats?
I've never been, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I know all about it. I wish I could go.
I've been there once as a kid, and I actually remember as a kid of how great the sandwich was. So
yeah.
I didn't even appreciate pastrami back then, but
right.
I have to go back. I'm so close to the city.
I'm envious that you've even had it once. So yeah. Does manage to isolate one of those zealots, get a good surround, but they do find a nice little hidey hole behind the mineral line, which is really annoying to deal with to get those effective 2-on-1 trades like this. They have to chew through all the way through the zealots in an unfavorable position before they can surround the last one. And Doodle's going to be feeling pretty good about that. Lack of lava being turned into drones right now. There's only 4 drones that are going to be mining at this third base at over 7 minutes into the game. Doodle's in a much better game state than he was in that last game. But he's wiping the sweat from his brow that Oxerg somehow lagged out in that last game.
Right. Yeah, pretty big supply gap. I think this is normal at this stage, but good Spire timing. I don't think he's going to lose an Overlord, so that's good. Cannons being made. Pretty fast Templar Archives. He's going to have to respect that.
That's actually a pretty standard Templar Archives timing. Usually the Storm finishes around 8 minutes 30. You can hit before that and try and bust before the Storm and upgrade is ready and the energy is ready. But you usually have to go for like a 4-hatch Hydra play to make something like that work. In this case, we won't be seeing anything like that. It'll just be a normal like 6-hatch Hydra type play. He could also elect to take these gases earlier and put on some pressure with an OctZerg style, making lots of Mutas and Scourge, but he hasn't elected to take a 2nd or 3rd gas. So it's much more likely to be like a turtle, drone up and make a lot of Hydras kind of play.
Oh man, the +1's done for the Protoss. Dude's got the +1, the leg speed, DTs as well. Oh man, this is gonna be tough for OctZerg to deal with. That 20 PSI gap. Yeah, he's gonna start to feel this one. He's gonna need some miracle drone work. I mean, OctZerg's got the drone footwork. We'll see what he can do here, but I don't know. As Zerg here, this is a tough spot typically. He's got 2 Sunkens though. That's typically the right number. Guess the Zealots to think better of themselves. Yeah.
Even just 1 is pretty good as long as you got good drone drilling and you can deny them getting surface area on that Sunken. This is problematic though. He needs to target that DT. He could, if he wanted to, just try and slip the DT into the main base by utilizing the Zealots tanking it. But he's worried that OctZerg will pay attention and actually target the DT down, so he doesn't want to risk that.
Yeah. Nice spot on the Corsair. Sometimes as Zerg, you're not thinking about Corsairs, and so when you see that, it's good that you just know that. But Hydras will be good to defend against both land and ground. I mean, land and air.
Land and ground. It's talking about doubling down, Jura. Yeah, he's going to start targeting down this hatchery. There's only barely enough DPS to start doing some damage onto these units. They will actually get this hatchery, but actually losing the DT is a big deal, and he will get these units cleaned up despite losing that hatchery. So, I mean, it's kind of worth it, but it's also kind of not. Like, it's like on the cusp of being worth it. Like, overall, it's worth it, but in the short term, it's not. Like, if now OctZerg has a bit of tempo to work with because Doodle sacrificed so many units.
Yeah. But Protoss still has a nice little cannon wall to hide behind. Certainly with Storm upgrade on the way as well. Still not feeling that fantastic as Zerg here. I would think.
No. It's still not super great for it's not super great for OctZerg. I mean, Doodle like kind of gave him a little bit of oxygen by sacrificing that many units, so OctZerg can kind of come out onto the map a little bit, check for the third, maybe think about a soft contain. For the time being, though, it's pretty okay for Doodle still. He just needs to make sure that OctZerg can't get into a soft contain situation where he can start sniping out basically you want to get all the way to the Protoss's base when they start coming out with the Zealot Templar. So you can then micro and storm dodge all the way back to your defensive line, rather than like letting them come all the way into your face right off the get-go, and then they can start storming you behind your SimCity.
Not sure if the Zealot spotted those mutas, but mutas are being produced here. While there's only 4 Corsairs done, but more being made. So I guess he did spot those mutas.
He's gonna get a cancel on this full base as well. Yeah, he can't do anything to stop that. That's really annoying. He's gonna get the money back, but it's still really annoying to have that slowed down a little bit here. Clearing up the Zealots is some nice compensation, but killing the drone as well on top of that, Doodle's still feeling pretty okay about it. But with that many losses, I guess both players have something to write home about in terms of the next phase of the game. Overall, I would say things have kind of gone Doodle's way, but I still like Oxerg's position a little bit. I don't think that Doodle is playing this game nearly as crisply as he did some of these other games.
Oh yeah, like right this second, I think these like little things that have been more favorable for OctZerg, at least up until this point, has been good. I mean, PSI wise, 92 against 101. I'm feeling a little bit better. I mean, he's taking the 4th base. He's getting control. He's forcing Corsairs to be made, so that's typically pretty good. I want to see what the lurker timing is, though. I feel like he needs lurkers, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he wants to start spending his gas on something other than just Hydras. Like, pure Hydra will only get you so far. And with less hatchery production, you're thinking about lurkers and stuff. Usually you go, like, say, 5-hatch lurker or 6-hatch Hydra. And now losing that hatchery, he's probably thinking more lurker than Hydra. Like, you could go muta Hydra if you have a mass amounts of hatcheries to work with. As it stands, I don't think he's going to go for that kind of play. I think he's more likely to get the lurkers out, especially since he's not been able to hunt down too many of these Corsairs to get some air superiority, and we have a lot of Dragoons out on the map already. It's still possible he could snipe some of these High Templars with the mutas. It's just I don't think it's going to necessarily happen. This is crazy what we see from Oxerg. I don't know if that's a mistake, by the way. That wasn't intentional.
Yeah, I mean, OctZerg, he's doing everything that he can here. He's doing a good job getting value where he can with these mutas. Definitely sort of a powering up position here for Protoss. You know, as Protoss is just sitting and Zerg identifies that, you just know something big is going to come. And so OctZerg needs to kind of prepare. He's making lurkers at the 12 o'clock base there, the 4th base. So that's good. Maybe that's sort of the zone that Doodle is looking to hit, and that might be a good thing for OctZerg, since that's where the bulk of his lurkers at least are going to be morphed. But right now, as far as the PSI, the Protoss is swollen. He is swollen. He's got a nice army. Sunkens and all that stuff is going to be good. Let's see what OctZerg can do here.
I mean, if he doesn't go to the 4th base and instead just lay siege to the 3rd, Oxerg's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try and wrap around with these lurkers on the high ground, but I mean, that's just all bunched up. All those lurkers are going to get stormed to death. That was definitely a misplay from Oxerg to bunch up all his lurkers like that. He's going to try and get a sandwich on this army from the left and the right, but with those lurkers being dead and not storm dodging on the left flank, now Oxerg's in a bit of trouble. I mean, dude, this is going really good for Doodle. He now has enough army to just push into the 4th base. That was a big misplay from Oxerg to come down the ramp with the lurkers like that and bunch them all up.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting away with it in previous games in such an offensive way, but when the storms are right in your face like that, you're inviting 4 lurkers to die to just a handful of storms. So yeah, this timing here, you got to respect this timing, because this is a 2-base timing. Gonna be a lot of units. I feel like OctZerg didn't respect it as much as he needed to.
Right. He also has his consolation prize in the bottom right. So OctZerg still has 4 bases set up. He didn't need to commit his forces in quite a fashion. But when all said and done, like, it's really unfortunate, because I don't think that gives him any chance of slowing down Doodle now. Like, Doodle can just expand and play a very standard macro game and feel pretty confident. He's going to hunt down like maybe one of these High Templars with these mutas, which is something. But overall, he can start to lay siege to OctZerg, and OctZerg can't really do much about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and now the PSI numbers are just, the gap is just way too wide.
Yeah. He's even storming his own units, but at this point he doesn't need to trade that efficiently to get the job done. He just needs to get on top of the rally points and get a few storms off behind the Sim City like this, and that's going to be enough to get OctZerg out of this game. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe OctZerg lagged out, and now this is how the series is going to get all tied up and finally dealt with a neat little bow. It's kind of crazy what a series we've had today. Like every single matchup has been really highly intense. I've been really enjoying pretty much every single game we've had to cast.
Yeah, same. Every game super competitive. Could have gone both ways, either way. I mean, a lot of these matchups in here, we see Oxerg just kind of making the face.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do from here, guys. I mean, as a caster, I could lie to you and be like, oh, Oxerg can still win this, but honestly, like, there's no way. Like, yeah, unfortunately, Doodle's just going to shove this army down his throat, and it's going to be a tough nut to swallow.
I don't know why. I can't keep a straight face from that last one, Zune. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah, there's a GG there from Bo John. You know, I think Zero pointed it out earlier. He put on his top thing again. So like he put on his sweater. So like he did well without it, and then the lag out happened, and then he put it back on. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, fierce series today, man. What a day of games.
I mean,
what
they've been
day
so
game.
hot and spicy. Even Oxerg was having a hard time regulating his thermals. So it's crazy, man. I mean, I can't even believe that we had that lag out happen and then the rematch and then Doodle wins it out. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, what a back and forth evening of games. We called most of them correctly. The only one we were really not so sure about was the Protoss versus Protoss. We got that a little bit wrong. But other than that, I think we kind of expected this evening to go as crazy as this.
Yeah.
All right, go on.
I was just gonna say it was a pleasure casting with you. That was really enjoyable. A lot of competitive games, and honestly, you know, it's what I expected with this group here. Top to bottom, you know, it's like DragOn. He's in his own class, but still, like the guys that he fought, like it wasn't an easy 2-0. Like it was still, you know, pretty competitive. So really good day of games today, and looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Is it Group B tomorrow? That was Group C, right? We're doing things in a little bit of a asymmetrical, non-alphabetical fashion. Yes, Group B is going to be the one with the 3 Terrans. That's right. I think is that Raz and Medino that's going to be casting that, I believe. That's going to be a really good cast for you guys. Strap in for that one because they are very good casters, and this is going to be a crazy group.
Yeah, I didn't know. So Range is the father. I'm presuming that's his son. I didn't know that.
That's just some kid he scooped up off the street. What are you talking about?
Imagine. It's like, no, I don't even know it. I don't even know the kid.
Artosis is right in the other picture as well. I don't know about that. He's right some of the time. Most of the time.
About what?
I don't know. He just said Artosis is right in his picture.
Oh.
Maybe that Terran is struggling. You know, Terrans like to whine, right? So yeah, it's probably just a Terran thing. Terran propaganda.
Yeah.
That's what humans do best, is propaganda, didn't you know?
Well, all the players brought it today. Congratulations to the winners that are advancing, and yeah, I guess now we thank the sponsors and everything and close out.
Yeah, we certainly do that. Main thank you to the Team Liquid over there, Nazgo and Steve. And we take a look at some of these other names, especially some of these big guys that support long term with big juicy donations like CRVT. But looking at we can take a few look at these guys, because like even though that wasn't recent, I still want to shout out a couple of those guys like Jaziri and what have you that have been doing some big donations in the past to keep the lights on. And then taking a look at the actual Patreon page, Wolf of Wall Street at $200 a month. We've got Andrew. Big shout out to you, my guy. Bombastic General, $100 a month. That's my fleeting dream. Bombastic Colonel, $50 a month. Striker, really good player. Bombastic Major plus $30 a month. Tupocalypse. Bombastic Major, $20 a month. We got Scheming Gypsy, Chaozu, Medino, Stephen Robertson, KJ, LML, Nicholas Schuler. And we got Bombastic Captain plus $50 a month. We got Pirozan and Scott Woolfield. Thank you so much to all of you guys. You really do keep the lights on here, and we really appreciate you. So, Jiraiya, anything you would like to say? Some closing thoughts on the games tonight? How you feeling?
Dude, it's been a year and 6 days since we last casted together, as Zero saw in our chat. So, it's been a long time coming. I had a blast casting with you today. I appreciate you,
You too, buddy.
taking me on as a compañero today. And I'm excited to keep following the BSL. I mean, so much stuff going on with BSL. We have the BSL with the Pro League. There's going to be more, other leagues going on with the Goso League and all that stuff, the Hasu League. And then you got 2v2 BSL also happening momentarily as well. There's going to be seeding for that too. So just a lot going on. Zero, appreciate you for inviting me here today, and appreciate all the viewers and all the support, and definitely keep supporting the BSL, because this is the premier platform for foreign Broodwar. And so if we want to keep this thing going, you got to keep supporting. And so I appreciate you guys, and looking forward to continuing to watch all the games.
Absolutely. I really do want to see this scene thrive and not just survive. The foreigner scene, it might be smaller than the Korean one, but it's not necessarily less important. Let's keep the lights on and keep the support going and the love going and give back to the community. That's why I'm here casting today. I want to give back. I don't care if I'm casting 5, 6, 7 days a week. I want to try and support as much as I can, and hopefully be able to join you guys in a few of these future casts as well, and hopefully see you on the ASL streams, because I'll be doing that with Saiyan pretty much every single time from now on after taking over from Naokin. So please don't miss out on those ASL streams as well, guys. That's SVTVEN on the Soup Live. I've been Jun, with me Jiraiya. We love you guys so much. Bombastic League means a lot to both of us. I'm sure it does you too. And we'll see you guys again tomorrow for Group B.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.